It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts is back in your life on this Wednesday, April 22nd. No, it's not the 22nd of April. It's the 12th of April, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. And yes, for one last time, I am not in the studio. I'm still away. And for another time, I'm actually in a different location. This time, you guys don't even want to know how I got to this particular spot. On Monday, I did the show from my parents' home in Montreal. Then around an hour ago, as I was planning to do this show once again from my parents' house in Montreal, their power went out. And so I had to rush some 20 minutes away to my sister's house. And as you can see, I think there's a nice little crib right over here. There might be nap time coming up in a matter of 30 or so minutes. You might have to whisper when that happens. There's all kinds of craziness, but this is the level of dedication. This is the level of love. This level of professionalism that we have for this program. We never miss a day. We never take time off. That's just what we do around these parts, all right? So we got a lot to discuss. We just had some massive breaking news minutes ago. We're going to get to all of that and a hell of a lot more today on the program. I'm locally recording for Mysterious Frank. Is my audio okay, guys? Is my video okay? You may have missed the intro there. I got into it a little bit late. That's why I screwed up between the 22nd and the 12th. My apologies, Frank. It's been a bit of a stressful morning.
Don't take it out on us.
I told Frank I was having a bit of a stressful morning. And he's like, well, I've been having a stressful morning too. Does anyone ever want to hear when they say to someone that they're having a stressful morning that they're having a stressful morning too? Like, you want to hear like, okay, you know, it's going to be all right. Here's a bosom to lay your head. Here's a hug. We're going to be okay, right?
Sometimes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought I lost you guys there. Anyway, as always, today's program is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and let them know we sent you this way. The MMA Hour is the code. Use that code. That's how they know we sent you. We appreciate it very much. We appreciate them very much. You know, we like to shoot on Wednesdays, and so we'll be shooting on this particular Wednesday, as always, on the nose, which is brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace. More on that in a moment. Back into the show, we're going to be joined by Julianna Peña, the Venezuelan vixen herself. Of course, we know now that in June 10th to be exact, she's going to be going up against one Amanda Nunes, trilogy fight. Women's bantamweight title fight, third crack for Julianna Peña. We'll talk to her about that fight that was announced last Friday. So stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis, not very happy these days. Feels like he was wronged in the midst of his fight against Kelvin Gastelum this past Saturday in Miami. I believe he's even filing an appeal. We'll get into all of that with Chris Curtis at around 2:45. At around 3:15, we're going to be joined by the head coach over at City Kickboxing, one Eugene Bareman. Eugene Bareman, one of the smartest and most interesting people in MMA, regardless of position. He's going to join us at around 3:15 to talk about the big win by Israel Adesanya on Saturday night against Alex Pereira. We are still glowing coming off that big victory. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Dricus Du Plessis. He's been quite vocal about Izzy, and Izzy's talked about him as well. So we'll talk about that budding rivalry. And at around 2:30, we're going to be joined by Shane Burgos, who's making his PFL debut this Friday on ESPN Plus, moving up to 155 to fight Oliveira Aubin-Mercier, the Canadian gangster himself, the reigning defending PFL lightweight champion. Of course, he won that belt, that tournament back in November. Everything is a clean slate in the PFL, so they run it back all over again. But right off the bat, for Shane Burgos in his first PFL fight, remember he signed in August of last year. He gets the reigning defending champion as he moves up to 155 pounds. Prior to that, on the nose, we'll answer your questions. A lot to get to. One question that I don't think will be involved in the On the Nose segment is a subject that just broke literally 20 minutes ago, and that is Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz is a done deal. 100% signed, sealed, and delivered. Again, Jake Paul, Nathan Diaz, done deal, pro boxing bout, 8 rounds, Saturday, August 5th, Dallas, Texas, American Airlines Center, home of the Dallas Mavericks, didn't make the playoffs. Boo-hoo, DAZN pay-per-view, co-promotion by Most Valuable Promotions and Real Fight Inc. Nathan Diaz's first boxing bout, his debut. Jake Paul, of course, coming off the loss to Tommy Fury. August 5th, they tangle in an 8-round fight at 185 pounds. Again, this is a pro bout on DAZN pay-per-view. It is a done deal, 100% signed. This is not in the works. This is not targeted. This is not scheduled. This is not being discussed. This fight right here that you are looking at the poster for is a done deal for Saturday, August 5th, 2023. Massive. Thank you. I mean, absolute massive stuff. Fascinating stuff. And aren't we lucky that we get to do a show 15 or so minutes after it gets announced? There's a lot to digest here. Of course, Nathan Diaz left the UFC in September. The matching rights and all that stuff. But his last fight for the UFC was in September against Tony Ferguson. He was given clearance not that long ago to go out and explore this opportunity, explore this fight. Were there talks between Diaz's camp and Logan Paul's camp? As Logan Paul told me right before WrestleMania, yes. But this was the big one. This is the one that they both wanted, and this is the one that got done. In fact, there's a press release that went out moments ago as well. And I'll read you a couple of quotes from it, if I may. This one is from Nathan Diaz. Besides Canelo, he's the biggest thing in boxing. I didn't misspeak there. I'm here to conquer that. I'm the king of combat sports, and then I'm headed back to get my UFC belt, said Diaz. I fucked up Conor for acting out, and now here I am again, like a superhero of the, quote, real fight game, capital R, capital F, the king, capital K, of the real, capital R, fight, capital F, game. There's the quote from Mr. Nathan Diaz, who doesn't often give quotes out in these press releases. This is from Jake Paul. My last fight didn't end the way I wanted, but the result was the best thing that could have happened to my professional boxing aspirations. Now, the world thinks I'm vulnerable, when all I am is more focused than ever. My team wanted me to take an easy fight like KSI next, shots fired, but that's not how I am built. Nate Diaz is considered one of the most badass fighters of all time, but he and his team have been running their mouths for too long. People will tell Nate he's been training with Andre Ward for years, that he has insane stamina, that he refuses to back down. Good for fucking Nate. I haven't forgotten about that slap backstage in Arizona. And on August 5th, a problem child is going to piece up and knock out the Stockton G. A little more. Jake's star power popularity continued to command massive audiences worldwide. This from Nikisu Badarian, co-founder of Most Valuable Promotions. His most recent bout, Paul versus Fury, surpassed more than 800,000 pay-per-view purchases and was a commercial success for all our partners. Jake remains one of the most avidly followed fighters in the sport, and all eyes are on him, wondering what's next. Well, what's next is one of the most vicious men ever in the cage. I couldn't be more excited to bring this fight to fruition with two of the most polarizing figures in the game, who have both shown the heart to fight through adversity. We are incredibly proud to be working with Nate Diaz, Real Fight, DAZN, and American Airlines Center to showcase this thrilling matchup. And I have no doubt that Paul versus Diaz will be the hottest ticket in Dallas this summer. One more, if I may, from Real Fight Inc. President Zach Rosenfield. Nate's departure from the UFC made him the most sought-after free agent in combat sports history, with all eyes looking to see what his next move would be. In choosing to make his boxing debut against Jake Paul, Nate found an opponent where there is an organic, non-scripted backstory that motivates him and will clearly capture the excitement of audiences throughout the world. Together with MVP, we look forward to producing an event worthy of the names of the marquee. Okay, one more from my good friend Joe Markowski, CEO of DAZN North America. We are incredibly excited to have this mega fight on DAZN around the world. One of the biggest names in boxing, meeting one of the biggest names in MMA. Makes for a truly unique matchup on a global scale. Watch it live globally on DAZN pay-per-view, and that's interesting too. Jake has now gone from Showtime to ESPN Plus pay-per-view in February to now back to DAZN, where he first was featured way back when. This is fascinating stuff and a lot to digest here. And you know, it's interesting. You have Zach, who Nate met after the first Conor fight, who really, you know, cuts his teeth as a PR guy, putting this fight together with Nikisa, the former CFO of the UFC. Now together, these two entities, MVP and Real Fight, putting on this show without a big promoter involved, without a Matchroom or a Top Rank or anyone like that involved. It's just them teaming up with DAZN to put this on pay-per-view on August 5th. And people are reacting to it right now. So let's bring in the guys and react to it all together. I've known about this for a little bit. They haven't. They just found out, like the rest of the world. Good on you. You know, I had to keep a secret. From you boys.
I can't believe that. How long have you known for real?
You know, in the works. I've known
Just
in the works, and
never told us.
Listen, I'm a Vault. They don't call me Vault Helwani for nothing. I almost feel bad having. By the way, thank you for coming in on a Wednesday. We appreciate. I'm not there, so you're taking up. You know, for my. I appreciate it. This is a very sincere thank you. No, this is sincere. This is sincere. I'm actually being sincere. Since when have I been insincere?
I won't keep my word. Just know.
Would we have gotten that?
I'm a man of convictions.
Would we have gotten that? Thank you.
When you said to me, when what do you mean? Wait, say that again.
Would we have gotten that thank you had he not brought it up prior to the show?
1,000%. I even texted him. I texted him, thank you. I said thank you. I did. I was very sincere. Anyway, they're coming together. Oh, this is horrible. This is unbelievable. I feel like I'm on eggshells here. Okay, this is a big deal. This is Diaz. This is Paul. This is Diaz's first fight out of the UFC. This is Diaz finally boxing. I mean, he's been talking about boxing for as long as we've known the guy, a decade or so, ever since he came onto the UFC scene. I'll just say my initial reaction was, all right, this makes a lot of sense for Diaz, and it obviously makes a lot of sense for Paul. I thought that he would try to go the KSI route, but KSI fighting George Fournier. I'll just say this, and this is mean. I'm not trying to sell it. As of right this moment, I'm not part of anything. I do know there's going to be a press conference next month in Dallas, so stay tuned for that. This feels like there is so much pressure on both these guys' shoulders. Jake Paul coming off the loss, you lose again. You know, I don't know where the interest is, right? And especially if you don't look good in that loss, where's the interest? So now there's a situation where his back is against the wall. Diaz loses to Jake Paul, who's coming off the loss, who's the YouTube influencer guy. Does his stock go down? Does his leverage go down? As he says in that quote in the press conference, which is the reason why I wanted to read it, he still has aspirations to go back to the UFC, which I thought was super interesting. And so he loses this fight. You know, where do you go from there? Like you lose to, who are you then fighting? So I feel like the theme here off the bat, digesting it right now, live in front of everyone, two guys at different points of their lives, but who face real consequences. It's not like two guys just, you know, they're obviously going to make a lot of money and they're, you know, they're huge names and they're popular. But it feels like the result in this fight really matters because one guy is going to go here and the other guy is really going to go backwards. What do you think, Rick?
Could not disagree more. As I said, after Jake Paul lost to Tommy Fury, there are no stakes in this. Everybody was like, oh, he's going to lose to Tommy Fury and then he's going to go away. No, he didn't go away. In fact, he did exactly what I said he should do after we spoke that Monday after the fight, which was focus on Nate Diaz. Why are you talking about a Tommy Fury rematch? There's literally nothing in it for him. If he wins, he beat a guy who he should have beat the first time, and there's nothing to gain. This was always the fight. This always should have been the fight for both of them. For Nate Diaz, why would you not want to fight Jake Paul, who's going to make you the most money outside of a Conor fight? For Jake Paul, why would you not want to fight Nate Diaz, who's a proven pay-per-view draw? And the crusade of, you know, I need to fight a quote-unquote real boxer was always a failing one. It never made any sense. It was never going to be successful because, as I said at that time, and I reiterate, if he had beaten Tommy Fury, it would have just been Tommy Fury sucks. Nobody would have given him credit to having defeated a boxer. This was always the fight to make, and I think even if the loser in this fight wants to continue to do some kind of influencer boxing thing, Jake Paul and Nate Diaz are independent of record. Their fighting records do not matter at all. And I don't think the stakes are high from that perspective. I think the stakes are high in terms of neither one of them wants to be embarrassed by the other one, but I do not think that their profitability will be greatly impacted by a loss here.
You really okay? So first, let me get GC's thoughts on that because
how about Jake
feel
Paul
like it's
tapped into the world of New York Rick, just taking in his advice. That's the only reason he's even fighting him, I guess. I agree wholeheartedly about Nate Diaz. I think if he loses this fight, like barring he gets embarrassed or knocked out cold, like I don't think that hurts his selling point at all, especially if he were to go back to the UFC and maybe have like a mega fight with Conor McGregor. Jake Paul, though, to me, I agree with you there, Ariel. Like at some point, if he were to just continue losing, his selling point in fights would diminish. People would not be nearly as interested in these boxing matches as long as he's fighting these huge names. Like if he's fighting Nate Diaz, people are going to tune in. If he's fighting maybe a KSI, people are going to tune in. But if he keeps losing and he's not fighting these huge names, I think people will become uninterested rather quickly.
I mean, at some point, I feel like you just said, the shine of him fighting, all that stuff is just going to go away. And for me, I would argue that there's more pressure on Diaz going into this one, because if he does have aspirations of going back to the UFC, I agree with what you're saying, Rick, to a degree. Losses in MMA haven't affected Diaz as much. It's different when it's this new venture. It's different when it's this thing that you want to use to get to bigger fights. He mentioned Canelo in that quote as well. I think he has aspirations to get to Canelo too. Just saying. And then it's different
not gonna happen, so
why? If by the way, we live in a crazy freaking world. If Nate Diaz knocks out Jake Paul in a round, I'm just saying, if something like crazy like that happens, you don't think that they would consider it? You don't think? I don't think that's off the table.
You know what? I don't think they would consider. I don't think Canelo would consider it. I'll say that.
Really?
Yeah.
I really think they would.
I don't think Canelo would.
If Nate Diaz gets on the mic after, why? What's a bigger fight? Can I ask you what's a bigger fight?
The same reason he didn't consider Kamaru Usman when he was talking about it. That's not real. That you're mixing influencer boxing and boxing, which are not the same thing. You're wrong. They're not the same thing.
Nate Diaz is in influencer boxing. He's not influencer boxing.
What do you mean? He's fighting.
He's not
Jake
influencer
Paul.
boxing. What's a bigger fight? What's a bigger fight? John Ryder or Nate Diaz?
Yeah, but Canelo's not interested in the biggest fight. He's interested in world titles. He's interested in. Yeah, Canelo's not doing that.
Why do we always go to Canelo too? Like the best of the best, the pinnacle.
This is
that's why. This is what he wants.
Of boxing.
I'm not. By the way, I'm not saying he wins that fight. I'm just saying if he does something, everything is on the table. If he doesn't win this fight, if he gets outclassed by Jake Paul, the leverage gets hurt. There's no doubt about it. So that's. Yes, 100%.
For a Canelo fight? For a Canelo fight?
No. I don't. No.
Honestly,
just in
I
don't
everything.
even want to talk about a Canelo fight.
You don't think? But you don't think if he loses this fight, if Diaz loses this fight, you don't think Dana White's going to the press conference and being like, he really fucked up. We had a Conor fight waiting for him. We asked him to become the Ultimate Fighter.
They tried to send him out sad on an L, to start, and he bucked that one. So I wouldn't doubt that. I definitely wouldn't doubt that. But Nate Diaz wins and losses are irrelevant. This is proven. This is what he is. He's a star. He's going to sell a fight. So you're saying if Nate Diaz loses his fight, he loses a decision to Jake Paul, all of a sudden he can't fight Logan Paul. He can't fight Dylan Dennis. He can't fight KSI. He can't pick up the phone and fight somebody else. It's all different. Of a sudden dead.
It's different.
Is there a difference between?
Not dead. I'm just saying.
This is the same thing we were saying about Jake Paul. Once he loses, what's going to happen? He's going to go away. Is he for real?
Okay, so then let me ask you guys this.
It's the same thing.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this. GC, I'll ask you, considering the fact that he's coming off the loss, does this curb your enthusiasm, pardon the pun, for this particular fight, or does it not matter because of the beef, the heat, all that stuff, and we suspect like what the buildup will feel like?
I wouldn't say it curbs my enthusiasm. Like, I'm still going to watch it. I can't wait for the buildup. I think it's going to be tremendous. But I did say, as soon as it got announced, I was like, man, it would be elevated at least one or two more notches if he was undefeated, if he had beat Tommy. But at the end of the day, the fact that it's Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz, my interest is still at like an 8. I will be tuning in for sure.
I think it's also worth noting, and we get into this conversation all the time around Jake Paul specifically, there's a difference between social attention, there's a difference between fight promotion, there's a difference between actual pay-per-view sales. All these things are different, right? Like Jake Paul has been very good at driving social media attention and getting attention for his fights and promoting them, and he's very good at that. Nate Diaz is a pay-per-view draw. There's a difference, and that matters. And these are the types of things that have to be kind of like parceled out as we have this discussion. There's this like nebulous, like it's a big fight. Well, what does big actually mean? Like there have to be like terms for how we're talking about this and what big actually means. But I think this checks all the boxes. This specific fight between these two checks all the boxes. You've got pay-per-view appeal. There are people who will be willing to put down their money for this. You've got the promotion. You've got a great foil for Jake Paul and Nate Diaz, who's not going to just roll over and let him say whatever he wants, and who's going to push back and have the street appeal. So yeah, this has it all. But I think it's important to like, Jake Paul was never like a huge pay-per-view draw to start. Like he just wasn't a pay-per-view draw. Like that's
800,000. 800,000 the last fight they just said.
Who said that?
In the press release. What are you talking about?
I'm
now I do believe that is worldwide, by the way. Worldwide, BT, I think it did really well because of Tommy Fury and BT, right?
Yeah.
Domestic and all that stuff.
I'm thinking domestic, but fair enough. But the point being, now he has somebody who's a pay-per-view draw across from him. It's not just on Jake Paul's shoulders, right? It's not on Jake Paul's shoulders to sell pay-per-view. It's not, I have to bring up Ben Askren or Tyron Woodley or even Tommy Fury. He's now got a dance partner that people are proven to be willing to spend their money to see fight. And I think that's going to be really good for him.
Can this do $1 million buys?
I think so.
Oh, wow. All right.
I mean, if the build is right, I also wonder about the pay-per-view price. I'm going to look it up here in a moment, but here's the thing. Nate Diaz is a very, very proud man, and he's been talking about boxing for a very long time. I don't think it will sit well with him if he loses to the guy who just lost to Tommy Fury.
Oh, no way.
That's what I mean about the pressure.
Yeah, pride.
You know what I mean?
Pride is 100% on the line, but not star power, not drawing a power. Nate Diaz could walk right into a fight with Logan Paul. Hey, your brother, or the Nate Diaz 101 every single time. I want to fight that guy again. I want the rematch. That guy didn't beat me. I beat him. It's the same. Like he's been talking about Leon Edwards for how long? It's the same thing every time with him. So I'm not concerned about the idea that like all of a sudden Nate Diaz is now going to be like diminished in drawing power. He's just proven. He's proven he can lose and people will still get behind him. It does not matter in my opinion. Now his ego, yeah, that would probably be pretty bruised. If you lose to Jake Paul, his ego is probably going to be pretty bruised. But I don't think that hampers his negotiation ability, or Jake Paul's, to be honest. I think they're just they have an ability to build it back up. Connor's the same way. I don't think the losses hurt.
Pay-per-view will be $60, by the way. So that's will be August 5th. They'll be going head-to-head with...
With what?
Sorry, did I lose you guys there?
What it will be going head to head with what?
No, did I lose you guys? No, you still have me?
Mm-hmm.
We got you, brother.
Oh, it'll be going head to head with SummerSlam on Peacock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that has a real high ceiling on that. I think if they do this build right, if Jake Paul and Nate Diaz can build up the attention, which I'm fairly confident they can do, I think that has the makings of a massive pay-per-view. I really do.
Saturday night in the States feels like the ceiling is high.
Yeah,
I agree.
This was the one. This was always the one, and I'm honestly shocked we're getting it. I'm not shocked.
The fact that I'm looking at the poster is insane. Like I can't believe this is actually happening.
I thought this was going to be no brainer. We're running back Tommy Fury or swinging to something that wastes time while KSI's doing his version of it, and then trying to meet up after that. I'm shocked and happy that we're getting this because this was always the fight to make.
I'm excited, and I'm happy that we have some sort. And by the way, keep me honest here because I think my connection isn't great. So just let me know, guys. Like it's okay. We could talk about the fourth wall. I'm obviously not in the studio, and I just don't want to like talk and not be heard. So let me know. Yeah. If my audio is okay, I think I can live with that. But yes, the audio isn't the only thing I'm worried about. It's obviously the video. How's my video right now?
Great.
It looks good, man. We haven't lost you yet.
Oh, really? Because I lost you guys for a second. Anyway, I'm happy that we're getting some sort of resolution to the where's Diaz going to go. I know Francis has gotten some heat for that, right? Because he didn't have something at the ready when he left the UFC, and so we don't have to speculate anymore. They are going to be going. They are going to be going to Dallas. There's going to be SummerSlam on the same day, so we might have a situation where Logan is going up against Jake on the same night. They wouldn't be probably going head to head because the SummerSlam event will probably end at around 11, and this is going to be later. But I'm very curious to see how this all plays out. Who do you think is going to be the favorite, GC? Did they even have a line for that?
No, they don't have one out yet. And as far as I know, I could not guess. Maybe Jake because he's the one that's boxed before.
I would think Jake. I would think Jake, but I think it'll be close.
Okay. I wonder about that.
And then the
no one even had like one of those like future lines.
We got one now.
What do we got?
Jake Paul minus 280.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
Nate Diaz plus 220.
Wow.
That feels very
wrong.
Minus 280? That feels way bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Same.
Yeah,
wow.
But this
opened just moments ago at 108.
Yeah, so we'll see once the public kind of gets their hands on it, like where it ends up. But this speaks to the point I'm trying to make about Jake Paul as well. Like the losses don't impact. The public is always gonna be there for this. Not always. There is an expiration period, but it's definitely not this. It's definitely not 1 to 2 losses. You can build these back up with the right dance partner. And Nate Diaz is
you going to say something, GC?
No. Sorry.
Okay. Perfect.
Did it look like I was about to?
I thought you were getting ready to.
I want to ask about.
No, I'm just looking at these odds more.
But didn't it feel like we were going toward Logan, right? Like post the event, Nate Diaz is talking about Logan needs to be like smacked for his commentary on the mic while Jake was fighting. Logan talked to you for BT Sport about Nate Diaz is running from me. Clearly now we know where he was running. Like he was running to a big fight with Jake Paul. But like, why not Jake from the start? That's what I'm curious about. Why did it go to Logan? Why did it start with Logan and then go to Jake? Is my
I don't know. I'd love to get that answer. The truth is I don't know for sure unless someone talks about it. Maybe we could get some more insight. It's very interesting. Like it's two brothers, right? And then if you go back and listen to what Logan said to me about like, I'm a 800,000 pay-per-view draw guy and everyone else is, I think he said 250 or 300. And now we know that it's Jake. I don't know at the time, honestly, if he knew that it was going to be Jake, but all of that is super, super interesting. So I'm just as curious as you are. I think we all thought if he beat Tommy Fury, the obvious fight was going to be Nate. Once the loss happened, you wondered, all right, is he going to go in a different direction? And it did seem like there was some flirtation going around. But by the way, it might just be the wrestling stuff, getting involved. I really don't know the answer to that question. I am very curious to know, and I don't know if we're ever going to find out the answer to this as well. How much more money, because that's been a big talking point with Francis too. Like how much more money is he going to make, Nate, that is, as opposed to what he was making in the UFC, right? Is he going to make like 5 times more? Is he going to make 10 times more? Because he's the promoter here. He's 50-50 on this. And not everyone can pull this off. I don't know if there's more than 3 or 4 people outside of the boxing world that could pull this off. But I am very curious to find out, if ever, what this deal is, because something tells me him taking this deal means that he's getting paid a hell of a lot of money to take this deal, because otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, and to get into the specifics there, when you say 50-50, you're not talking about only purses. You're talking about Nate Diaz is the promoter. So the gate, the concession, the merch, all the stuff that is around the business of this fight, the broadcasting, the rights to that are all part of the package when it comes to Nate Diaz. now, and when it comes to Jake Paul as well. So that's a big chunk of change that goes way beyond the purse. And when you talk about Francis and you talk about Nate leaving the UFC, people are very concerned about the idea of like, if they left for less money, was it successful, and that type of thinking. So yes, this is going to be an important kind of step to kind of see where ultimately, if you leave the UFC, what the greener pastures look like, or are they greener, and things like that. But the package of what Nate Diaz now has access to as a promoter, and not just talent, not just an athlete, is night and day. And we've seen Jake Paul take advantage of this, and we've seen Floyd Mayweather take advantage of this. And now Nate Diaz is entering that territory, which is incredible.
Level of excitement as of right now, GC, for this fight, where are you at on a scale of 1 to 10?
An 8. I mean, where is there's no doubt I'm watching it. I'm going to watch all the build up to it, and I'll be tuned in the night of, no questions asked. So like an 8, I guess. Maybe a 9.
Rick, what are you?
12.
Yeah, I mean, like
15.
Wow.
15.
Wow. Okay.
This is the fight. This was always the fight.
What did you say you were for John Jones' return?
8 or 9? 9.
Wow. And we're at 15 for Jake.
This was the fight.
You're more for this?
This gets New York Rick out of bed. I love it.
I love this. I love this.
This
we doing a party out in
Amityville? You
can come out.
You can come out. We'll see some ghosts.
Yes, I love it.
This is the fight that always needed to happen. This is an important fight. To your point, Nate Diaz is out on his own now, right? He doesn't have the UFC brand, right? And people are concerned. Like, did you leave prematurely? When it comes to Francis and when it comes to Nate, like, did they make a mistake? Did they make a financial mistake? This is an important thing to look at. Like, this is going to be a significant marker, and the fight itself was the fight that needed to happen. I love everything about this. I love everything about this.
Yo, could you imagine like a face-to-face with these two guys?
And that's the thing. I think they're good for each other as well, right? Like, I think these two are a very good match. Whereas, like, I'm talking about John Jones, I didn't think Cyril Gane was necessarily like the foil for John Jones. This is two. These are the two. You're bringing two guys to the table that I think are perfect for each other, and you're trying to make loads of money. I'm interested. I'm extremely intrigued. I'm extremely intrigued.
This is the way in which Jake Paul announced the fight. August 5th, we commemorate the funeral for Nathaniel Diaz as we send him in a casket back to Dana. Refreshments will be provided at the service. Black tie attire. Watch Paul Diaz live on DAZN pay-per-view globally. Follow Most Valued Promotions for the latest update. Then he wrote 45 days. Yesterday he wrote, 2 days ago he wrote, I didn't come this far to come this far. So I'm not sure if that was in reference to this, but he even has the old tombstone with Diaz's name on it. Nice little touch there.
What's 45 days? It's like June 1st
yeah, you're
or
right.
something.
What is 45 days? Yeah, what is 45 days?
Maybe you did the math wrong.
June. I feel
maybe
like it's
the
like
first time they'll come
105
to
days.
face to face or something, for a promo
maybe.
or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's not get bogged down in.
Yeah, either way, I think the build is going to be great. I think they're going to do a lot of shit talking, and it's going to be awesome.
To go back to another point before, like, objectively, we're all more excited about this than Logan Paul versus Nate Diaz. Yes, like, this is the fight.
It felt like, I was there at one of the fights when Logan and Nate, was it I think the second Tyron Woodley fight, when they were kind of like buddy. So it didn't feel like there was real heat there. This one feels like there's real heat. This one feels like there's legitimate heat.
Yeah.
That's the difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, Logan's doing great in the WWE. This is good. I like this more than the Logan fight.
Yeah, this is the one. I'm ready.
No, there's a legitimate backstory. There's a trailer that I'm trying to tweet, but where I tried to tweet beforehand, and I think it was too big. It was too big. Hey, let me see. You know what? Well, I got the guys telling me here, if I could just break the fourth wall, because by the end of this show I'm not gonna have any hair left. They're telling me to play the fucking trailer, but I don't have do we have the clearance to play this trailer, guys? Connor, can we play this trailer?
Who's telling you to play it?
The people who are running this show are saying, can you play the trailer? I'm like, I don't have a clip. Is there any fight footage in this trailer?
Yeah, there is. But not from the UFC, just from boxing. as I frantically look for my phone that you sent me the trailer on.
This is great.
I don't know where I put it. Jesus.
I'm so stressed.
We got time. We got time. Relax.
What did I do with my phone?
This
Lord have mercy.
This fight is something we're gonna marinate on for a long time. We got some time.
They're telling me, yeah.
Is it really the fight?
What is it?
That's the most entertaining part, or is it the build-up to the fight that's going to be the most entertaining part?
I think both.
Oh yeah, Frankie, how do you feel, man? I know you're a diehard Jake guy.
Yeah, die hard.
I think both, Frank. To answer your question, I think the fight itself is super intriguing because we don't really know like what we're getting from Diaz as a boxer, right? We know what his boxing in MMA has looked like, but we don't really know like when he straps on those bigger gloves, how that's going to look. And we got a little bit more info on Jake Paul in the last fight. Like we got a bit of a measuring stick on how he's going to look against somebody who's a better technical boxer than him. He's still got power. He's still got cardio to go the full distance. I think that was one of the questions, but we got to see that. And so, yeah, I think there's questions to be answered, but I think it's an intriguing matchup from an actual like stylistic boxing perspective. And then there's the build, which I think is like a can't miss as long as, they both come with good faith and bring their promotional skills to the table. Like you can imagine Nate Diaz trying to treat him like a little kid and trying to pretend that he's not in his league and trying to, degrade him, downplay his skills as much as he can. And Jake Paul saying that he's coming to, vanquish an MMA legend. So I'm all in on it from every perspective.
Got it.
GC, I sent you the trailer via your Slack if you want to play that. Because it does tell a bit of the backstory. These two guys have had run-ins in the past because there's been Diaz guys on Jake Paul fights on his cards in the past, and there was something that happened. When was it? Was it in? There was something that happened in Tampa, and then there was something that happened in Glendale, the Anderson Silva fight. Two things happened, and then the other one was with freaking pretty boy Anthony Taylor. But there's definitely been twice when things have happened. So there's a backstory there, and that's exemplified in the trailer. Yes, Rick.
Did you see this from Tommy Fury?
What about the Liam Payne guy?
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, I saw that too.
Fight?
Isn't that dude from One Direction or something?
No, isn't that Liam Payne?
Yeah.
One Direction.
Yeah, I think so. I had no idea who that was. I had to Google him.
But is that him?
But I think so.
And he's
fighting.
It
has like 100,000 likes the last time I saw it.
All right, it looks like we got the trailer ready to go.
Okay, so he's fighting a guy from One Direction.
Okay, here's the trailer. They say that they own all the footage. We are cleared to use it. If anyone gets upset, go to MVP and Real Fight Inc. Here's the official trailer that was worked on for days and weeks for the upcoming Nathan Diaz versus Jake Paul fight, August 5th, Dallas, DAZN pay-per-view.
I've knocked out every single person that I've fought.
Talk to him, baby. Talk to him.
Every single person that I fought. Hey,
Talk to him.
and Nate Diaz leaving this arena. Because I know you don't want that shit.
Who do you want?
Fight me. think you're the top? Creme de la creme right here. I'm coming for you.
That's not bad.
Trailer.
That's not bad.
20 out of 10. No, 20 out of 10.
20 out of 10. That's not bad at all. The poster, by the way, usually when you have these sort of non-entity fights, right, like that aren't a part of a big promotion, the poster, like the lighting is a little bit off, or the colors are a little bit off, and the trailer looks a little bit, a little bit off. So far between the poster and the trailer, not bad. This is how, by the way, this is how you announce a fight. I'm actually shocked this didn't come out beforehand. Yes, go ahead.
Let me ask you a genuine question, and I'm trying to frame things up. I'm trying to continue to make reference points here. Outside of Conor McGregor, who would you want to see Nate Diaz fight?
No, I'm down. What are you talking about?
I'm saying though,
are you asking me this question?
I'm just throwing it out there in general. This is the fight. This was the fight, and we're getting it. That's exciting.
He left the UFC. Remember?
Yeah,
you're right. You're 100% right. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Just shy of Conor McGregor versus Nate Diaz. I'd also watch Conor McGregor versus Jake Paul. But shy of those two options, anything else, I'll put it this way. Anything else would have felt like a letdown, to be honest. Even Logan. I was fine with it, but it would have felt like a letdown. This is the right play for Nate Diaz. This is the right play for Jake Paul, and we're getting it. And I'm very excited about it.
Just to provide some clarity here on the Liam Payne situation, Sick Boy MMA, Banana Flats MMA chimes in. He says, Tommy and Liam are taking part in an annual event called Soccer Aid that happens in the UK every summer. The poster was made to dupe people into believing Tommy would fight a guy from a boy band. So shout out to Banana Flats MMA. Sounds like a reputable source.
I was going to say all that. I had all that info, but I just wasn't 100% sure. I didn't confirm it with three sources. I had two sources, not three.
Okay.
Yes.
So the fight's going to be in Dallas,
what do you want to say?
Right?
Are we going, Frank?
Yes, Dallas, Texas, August 5th.
Are
we going, Rick? Rick's a 20 out of 10.
Refs and the judges may also be from Texas.
Oh, yes. You know what? I thought of that.
And I'm
you
just
know
going
what? This is a real insider take on your part.
Yeah, Paul and Fury fight.
Nice.
Refs and judges. That's all, Frankie.
Ref.
Oh yeah, the ref in the. There's a lot of splitting up in the last one.
Just saying.
I'm sure we're gonna get some.
Look, Jake Paul fights Nate Diaz. Tommy Fury is in a charity, whatever he's in with Liam Payne. Things are right in the world. This is where things are supposed to be.
I'm sure some local boxing, referee is going to get his big chance on the big stage to shine, because that's how Texas likes to do. Is we've got a guy who's teaching kids how to throw hooks at the local YMCA. Let's give him a chance. He's been a good soldier for us over the years. I know. Hopefully, it's legit people, and maybe the MVP belt is on the line. Jokes aside, can I just say, remember when? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can you even tell the difference with how bad boxing judging and refereeing can be at times? I don't know if you'd even be able to tell the difference, to be honest. But yes, go ahead.
Do you remember when Jake came out? I don't know if was it before the Askren fight? It was definitely before the Askren. I don't even know if the Askren fight was made at that point, but he had the video where he's sitting outside his house in his car and he's smoking this big fat cigar. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he was talking about Conor, and he was talking about Nate. Yeah. He was talking about Dana and all that stuff, and all that felt so far-fetched. The fact that he actually got the Nate fight, can we just take a step back and appreciate what had to happen for this to happen, for this to be made? Nate getting out of his contract with a win, coming out smelling like roses following all of that, and then the UFC choosing not to hold on to their matching rights for as long as they could have, because I do think that they let him go here. And then, Jake's still boxing and still being somewhat of a draw and relevant and all that stuff. So much had to happen for this to be a thing. And I think most of us thought there's no chance in hell that this happens when he was first talking about the Diaz brothers and mocking them and all this stuff. The fact that, when I looked at the poster, I was like, this looks like a Photoshop. This looks like a kid made this on the internet, on Reddit or something like that. It is pretty crazy. I'm excited for the press conference. I'm excited for like the fight week, and I think the fight will be fun. I maintain that there's a hell of a lot of pressure on Nate. A, because he's been talking about boxing for a long time. B, because he's the real fighter, right? This is Real Fight Inc. going up against the Disney YouTube kid. And I love all those storylines. I love all of that. I love all of that pressure. I think it's a fun thing to talk about. Summertime, Texas. I don't think the UFC has a big show on that day unless they decide to pull the old, affliction card and make a big show on that day. I think they're in the clear. I think it's just a fight night on that day. So this will be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Same.
I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, you talking about how unbelievable it is. Like a year ago, Jake Paul dropped that Dana White diss track. Nate was still in his contract. Like just a year ago, it seemed far fetched. Now it's actually contract signed. It's crazy. I can't believe we're looking at the poster for it.
Any good tweets about this? I'm trying to see. There was another big fight that was announced today. Brandon Moreno against Alexandre Pantoja 3. That's on July 8th. UFC 290. So it looks like they're going with the Mexican angle for that one, right? With Yair Rodriguez fighting Alex Volkanovski. Do we get Izzy on that card too, is what I wonder. Does he make a quick turnaround and fight on that card too? Shades of Volkanovski, who fought in early April last year and came back July 8th or whatever it was, July 5th, 4th, 3rd, whatever that was. I do hear that he wants to come back relatively quickly. Well, that's the big question. Is it against? To me, there's three options. There's Alex Pereira 3, Dricus Du Plessis, and then somewhat of a long shot, Sean Strickland.
Okay.
I'm down for the first two, not so much the second or the third. Sorry.
Yeah, the Strickland one is the least
intriguing.
Yeah.
But we could talk more about all of this. So there you have it. August 5th, Nathan Diaz, Jake Paul, pro boxing bout, 185 pounds. It's official. It's going down. DAZN pay-per-view, Dallas, Texas. What else can I tell you? 10-ounce gloves, 20 by 20 ring. It's an actual real thing, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of great content coming out. Time now, though, for our favorite segment of the week. And, of course, it is sponsored by our good friends over at Squarespace. We love Squarespace. How about our good friends over at Squarespace who continue to be by our side? Today's On the Nose segment is presented by Squarespace.com, the all-in-one platform for growing your business online. Yeah.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yes. Oh, how I miss my studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived
looks
to
so
hear
nice.
from the man himself, Ariel Helwani.
How are we sounding, Frank?
From the Fox Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose.
The problem with you, Frank, is you always say it in a very sort of facetious tone. So I never know if you're actually being...
Here he is,
wonderfully. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. Thank you very much to Mike Heck. New York Rick will tell me the truth. How are we looking? How are we sounding?
$1 million.
I don't feel like you guys are being honest. Anyway, let's go to the questions here. I'm a nervous Nelly. Okay, I just want everything to be okay. Yeah, I want to be back as well. Alex Weber says, in the past, we've heard champions, after losing, calling it a quote-unquote relief. They say they enjoy not having the pressure of being champion anymore. Most recently, we saw this with Kamaru Usman. I always dismissed this as a coping mechanism and found it hard to believe that someone like Kamaru Usman, who became overly ostentatious as champ and spoke of being double champ and fighting Canelo, genuinely preferred no longer having the belt. Unless I missed it, Izzy did not come out and say that he felt this relief. You're 100% true. I never heard him say that. He didn't make excuses or try to pretend he was better off after losing. I feel like this is crucial to the difference in mindset that Israel showed over the last 5 months and set him up to win on Saturday. It's a great point. We also hear it when a fighter loses their O and is no longer undefeated. Do you buy into it when fighters speak of this relief, or do you think it's a coping mechanism of sort? I think it's both, to be honest. I think it's a little bit of A and B. I did believe it when Demetrius Johnson said it. I believe it when Anderson said it. Didn't necessarily believe it, if I'm being honest, when Kamaru Usman said it. So I think it's a little bit of both. But you're 100% right. Izzy never said it. Izzy never said it. Never even hinted at it. Remember, he came in studio and he was like, yeah, I'll be back and I'm going to fight him and I'm going to beat him. And I'm going to fight him 9 more times. I do wonder. I did ask Alex's team if they're gonna run it back, and no official word just yet. So let's see. Zach M. Hey Ariel, with the huge fight at featherweight approaching this weekend. Oh yeah, Arnold Allen against Max Holloway. I mean, I'm a 15 out of 10 for that one. Incredible. What is your outlook on the future for both men? I think it goes without saying this would be the most important victory of Arnold Allen's career, and barring any crazy circumstances, he would in all likelihood be in line for the next title shot. On the flip side, it doesn't seem like a win does much for Max at featherweight at this point. With a decisive victory, however, do you think he could set himself up for a top contender fight at lightweight? Helwani 10-7 Zach. I think if Arnold wins, he's got to fight the winner of Volkanovski in a year. That's going down this summer, so the timing isn't too far off. I think Max Holloway's in a position right now where, you know, he's just taking big fights, and he continues to hint at 155. I don't know if that's in his best interest, but I think he's just taking big fights and honestly just getting paid. As long as Volkanovski is champion, he's not getting a third crack, and, you know, getting paid is getting paid. So God bless. But yes, a lot at stake here for Arnold Allen. Big time fight, gigantic fight. I mean, this is it. This is everything he's been working towards. Can't wait. Bonjour, mon ami Ariel. Une petite remarque et une petite question. This means a little remark, a little question. I find it very hypocritical that you, GC, and Rick are enjoying / praising the way Izzy celebrated his win in front of Pereira's son. You are the guys who say all the time that kids, wives, and families shouldn't be involved in these kinds of things. I know Pereira's son did something similar years ago, and I hope that Pereira did correct his son for his actions, but it is a kid. Kids do stupid things. Izzy should have been above that Saturday and not take revenge on a kid when his father lays unconscious on the floor. Now the question. Okay, wait, let's stop there. What do you guys make of this comment here? This is from Claudie Fauquin. He says that we are being hypocritical. I mean, I can understand to a degree where he's coming from. This does feel a little bit different considering the fact that, okay, and let me just finish the thought here. Like, the kid did it first, right? He's not going out there and targeting the kid. The kid did mock him as he was in the ring, you know, shaking off the cobwebs after he got knocked out. And since then, I do believe we've seen Alex talk about that video and show it. I think there was like in the countdown or embedded. Like I saw a clip of him showing it and talking about that. So it doesn't feel like he was embarrassed by it. With the kid, yes. It doesn't feel like he was embarrassed or upset about it. You know, it feels a little bit different than saying like
Alex has talked
your
about
wife is ugly.
He understands. Like, if Alex is not that upset about it, then why are these people? Like, this is a hyper violent sport that like things will happen in and trash talk happens in all the time. This is just trash talk. It was a petty move. Adesanya has admitted to that much. He's petty, and that's what it was. I think people are taking this too seriously.
What are we concerned about exactly?
Yeah, like that, what's going to happen to the kid?
Like, what is the concern exactly?
Well, no. Here's the thing. The thing is, fuck them kids, right?
Jordan,
he is saying that we are being hypocritical because we have talked about how there's certain lines, right? Like you can't cross the kids line, the family line. Yeah, no, I have.
I'm good with it.
So
bring the kids in.
I feel like I'm kind of with Rick. I don't remember like preaching that often.
Wait, so it's just me. Maybe it's just me at fault here. And I don't know if I preached it. I just feel like
I think
when Connor talks about Khabib's wife, I feel uncomfortable. I feel like it's completely unnecessary. When he talks about his dad, I think it's unnecessary as well. When other people talk about religion, why? Like, I just think like when
these are false equivalencies.
The family comes up, I feel uncomfortable. And
that's fine. And I think it's okay for you to say, I don't like that, but I was okay with it in this instance, right? Not everything has to be a black and white rule. Not everything has to be some kind of, bright red line that can never be smudged. Everything is an individual case-by-case basis. In this particular instance, the kid walked into the ring at Israel Adesanya's lowest moment, mocked him. He was young. He didn't know any better. And by the way, I didn't have a problem with the kid doing that at the time either. I didn't have a problem with it. Like, he's a kid. He doesn't know better. He did that. Israel Adesanya, years later, gets his revenge, points to the kid, does the thing, and it's over. And they moved on. Alex Pereira's moved on. The kids moved on. This is not some, like, traumatic experience.
Yes. I also don't think the kid looks back on it and was like, oh, I was just a dumb kid. I don't think he regrets doing it at all. I think he would probably do it again if he had the opportunity to. And I'm okay with people having an issue with it. I don't, though.
Yeah.
Like, and y'all are not going to change my opinion on it. I don't have it. Like, he also just stood over the unconscious dude and shot arrows into his body after knocking him out. Like, it wasn't like he was just like he bowed to him and was like, oh, great fight. And then he went and did that. Like, he also taunted Alex, too.
He didn't walk to the back and like chastise the kid. Hey, remember that time you did like
exactly
taking it too seriously. Taking it too
seriously.
seriously.
Or doing
This is very Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark at the Final Four-esque. Like, it's just like it's being taken too seriously.
But to get back to the point,
I agree.
Like, these are completely false equivalencies. Because one person did one thing doesn't mean that the other person doing something has to be treated the same way. That's just not reality.
I agree 100%. And if Alex would have one time said, I didn't like this, I got mad at him, I reprimanded him, or shown it on camera or posted about it, then yes, it felt like, all right, he can't, he can't control what the kid is doing in the moment, but afterwards, he didn't do that, right? Am I wrong?
Alex posted it.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Alex, yes. If he would have said, I was embarrassed by this, I was mad at him.
If he was ashamed by it and pushed it away, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, this was the talk of the town on Twitter on Sunday. It's okay if you didn't like it, if you have an issue with it. I did not. You're not going to change my opinion on it either.
Feel free to have an issue with it. Nobody's telling you not to. Be my guest. I didn't.
Now the question. Does the broadcast get some kind of directives from UFC before the fights? Joe Rogan was talking a lot of BS, not acknowledging Paris 3 wins after the KO. Izzy closed the show. Felt like they're already doing their best to not promote the trilogy fight. Not really. I mean, there's sometimes where they get like a question in their ear, but I don't know. I don't. Why would the UFC try to move away from that fight? Why would the UFC not want to do that fight? That's the biggest fight possible for Izzy at 185 right now. And for Alex, right? So, he's allowed to have his own opinions. And when they do that little like post-fight wrap-up thing, which I don't usually listen to because I'm doing my own post-show, I think they might be guided saying like, oh, we might be going this, but the producers that are in their ears, they're not the matchmakers. So maybe it's a Colby situation like, oh, don't forget he weighed in and Dana White said this, like they'll be guided in that direction, but they're not being told like, hey, we're working on this, you should go in this direction. Never heard anything like that happen. Homer the Prophet says, agree or disagree? If and when Alex and Izzy fight again, it should be for the light heavyweight championship. Alex is light heavyweight champ with Izzy moving up for another shot at double champ. Disagree. I don't really care to see Izzy at 205. No interest. We saw it. Didn't work out. He's graded at 85. No interest. You guys agree or disagree?
Same. Not interested in Izzy. Much more interested in Alex at 205.
I want to see Alex go to 205.
In Izzy at 205.
Agree. MMA Anomaly. Hello, Ariel. This is Olin, a.k.a. MMA Anomaly here. Longtime fan. Hope your week is going well. With all the rematches, trilogies, and even quadrilogies that we've seen recently, my question is this. By the way, did you notice that Connor tweeted quadrilogy on Saturday? Thought that was a bit of a nod to us.
Yeah, I think so.
Are you burnt out on rematches? Yeah. Or if it makes sense, example, Max Holloway with a win this weekend could possibly get another rematch. No, I do not want to see Max versus Volk 4. No chance. I mean, like the last one was enough for me. And I don't know how anyone would feel otherwise. Do we keep giving these fighters shot after shot at the same person? No, I don't want to see that. And I don't know how you sell like a Whitaker versus Izzy at this point. So no, I'm not burnt out on rematches. I can't put that like massive label on things, but there is a part of me that feels like, let's just make the biggest fights. And if the biggest fights are rematch, if the biggest fights are trilogies, if they make the most sense, because I'm sure there's I don't even know if the biggest fight honestly is Volk versus Max at this point because the last one was so one-sided. I don't care. I don't hate rematches or trilogies at all. I just want the fights that make the most sense. So there's no like blanket statement on all of this. Side question for GC, what type of information stands out to you the most when doing your research for parlays/picks? Thanks again for all that you do. Always look forward to UGC and your Creek on Mondays and Wednesdays. What do you say, GC?
Information, like if we're going on stats, I would really only use that for over-unders and like fight doesn't go to a decision. Like the money lines, it's all just in watching the fight itself. Maybe like if there's a way that one fighter loses, the other guy wins, something like that. But typically, it's just watching the tape. Old fights, seeing how they fight, how they match up.
Yeah, the footage. Ayu Bo1 Ariel. Since 2020, 10 fighters have weighed in as backups for UFC title fights. Out of the 10, only 4 fighters have gotten title shots after weighing in as a backup. Them being Glover Teixeira, Gary Prochaska, Alex Volkanovski, and now Colby Covington potentially. On the other hand, Alexandre Pantoja has weighed in as a backup in 2 different occasions, and there seems to be no confirmation from Dana that he will get a title shot, although this came in yesterday. He is now getting the title shot, we found out earlier today. My argument is Chael's point of being the backup is a favorable position for a fighter isn't statistically true. You have to be the backup and have favor from the promotion to get a shot. Yeah, I said it with Pavlovich. Now, we've also seen situations where Anthony Smith was a backup, missed weight. Moicano, backup, missed weight. And so in those cases, you kind of get, cut out of the equation, so to speak, and that sucks. You do probably get paid. I know a couple of them got paid. But yes, it's more Dana than Chael. Dana is the one saying, oh, he weighed in as the backup. He's the guy. Of course. He did what he had to do. Doesn't really work that way. At least not for everyone else. And thank you to Manji for letting us know that officially only 4 fighters out of the last 10 have gone title shots after weighing as a backup. Jack Walter, why is there problems with Jones versus Miocic for International Fight Week? No problems. They just haven't talked about it for whatever reason. I don't know why that is, but there's really been no talk about it whatsoever. And now they've got 2 title fights. I do wonder about Izzy. He's the only other one. Do they want to turn him around relatively quickly? But it doesn't seem like the Jones one is going to happen. Doom and Gooner. Is it fair to say, and when I say not going to happen for July, could happen for August, September, etc. But for July 8th, doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least as of right this second. That could change in an hour, but as of right this second, there's been no talk. Doom and Gooner. Is it fair to say that Dana's unsettled by the WWE acquisition? He's now decided the freaking schmo isn't asking satisfactory questions and discarded him as a bad journalist. He may be right in this case, though. I did notice, and I wanted to ask you guys this. Dana's behavior over the last week or so, somewhat reminiscent, to be honest, of when Endeavor bought the UFC. And if you remember when Endeavor bought the UFC, he was dismissive of the deal. It's like, oh, we're going to do our thing, and they're going to help out a little bit, but like we're a well-oiled machine. Go back to those interviews from July of 2016. It was a lot of that talk. And this week I found, or the past week or so, 10 days since this Endeavor WWE UFC thing was announced, his comments I think have been very interesting. And if I'm WWE, I'm actually a little bit annoyed by the comments because everything has been like, this is going to help them. They need to work on a few things. Endeavor's going to help them. We're great over here. Even the initial statement made it seem like UFC was buying WWE. If you go back to the initial statement that was put out by him, he was like, we've been doing so great, and this is just another indication that we're doing so great. UFC buying WWE. That's the way it read to me. And even when he's asked about it, and I get it, to a degree, he has to try to distance himself from the quote-unquote scripted stuff, the fake stuff, if you will. But I haven't seen many compliments like, man, Vince is a legend. He's, a genius. We can learn some things because on the pecking order, it's Ari, then Vince, then him and Nick Khan of WWE, the president of WWE. So, Ari and Vince are actually above Dana in this new company that's being spun off from Endeavor. Haven't seen any, complimentary quotes, statements, or anything like that. Nothing about Nick. I haven't heard anything about Nick. I've heard only like, oh, Endeavor's going to help them and this is going to be great for them, and nothing about them going out on their own, which I'm curious about. With WWE and UFC, we know a lot more about the ins and outs of WWE because they are or were a public entity unto themselves. UFC wasn't. They were part of the big Endeavor pot. Now it's just going to be WWE and UFC. I think the ticker symbol is going to be TKO, last I heard, but they haven't come out with the official parent company name for them. I wonder if that is going to open us up to more information about their business dealings, which could be very, very interesting. But have either of you guys, I don't know if you paid attention to any of this, noticed Dana? And I know the question was somewhat, I don't know. Dana was annoyed by the question. I think he was more annoyed about the honestly the Holland and Masvidal situation, and was just kind of taking it out on everyone else. But it does seem to me like he is trying very hard to steer away from all this talk and not give them any props, not give them any credit. I definitely noticed this. Am I the only one? Rick, did you notice this?
I definitely noticed it, but I think it's logical to a certain degree, right? Like, I think, associations with WWE are always going to be fraught, right? He's producing a real fight product. There's already been this kind of conversation around gambling and legitimacy of fight outcomes, and there's always the judging part of it. So I think the idea to like distance from WWE is probably like a smart one, and it's being presented as like, well, now what's going to happen in the crossover between WWE and UFC, and they're trying to not like feed that narrative and continue to push it forward. But there's also the politics of it. There's also the new executives. There's a new board. There's a new pecking order, and all these things that are now a part of life as this future joint company, but also within Endeavor's infrastructure, as they have WWE and UFC under the umbrella. And I imagine if you're Dana White, you had your thing, and it's been running great, and Endeavor's been allowing you to kind of operate it in the way that you're going to operate it. If that continues, I think everything will be pretty smooth. But if all of a sudden there's influence that starts coming from the Endeavor side or from other decision makers that are higher in the pecking order, yeah, that could probably make me a little upset and probably get me grumpy. So I think it's kind of this like thing where nobody's been very clear, not just at Dana White's level, but even above that, in terms of here's the new structure of the company, here's how things are going to operate, and don't have to worry about these things. Ari has made some comments. Vince went on I believe it was CNBC, and made some comments, and there's been like some overtures toward that, but it's not 100% clear. And I think Dana White is reacting to that uncertainty, but also like the uncertainty of like what is the future of this and how does it interact. And I don't think he has those answers. So yeah. I don't know.
I just think he doesn't like to be grouped with others. I think he likes to be somewhat of a lone wolf and doesn't want to answer to others. And it seems like he's trying to be it seems like he's trying to separate himself from this whole thing, when in reality he can't. Like, they're under the same umbrella, or they're about to be whenever this thing gets finalized. And I definitely like, from that first quote, it definitely felt like he was trying to position it as UFC was buying WWE, and yeah, and I was like, what is going on here?
Because it was UFC and Endeavor, and UFC is the engine behind all of this success for Endeavor. And then it's like, well, the Endeavor part is now purchasing WWE to combine it with UFC. I understand where some of the tension and the frustration and other things are. And it doesn't help when, at a press conference, it's like, who's going to hit who with a steel chair? Like, I mean, I get why you'd not want that question asked, right? Like, I understand that.
Well, that was actually the thing that I was going to say in Dana's defense. Some of those questions are fucking stupid. And what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing?
And it's not even from the perspective of like WWE is not cool, or like it's strictly from a perspective of even thinking like we are under intense scrutiny because of this gambling situation, and the authenticity and veracity and legitimacy of the product is not just crucial, essential to this business to run. And now it's like talking about like steel chairs and storylines like that. I understand why you'd want to just shut that down immediately and move to the fight talk. Whereas Kevin Holland versus Ori Masvidal, that I don't get. that's part of your business. That's part of the fight promotion business. But like the intersection of the
and then also, by the way,
stuff.
Painting that as the media trying to quote unquote instigate was ridiculous. This thing happened first. The media was asking about something that happened 24 hours prior. So how is it the media's fault? That was ridiculous. And of course you have to ask that question. They're sitting right next to each other. What are you talking about?
We've never shied away from the like these guys are beefing but they're not fighting each other thing. That's always been a thing. So I don't get.
Some of the best moments in these press conferences have been between guys who are quote unquote beefing and not fighting, right? Jeremy Stevens and Connor and Donald Cerrone. By the way, I've noticed that I've said quote unquote a lot on today's episode. Please slap me if I say it one more time, okay?
Quote unquote.
It's completely out of sorts here. I am hyped, by the way. Congrats to the Atlanta Hawks on the big win yesterday.
Yes, thank
GC.
you. I was pretty excited. I mean, just dusted the
No
heat.
jersey today?
Easy work.
Nothing?
It's at the dry cleaners. I obviously wore it last night when I watched the game.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Once we move to the second round and we get out of the Knicks or the Cavs, that's when I'll start donning it for each
he's
game.
calling the shot. Okay.
All right.
I like it.
Here's Marcelo. What is the full story, Hiowani, behind the Monster Energy sponsorship and the issues that some of the fighters have with it? Over time, I've noticed, that some of the fighters play into the antics like holding the cans and pretending to drink them, but then others will hide the cans under the table or go as far as Izzy did and give the canvas logo the double bird. I did not notice that. Thank you, and go Jays. I mean, it's, yes, go Jays. Big home opener yesterday. I think it's pretty simple. The ones who are sponsored by Monster, who have their own deals with Monster, you could tell they're holding it when they're being announced as the winner. They're pretending to drink it even though it's clearly empty. They're okay with it being on the desk when they do the press conference. And then the other ones who have deals with other energy drinks, sports drinks, whatever, don't want it next to them when photos are being taken or videos are being taken. And that's simply it. It's not like they're upset with Monster. They just don't want to give them that sort of rub, that shine, if they're not being sponsored by them. There are certain fighters that are specifically sponsored by Monster. The ones that are holding the Monster cans in the cage as their hand is being raised, those are the ones that are getting paid by Monster.
Speaking of the deaths,
Michael, hello. Yes.
So did you notice on Saturday that there was like a giant knife in front of Joe Rogan, like a Bowie knife?
I did
brought
not.
this up on the watch party. It's very concerning.
Yeah, is that a typical thing? Does he just rock the knife?
I don't know. What was it? It was in front of him?
I mean, it was closed up.
What was
it looked like a pocket knife, or like a switchblade or something. Like it was a large knife. We just noticed it when they went to him. But yeah, I was just wondering if Joe Rogan always did that.
No. Was this the thing that people were talking about?
I mean, we noticed it.
It was a hot topic for the watch party.
Yeah, I mean, it goes off the Monster thing. Rogan was crushing a coffee and a Monster Energy. We've actually always wondered on
really
the
at the same time.
I mean, they were right next to each other. They were both open too. We've always wondered on the watch party as well. Like, do you have to meet certain requirements to get the Monster on your shorts? And then obviously you always hold the can when they're making the announcements as well. Is that just like you just get sponsored by them? Like you're just one of the lucky few, or like you have to reach like a threshold? Like Raul Rosas had the Monster.
That's pretty much
logo.
it. No. Yeah. You're just one of the lucky few. Like there was a time where Sage Northcutt and Paige Van Zandt had the special Reebok sponsorship. It's just who they determine are people that they want to push and give these perks to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
it's a great system. I think.
Back to the question,
fair.
like Izzy did like go to the Monster logo, like acted like he was like putting like a huge cross on it, and then like hit it with the double bird after the fight.
Oh, well, does he have his own drink sponsor?
Drink.
Yeah, he used to be with Killcliff. Did the Tequila Kiwi like custom drink? I don't know who he's with now.
Fuck. Who pays attention to all this stuff? Not me.
Izzy has a history with Monster.
Izzy, but like who's which drink is sponsoring Izzy? Like fucking shoot me in the head.
Us. I had a Tequila Kiwi this morning. We have some in the studio.
Connor is the #1 merch/sponsorship guy in the business. Like he knows all of them.
We're just trying to keep up here.
And I respect it. Don't downplay the value and importance of that.
Just ask him those questions, not me. You know, I got nothing for you. Michael, Hello, Ariel. With Jorge retiring this past weekend, I have to ask, did the UFC drop the ball on never making Conor versus Jorge at 170 when the iron was hot on Jorge? Even after the Usman losses, it still would have been huge business for the UFC. A fan-friendly stylistic matchup where both guys would have talked a lot of trash to each other. In my opinion, Conor wins, but still would love to see it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's revisionist history to say they never tried. I think it was there. They were floating around each other, but, there was the Poirier fight. Then he gets injured and pandemic. The stars never aligned. He's fighting for the belt. The stars really just never aligned on this one. Could it have been fun? Remember, he showed up at the Cerrone fight, but then they ran into the pandemic, and then Conor didn't fight, and then he comes back to fight Dustin Poirier, and then the Poirier third fight that he wanted so badly. So would have been fun, but the stars really just never aligned. Big money. Hi, Ariel. As discussed previously, many of us seasoned, age 30 plus, East Coast fans are finding it harder and harder to stay awake past 10 p.m. these days. Shout out to the foreign fans who have it even worse. Amen. I'm now drinking extra coffee, Red Bull, shadowboxing in the living room to try to make it through one of these late night cards. Amen, brother. You don't have to do a show afterwards. None of these methods have been victorious against the classic. I'm just going to get a little more comfortable routine, which usually involves reclining and or laying down. Don't do it. Death wish. I'm sad to say that it happened again this past Saturday at the worst moment. I adjusted my position on the couch as Izzy walked down. Next thing you know, I'm waking up to a recap discussion. Oh, no. I quickly turned it off, went to bed, and watched in the morning. The damage had been done, though. What do you and the gang think is the best method to combat this? Is there a certain angle, maybe 45 degrees, of the head/shoulders when considering reclining that should be avoided at all costs? An uncomfortable chair that makes sleeping impossible, a loud alarm, a midday nap, 2 Red Bulls? We need answers. Can I tell you what I like to do, guys?
Please.
This is what I like to do. During the 8 o'clock prelim slot, I like to work out. So that is going to add a lot of time. I'm going to sweat. I'm going to have to take a shower in between the many, commercial breaks and all that. So then by the time I get to 10 p.m., I'm pretty fresh. Then what I do is usually have a coffee. Then what I do is watch the pay-per-view on my laptop in like a desk chair. There's no chance I'm falling asleep in that position. And that usually powers me through. If I watch on the couch, if I'm sitting on the couch, if I'm watching on a TV, I'm lying down, I'm fucked. I'm not making it. I'm falling asleep by 10:15, if not 9:30.
First and foremost.
So that's been my routine. That helps a lot.
I feel like we have to address that he was like complaining about having to stay up late. He's like, man, I have to stay up late. And you were like, well, you don't have to do a show, so you should feel better about it. When earlier in the episode, you were like, isn't it the worst when you're complaining about something and someone like one-ups you on it? Oh, I've had a bad morning.
Get him.
Feels like you did him dirty.
Oh, that's not the same at all.
Feels like you did him dirty there. Feels like you did him dirty.
Wow. I'm very vulnerable right now, guys. Okay, I don't need the extra shots. All right. How's the audio and video, by the way?
Great.
Can I get a status update?
It's still good.
It's
still good.
Go ahead.
No, Conor. What are your like habits, routines, anything that like keeps you good for those nights?
If we're talking like a UFC pay-per-view, I mean, normally just being around a lot of people. I can't remember the last pay-per-view that I watched by myself, like even prior to doing these watch parties. If you can't do that, bed is a death sentence for you staying awake. You will fall asleep. I tried to do it the other week with WrestleMania on Sunday night. I tried to get in the bed before Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns woke up at 6 a.m. to y'all's text about how crazy the match was. Can't lay down. Love the shadow boxing idea. I mean, get in a little cardio, like you said, with the working out, start throwing them out, working on the form and everything. Stay moving, coffee, food, stuff to look forward to. Keep the lights on. It's not the best mood, but keep the lights on. I don't really struggle too much with it, in all honesty.
Yeah,
I struggle big time.
I'm in a little bit of a different boat because I'm always working these, right? So like I have to be locked in. I don't really have a choice. It's not like a passive situation. I'm not distracted. I'm literally watching it, and I have to admit some of my enjoyment is kind of like compromised in that scenario because I am thinking of things as they're happening as like content. I'm like, okay, so this moment happened. Now what's my play for how I do this and do this? But my brain is always kind of active, and I'm not really at very high risk of losing it or missing something because I have to not. Like that's how it is. So the more you can keep your brain engaged, the more you're invested in it and have to pay attention, the stronger your resolve will be. But you know what? Sometimes you miss it, and sometimes you wake up and watch it. It's okay. We've all been there.
It is okay. I mean, there's yes. I was there. The worst is like you buy the paper. It's one thing if it's a free card, but you buy the pay-per-view and you miss the whole damn thing, and now you feel like a real loser. The worst feeling. Tanner, first time here. I find this appropriate since you have a basketball podcast. My interest in the NBA is at an all-time low, and I feel like the product itself needs a massive overhaul. My thought is to make the rules more favorable to defense, like allowing hand checking, allowing defensive 3 seconds, shortening the shot clock. Do you agree the product needs to be fixed? And if so, what would you do to fix it? Rick and GC can chime in as well. I feel like GC leans my way with his recent interest, or lack thereof, in the Hawks. Everything in life is cyclical. I think the NBA is just fine. I actually, you know what I'll say? I wasn't into the idea of the play-in tournament. I now love the play-in tournament. I think the play-in tournament has been great. The problem is, now that I've become such a big football fan, and that's European football, every game feels like it means something in the Premier League or any other league, right? Unless you're like in that middle slot and you're just kind of like, all right, you're not going to win, you're not going to make it to one of the Champions League or Europa League or whatever, and you're not going to get relegated. You're just trying to like survive, fine. But as a diehard Nottingham Forest fan, I could tell you, I'm on pins and needles for all these games. I mean, we got Man United on Sunday. I'm crapping me jocks because things aren't going very well right now. Then you've got, yesterday I was so hyped for Man City versus Bayern. We're going up against the Champions League this afternoon as well. Chelsea, Real Madrid, Napoli against AC Milan. Like I think the stakes in soccer are so much greater because you're either fighting for those tournaments and to win the league, or you're fighting to not get relegated. The problem with 82 games is that game 46 between the Bucks and the Celtics doesn't ultimately mean a lot. Play-in tournament means a lot, and I think that's why they're talking about this in-season tournament, because they want to raise the stakes. Play-in tournament feels like it means a lot, and then you get games between 7 and 8, 9 and 10. Loser of the 7 and 8 plays the winner of the 9 and 10. Like I like all this. It's given it a little bit of a oomph, and it is also shied teams away from tanking, which I think is very important as well. Tanking has been horrible. Like what the Mavericks did last week was horrible. They sat all their good players so that they can miss out on the playoffs and get a better draft pick. That's not good for the game. No one wants to see that. And you don't often see that type of stuff in soccer. So I think that all turns people off. I think the load management stuff has turned people off from basketball, have turned fans off from basketball. Like this wasn't a thing 15 years ago. But it's still a beautiful game. And when it's playoff time and we're about to get, 2+ months of playoffs now, nothing quite like it, if you ask me. Hot coffee. Hi, Ariel. What are your thoughts on there being no coaches in the contributors wing of the MMA Hall of Fame? Well, there's your first problem. It's a UFC Hall of Fame, not MMA Hall of Fame. Do you think it's an oversight that names such as Jackson, Whitman, Zahabi, Hooft remain absent? There seems to be a novel dilemma with MMA where not all coaches are former fighters. I look forward to hearing everyone's input. Love the show. Keep up the amazing work. This is, example 9,473 as to why there should be an MMA Hall of Fame, because then people like Greg Jackson and Mike Winklejohn and Henry Hooft and Faraz Zahabi, so many others would get inducted. This is the UFC Hall of Fame, so it's really people that are tied to them. I just hit my nose on the microphone. I don't know if you guys heard that. And they aren't UFC fighters, or they're not necessarily contributed. They're more independent of the whole machine. And so even if there was an MMA Hall of Fame, like I'd be okay with managers getting in, to be honest, like influential managers, business side people. That's never going to happen in the UFC Hall of Fame. So unfortunately, there's a big difference. Aaron, hey, Ariel, on Logan Paul's podcast, Ryan Garcia said that his fight versus Gervonta Davidson, specifically how well it does financially, will decide the future of boxing. Do you agree with the significance of this fight, and that if people get behind this pay-per-view, it will encourage more fighters to take harder fights and put their undefeated record on the line? Also, can we talk about Ariel's cold streak with name pronunciations? Am I on a cold streak right now? I mean, I had that Yasmin Yasidavicius little snafu, but I feel like I've overcome that. What else have I screwed up on recently? Anyone know?
Give any examples?
What about? Oh no, there was one that was tweeted at me, but you addressed it. It was Rosas versus Rojas.
Oh, did someone tweeted you that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was noted.
Did I say?
Yeah, someone did note that.
Yes. On the show, I asked you guys, was I calling him Rojas?
Yes.
And you guys said no. I was calling him Rosas.
I mean, Frank
I didn't
said
hear that.
Were you just trying to make me feel better?
Oh, he's saying only Frank said no.
Then you started making that weird guttural sound.
What's that?
Oh, you're rolling your R. Yeah, you're rolling your R. But yeah, that's the only thing that comes to mind, and only because somebody directly tweeted it to me. But let it be known. Obviously, you pay very particular attention to this, care about this a lot. Ask the fighters what it is and try to get it correct. So, I don't know. Is it a cold streak or is it just like
you interviewed Chael on
right?
Monday? What are we complaining about?
Yeah, I mean,
Chael called him Piera, Bahalal, Balahal. I don't know what he was calling him.
What was he calling?
Yeah.
Balahal? Yeah,
what was it? It was like Bahal.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Bahal or something.
Yeah. He still calls Valentina the bullet. Still calls her that.
I mean, you gotta. When
Can't
you
say
don't know how to
shit,
pronounce it.
What does he
and
say?
I'm not
Alex?
trying to shit on him. But Piera.
But he acknowledged that as
I
well,
don't know.
just like anybody would. You're good. Don't worry. You're doing all right.
All right, I appreciate it. Ryan Garcia versus Gervonta Davis isn't going to decide the future of boxing, but I do have to say it does feel like a really big fight, and it does feel like other people are watching the fight. And now it seems like maybe Spence and Crawford are flirting once again. Like I think that a lot of people are going to watch this and feel like I want to be a part of something like this. This feels big. This feels important. This feels fun. This feels different. And so the more this happens in boxing, hopefully there's a trickle down effect. As I've said time and again, boxing is in a great run right now. Got this fight coming up. We just had Plant and Benavidez. It's really the heavyweights that are kind of ruining everyone's fun. Even Katie was supposed to fight Amanda Serrano. I know she can't take that fight. She's like, all right, let me go up and try to make some more history here. Canelo's coming back. You've got Naoya Inoue fighting. Jake Paul is fighting Nathan Diaz. I mean, there's a lot to like. I don't know if it necessarily decides, but it's big. It feels important. I just watched the second episode of All Access. I'm enjoying it. I look forward to taking it all in. It's happening next weekend, amazingly. And you know what I love about it? It's like it feels like an old-fashioned grudge match. There's no belts attached or anything like that, but it's undefeated versus undefeated. It's two under 30-year-olds, two guys who don't like each other, very popular backgrounds. I mean, I've been talking about this one for a very long time, and I just love the fact that these two guys were saying, fuck everyone else, fuck all the executives, the networks, the promoters, the managers. We're going to make this happen. We're going to force everyone to get into the same room, get on the same page and make this happen. And they made it happen. And I believe that they both wanted to make it happen. And I think Ryan deserves a lot of credit because he's the younger guy and he could have shied away from this. And what was the thing that everyone said about Ryan? Oh, he's just a social media guy. Oh, he just cares about, padding his record. He's not a real boxer. He's the one that chased Gervonta Davis. Respect. Hello. I have this friend who drives me crazy with her bizarrely over-the-top reactions anytime she's presented with options. Just one example. We're out to lunch one day and she orders lemonade. The waiter asks her if she'd like regular lemonade or strawberry lemonade. The look of shock and indecisiveness on her face was ridiculous. She took a solid 2 minutes debating with herself out loud before finally answering with I'll just take water. Wow, that's a nightmare. It was like she was faced with Sophie's choice and couldn't choose between her two kids. This happens all the time, paper or plastic. If you're behind her in line, find another register. Window or aisle seat, that flight isn't taking off on time. My question is, outside of a full-blown intervention, how do I tell her she's a complete nutcase and needs to fix this ASAP? She's never maintained a relationship for more than a few weeks. Wonder why? I mean, I think if you're her friend and not dating her, I think you just need to tell her, this is a problem. You need to get it together. Make some decisions. Move on with your life.
Yes. Tell her. If you're really a friend, tell her. That's it. There's no other answer.
Yeah. If you're not trying to date her, then who cares? What's the big deal? She should be open to criticism like this. J-Bob, bonjour and hello, Ariel. Longtime lurker, first-time poster. We're coming up on the 5th anniversary of the last McCorkle and Mitrione Minute. Any chance of a special episode, Bapa? June 13th, Lewis tells me. And shout out to moderator Lewis for making this happen. As always, June 13th, marks 5 years. Yes, I think it was our last episode ever. New York Rick, I feel like you would be best to answer this. I don't know if the McCorkle and Mitrione Minute could survive in this landscape that we're living in. What do you think? I feel like it was a little too not PC.
I think it's a little too not PC, and the heart of what made it good back then, I think, would be removed if it was tried to be repackaged, rehandled. So yeah, you're gonna have to look for other sources there. I know, McCorkle's big on Reddit. You can find him tweeting. You can find him posting about things on Reddit, and get him there. So yeah, he's active in certain Reddit communities. He knows what he's doing, McCorkle.
Okay. I did not know that, but yes, GC, you have no idea what we're talking about, right?
I have an idea because you've told me about it before, but I've never seen one before now.
Yeah. I mean, I think we would get kicked out of here.
Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down right now.
I enjoyed it, maybe on the personal YouTube channel, they can have their own show, but I don't know if it can work here.
All the upheaval about Izzy's taunt, like that would be child's play compared to
my God.
So what kind of backlash would potentially be
yes.
there?
We closed the chapter on that on the final episode before we went to ESPN. Back now, the landscape has changed. Let's just put it that way. All right. Thank you very much to Squarespace. Couple questions left. I'll get to them on the back end. Have no fear. For now, though, let's get into the interviews. And let's talk first off to the man who'll be making his much anticipated PFL debut this Friday. That's April 14th in Las Vegas against the reigning defending PFL lightweight champion, Oliveira Aubin-Mercier, who hails from Montreal, who won the tournament in a fantastic story back in November of last year. He now faces Shane Burgos, who was their big free agent signing back in August, moving up from 145 to 155 to make his debut against OAM. This is big time stuff. It goes down on Friday on ESPN Plus. We're talking to Shane Burgos right now from Las Vegas. Hello, Shane. How are you?
I'm good, man. That was a great breakdown right there. Killed it.
Well, that was it. That was the whole story right there. Thank you for joining us as always. And I appreciate you doing this just a couple of days before the fight. A lot to get to here. First off, why are you fighting at 55 and not 45?
So right off the bat, obviously my last fight was supposed to be against Moraes at 45. And the last couple fights at 45, my body's just been breaking down. Like the last couple of weeks of training camp has just been all about making weight in the scale, not remotely about performance. And I was thinking, I'm like, to be able to do 45 back to back 4 times in 8 months is going to be detrimental to my performance. I think it's time for me to make the move 55, especially having to fight that frequently. So honestly, I'm all my training's done into that. It's been the best decision I've made. This is the best fight week I've ever had, the best I've ever felt going into a fight, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. It's the best I've ever felt.
Wow. So weigh-ins are tomorrow. Could I ask how much do you currently weigh?
I don't want to get into numbers, but man, it's going to be one of the smoothest weight cuts I've ever had. No, it's going to be 100%. Come on, nutrition's over here. It's going to be the smoothest weight cut I've ever had.
I can imagine. Probably a part of you is wondering, like, or saying to yourself, like, I wish I did this a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, maybe not a couple of years ago, but maybe a couple of fights ago for sure. But everything happens for a reason. It's led me here. Hindsight's 2020.
Right. All right. So, okay, that's out of the way. Now they go off the bat, which I kind of love as a fan, but I was a bit surprised that they wouldn't build up to it. You versus Olivier right off the bat. Were you surprised when that was the fight that was presented to you?
Yes, I had the same exact reaction as you. Very surprised that was right off the bat. And then when I sat back and I thought about it, I was like, this kind of does make sense. You got to like push the show right off the bat, start off hot. It's a huge fight. It's the biggest fight I could imagine, right? I'm getting the guy that won the entire season. He's the champ in my eyes, even though this title restarts. I'm looking at him as he's trying to defend his belt, and I'm trying to come in and take it. So going fresh,
okay,
like right off the bat is.
You like that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And so I like it as well. It took me some time. I was like, man, I thought maybe they'd give you a bit of I don't want to call it a tune-up fight. There are no real tune-up fights in this tournament, but maybe build up to it because you're such a big, signing for them. We were supposed to see you on that November card at Madison Square Garden against Moraes, as you said. What happened there? Why did you have to pull out?
the weight cut was just catching up to me when my body was breaking down. I got an injury. I kept pushing through in training, and then just kept getting progressively worse because I was at such a caloric deficit. My body couldn't recover. I was going through the training where I was beating my body down with the injury already, and it just made it worse. I couldn't grapple. I couldn't spar. I couldn't wrestle. I couldn't really do much. So I was just like, guys, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. So like I said, hindsight's 20/20, and I'm here at 55 now, and it's the best I ever felt.
Was that tough for you? Because I'm sure you wanted to make good on the big deal, right? Like you wanted to show up for them. You're in New York and all that stuff. Was that a hard call to make?
100%, man. It was like, it gutted me. But I literally couldn't do anything training wise. So I was like, what am I going to do? I'm just going to go and just show up to show up. I'm not that kind of guy. Like, yeah, I'll get paid good still, but no, I'm showing up for the paycheck, of course, but I'm showing up to win. It's win or die always when you get me fighting.
Mm-hmm. I know you've been to a couple of their events now. Had you ever been before signing with them?
No, the last one was my first one. I went to the finals in New York City, and I was blown away with the production. I thought it was fucking awesome.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I was wondering. Like, I'm sure you've now watched a few. They've had this is going to be their third of the new season. So far, so good. The first two events were pretty solid. What do you make now that you're like really, immersed in the PFL culture? What do you make of the show that they're putting on?
I loved it. I didn't know, especially this is my first fight week with them, so I didn't know how it was going to go, and it's been so smooth. The transition from the UFC rolling over to the PFL, it's been seamless. It's been really, really smooth. They take care of me. They treat me super well. Treat the other fighters well. Like, I have zero complaints. It's been a very smooth transition.
Perhaps even going further than that, I saw in one of their press releases, they called your fight on Friday the most anticipated debut in the history of the PFL. Now, they've signed some pretty big names over the last few years. Pettis, Rory, Kayla, the two-time Olympic gold medalist. That's what they labeled your fight as. Do you feel like they are treating you as a big-time star, perhaps even more so than the UFC was? The UFC, there's so many names there. You're fighting on cards, but here, like, they're pushing you big time here. Do you feel a difference in the love that you are receiving?
100%. It's night and day. Honestly, you can't compare what I was getting in the UFC to the push that I'm getting here. They're really getting behind me. They're really doing a good job marketing and branding me, and I feel like I'm getting paid what I'm worth now. It's just the decision was a no-brainer when I sat back and thought about it. I made like the pros and cons charts when there really was no cons. And now being here, going through the fight week and seeing the way they're treating me, the way they're marketing me and pushing me, yeah, this was meant to be.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I remember you came in studio to make this announcement, and you were all in, but there was a part of you that was still like digesting this news, right? Like you were happy, but I still felt like a little part of you was like, I don't want to call it sad, but you know what I mean? Like it was mixed emotions, right?
Yeah, 100% nailed it. Dude, I was like nervous going onto your show. I remember that. Yeah, I was literally nervous. My brother came with me. I remember he was there, and we didn't talk the entire car ride because I was like, am I making the right decision? I'm so nervous. I've been in the UFC for 6 years. I had almost my entire career was in the UFC. Most of my fights been in the UFC. So I was just like, I don't really know anything else now. I love being in the UFC, and I completely stepped out of my comfort zone. For the money and for everything I was going to get with it. But now being here and feeling it and seeing everything that I've gotten from them, and dude, I cannot be happier with the decision I made. Like, it's been, shout out to first round management, Maki and my boys Abe, Jose, putting just being in my ear, telling me like, are you a prize fighter or a UFC fighter? And the first time I fought up my contract, I'd say I was a UFC fighter. I was like, no, I like being in the UFC. I call myself a UFC fighter. Now I have 2 daughters, another daughter on the way. I'm a prize fighter, man. I got to make this worth it in the long run. It has to be worth it for my family and that financial security that I'm getting from the PFL. And then like the stuff on top of that, like I have sponsors now that are paying, and I have the commentary that I'll be able to do in the future. Like I cannot be happier with the decision. PFL, I'm riding with you guys.
That is great to hear. And by the way, congratulations on a 3rd daughter on the way. That is tremendous stuff. So well done to you and your wife. I remember right after our interview, Dana White said it almost seemed like he had no idea this happened. Like he was like, we screwed up on that one. How did this happen? What was your reaction when you saw that?
I was flattered to hear what he had to say about it, but I guess I was a little bit surprised as to I don't know how they run things. Obviously, I'm not on the business end of it, but I assume they all talk to each other. I guess maybe there was some miscommunication on someone's end. I don't know if somebody screwed up or whatever. That's for me to just wonder.
did a part of you feel like, damn, like what would have happened if Dana knew? At least maybe the offer would have been different, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I would have been interested in seeing the offer, but the deal that I got from the PFL, it would not have been able to be matched. Plain and simple, like it's pretty black and white. Like had they matched the deal, they're paying almost every fighter exponentially more. Because if you're going to pay me more, then everyone's going to have to get bumped up significantly. That's how good my deal is right now.
Okay. Did you ever hear from him? Like, did he ever send you a text or something and be like, "Hey man, good luck." You got something from him?
Yeah. So Hunter Campbell, he texted me. Cool guy, awesome conversation, super humble. And then Dana called me. I missed the call. He left me a voicemail. Awesome freaking voicemail. Like I said, very flattering. It's like he didn't have to go out of his way to show his appreciation for my fights or anything like that. So feel appreciated for the blood, sweat, and tears that I put in all those fights that, like, you guys see me fight. Like I put my heart, my soul into this shit. To get that appreciation, like he wasn't just like, all right, fuck you, go to PFL. He gave me a call and let me know how much he appreciated the way I fought, wished me the best. I was like, that meant a lot to me.
Yeah, somewhat rare because like in the past he has taken it personally when someone left. With you, it was almost like he was lamenting the fact that he couldn't figure this out or didn't save this, and even to call you and tell you that, like, that's not common. He doesn't do that often, so that's a testament to you.
Yeah, I don't know who else he's done that for, honestly. So yeah, it was very, very flattering. I mean, no matter how you feel about Dana, I mean, he's obviously someone in the sport that his opinion on fighters, it does hold some weight. So to feel that appreciation from him, it meant a lot to me.
So if everything goes well here and you make it to the finals, how many fights will it be for you in 2023? Will it be 4 max?
That will be 4, yeah. Yeah, basically the first one in April, and then June, August, and then November.
Yeah, so that's, you know, we say 4 in 2023, but it's 4 in the span of 7 months. How do you feel? How do you think your body's going to hold up?
That's why I'm doing 55, man. Because had I done 45, the bumps and bruises from the training, bumps and bruises from the fights, the weight cut rolling over, 45 would just it would have destroyed me. 45 for a season base, it just doesn't make sense for me. It would have been detrimental to my performances. So at 55, I'm able to eat more carbs. Like I'm able to have energy. I'm able to focus on performance. These last few sparring sessions haven't been, all right, Shane, just get through the motions. It's like, how'd you feel in sparring? How'd you do in grad? Yo, you won those exchanges. It's been a huge weight off my shoulders. So I think that going forward, I'm in the best position. I think my body's gonna respond amazing to this.
Have you talked to any other fighter that has been through this grind? Like I just saw something that Brendan Loughnane posted about, like, man, the body, like, it's not used to going through something like this. And he's now been through it, I think, twice off the top of my head. Of course, he won the 35-pound tournament last year. Have you talked to any of the other guys, veterans that have been through this? 45, excuse me. Who, about any tricks about how to stay healthy, how to not break down, anything like that?
I haven't, but me and Brendan have the same manager, Jose over here. So yeah, so I get tips from him. He's been awesome. He's been here all week. So yeah, I got my whole squad here, man. It's been awesome. Like completely different fight week.
The whole crew's here.
Got some of my friends here. Yeah, got an Airbnb.
Oh, what's up, everyone? Yeah. I didn't realize we had a whole audience here.
Yeah.
Do you feel, now here we are 2 days away. You're not a rookie. You're a vet. You've been in big moments. You fought on big stages, MSG, all that stuff. But do you feel like a rookie a little? Like, are you feeling a little more nervous, a little more anxious? Describe how you're feeling.
I'm feeling ready, man. Like it's the best fight week I've ever had. It's the best I've ever felt. Like my friends are even saying, like, I'm able to walk around and go shopping and just to kill some time. Like, dude, my last fight, we went to the mall and I was like, guys, I can't. They're like, what? I'm like, I literally can't walk around this mall anymore. I have to sit down and get out of here. I have no energy for this. Like, it's been amazing. So just to feel this good, that right there mentally just. It's so exciting. I can't wait to perform Friday and just have the best performance of my career. I plan to show the best Shane Burgos the world's ever seen.
Wow. Any concerns about, the added weight, adjusting to that, power, speed, anything like that?
No concerns, because I put on weight too. It's not like I stayed at the same size I was. Obviously, I've been in the weight room heavy. So yeah, I'm not going to be a small 55er, but it's going to be I think if you see guys cutting less weight now, I think that's becoming a little bit more popular. You see a lot of guys moving up in weight class and having success. I think Jack Shore just moved up from 35 to 45. He had a good debut. Nathaniel Wood moved up from 35 to 45. He had another great debut there. So I think that's where the sport is headed, honestly.
And what's your assessment of him? Like the comeback that he has made, Olivier. You know, he was cut from the UFC, worked his way back up. I don't think a lot of people thought he was going to win that tournament last year. Have you seen big improvements out of him?
Yeah, 100%. He's definitely gotten better. He's gotten better all around. I mean, he's got a high fight IQ. He knows how to win rounds. Knows how to get the points. So yeah, on a 6-fight win streak, I'm not taking him lightly at all. And again, he's went through the entire season. He's won it. To do that, to win 4 fights back to back like that, not just to win them, but to have them. That goes to show your mental fortitude, your mental toughness. So I got nothing but respect for him. Yeah.
I know you're a big fight fan. Jake Paul's affiliated with the PFL. Just announced a couple hours ago, Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz. Kind of surreal stuff. Can I ask, who do you think wins that fight?
Oh man, we were just talking about it. Shit, man, I'm a huge Nate Diaz fan, but Jake Paul's kind of like on my team a little bit. It feels like, right? But, damn, I don't know. I don't know. Jake's only 26 years old. Nate's like 37, I think. So I think this is the right time for Jake to take that fight. And it's 8 rounds. I think his cardio holds up for 8 rounds. If it was longer, I think I would favor Diaz more. But it's like 50-50 almost for me, because Nate's fucking Nate. He's a dog. He's not easy to put away. And he's been around. He's been sparring with high-level boxers. If I had to pick, I'd maybe lean towards Diaz, but I'm not sleeping on Jake Paul at all.
Man, Jake's a big favorite, like minus 250 right now. He opened as, which seems a little disrespectful to Nate. No.
I think the lines are going to drop down a little bit as we get closer. I can't see it staying there.
Yeah. I can't wait for that. I can't wait to see your debut. Massive fight. Again, was shocked when they announced it, but I was like, you know what? I like this. This is good. This is fun. It feels like, hey, it's almost like in the NFL, you get that big game out of the way, like week 1, you see where you're at, and then maybe it's a little more smooth, weeks 2, 3, 4, etc. It feels like that's what we're getting here for you and Oliveira Aubin-Mercier, because it's a big fight for him as well. It's a massive test for him as well. Dare I say, tougher than anything he fought or anyone he fought last year in his run to the championship. So good luck to you, my man. All the best. Looking forward to it. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Enjoy the show, guys. I love it.
All right, there he is. Hurricane Shane Burgos. Big opportunity for him. That is this Friday over at PFL 3. They call it 3. They start over. That's how they like to do it. And this has nothing to do with the interview, by the way, but I do want to let you know that PFL is sponsoring today's episode, among many others. So I'll let you know that coming up on April 14th, it is, as they put it, the most anticipated debut in the history of the Professional Fighters League. It's Hurricane Shane Burgos going up against the PFL lightweight world champion of 2022, one Oliveira Aubin-Mercier, who is from here in Montreal, but we're down the middle on this one. Welterweight world champion Sadibou C is going up against Jara Al-Silawi. The action kicks off this Friday, April 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and ESPN Plus, and 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus. Yes, I think the main card is actually happening before the prelims, which is interesting stuff. Doesn't really matter to those watching at home, but it's a nice little card that they've put together, and I am looking forward to it. It's this Friday. It's the day before the Arnold Allen Max Holloway card. Other names on the card: Magomed Kharimov, Natan Schultz against Stevie Ray. Stevie's been going through a lot of personal trials and tribulations. He posted this on social media last week about his daughter needing some funding for brain surgery that she is having to undergo. And I can't even imagine what is going on in his mind as he enters the cage on Friday. So my best to the Ray family. Clay Collard also on the card. He is always fun to watch. Delano Taylor, who had a nice little run recently for PFL. So some interesting stuff going down this Friday at the theater at Virgin Hotels, which I think is the same spot where the Merab Dvalishvili versus Petr Yan fight took place back in March. We're still online, right? You guys can still see me, hear me, yeah?
Yes.
You look great.
I get nervous when it's just me talking. I'm like, when you're on the phone with someone and they cut off and then you're just talking and they're like, oh, where did I lose you? That's what I feel like is happening sometimes, I have to say.
Come back to the studio.
I love you, Frank. Thank you. All right, let's keep the train rolling along. This man has been in the news as of late. We talked about him a lot on Monday, and he's been all over social media. In fact, they spoke about him in the post-fight press conference following the main event on Saturday at UFC 287, although I don't think his name was ever mentioned. We all knew who was being discussed. He is the pride of South Africa. He is one of the top middleweights in the UFC right now. He is Dricus Du Plessis joining us from South Africa right now. Hello, Dricus. How are you?
My man, good in yourself.
I'm doing great. Thank you for joining us from South Africa. This might be the first time you've joined us before, multiple times, but I think every time you have been in America. So I think this is the first time, unless I'm mistaken, that you're all the way in South Africa joining us. I appreciate you doing so very, very much. Am I wrong about that?
I think you're actually right. That is pretty coincidental. Yeah, I think you're right. I think every time it's been in America.
Okay, perfect. I was worried that I was wrong. I don't like to be wrong. All right. Lot to talk to you about. First off, let's get the personal stuff out of the way. You had the nose surgery, right? You told us about it. Last time we spoke, you were at the airport. You were going back home. You were telling us about the problems. How did it go and how are you feeling?
Absolutely great. I mean, the nose surgery, I can feel such a massive difference from tomorrow. I think, on Friday, everything, all the plastic stuff that they use to stabilize everything and the stitches are coming out, feeling a massive difference already. I can't wait.
Okay. And can you not train? Can you not get punched? If so, for how long as a result of the surgery?
Oh, no, I can train. I train. I just can't get any shots to the nose for now. Something we're spending time on, making sure the technical stuff's all right. With the wrestling, it's pretty boring because we're doing shadow wrestling, which is it absolutely sucks to somebody to wrestle. But in terms of fixing everything, in terms of technique, the problems, the little tweaking, all that stuff, it's going perfect.
Okay, and they're telling you what in terms of when you could fight, like go through a full training camp, get punched in the face, like when would be the earliest you could come back?
In terms of a fight date, I would say late July to August. That'll be ideal. But in the next 3 or 4 weeks, I'll be 100% ready to take punches like never before. And I guess I'll see the nose doctor again in about 2 or 3 years.
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe a little bit longer than that. And you feel a difference in terms of your breathing?
Oh, absolutely. I feel a tremendous difference. The first thing I did when I woke up from the surgery was just inhale, I was like, oh, that's amazing. Absolute massive difference. I'm feeling absolutely great.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I'm assuming you watched on Saturday. Did you watch the Israel Adesanya fight against Alex Pereira?
Oh, of course. It was really a spectacular event, and the fight was wow. It was great.
Were you expecting that result?
Well, a lot of people asked me, and I said, well, if you ask me if to put my house on it, I would go, Izzy's going to win this fight. I just thought, and I even said it in the press conference for my last fight, I think that Izzy had the motivation to win this fight. I know he lost 3 times, but in this one, I just had the feeling that I think he's going to come in super motivated and win this fight. And listen, he didn't have an easy task. He was, in my opinion, I thought he lost that first round, and he was taking some punishment in that second round. And whether he played possum or not, whether he was telling the truth about that, nobody would really know. But I mean, he set Pereira up perfectly for that knockout.
And so I'm wondering, when you were watching it, were you rooting for Izzy because you thought maybe there was, and obviously we're going to get into everything that happened afterwards, but like, did you think it was better for your career if Izzy won the fight?
Well, I guess that is something we discussed. That's something that definitely crossed my mind, that if Izzy won this fight, that my chances of the title shot would have been a lot better. But I won't say I was rooting for him or I was rooting for her. I was rooting for MMA in that one. I was really looking forward to this amazing fight.
Okay, so he wins the fight, and then there's the whole celebration. By the way, just out of curiosity, if I could ask, what did you make of his post-fight celebration?
Well, everything was cool. Like, the arrows, that was so sick. When he did that, I was like, oh, my man, like that was super thought out, and it was like right on the money. It was awesome. But, when he went up to Hunter, a little kid and, did what he did, he said he was petty, and I guess so. We are all different people, but I don't think that's something that I generally would see as the behavior of a champion. Is going down to a kid's level and trying to get a kid back for being a kid and doing stupid things like kids do, But the kid, when he did what he did, he didn't necessarily think about it because he's a kid. But he knew exactly what he did. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about character, and you do you, man.
I guess the flip side to that would be, like Alex never reprimanded his son and was kind of showing it off and posting about it. So perhaps it's fair game. I understand where you're coming from. A very hot topic in the sport right now, but it was memorable, and he is quite the showman. And afterwards he spoke about you, but never said your name. And I actually now want to go to where I think all this started. At the UFC 285 media day, when you were speaking to reporters, you said this, and I think this is what sparked all of it. Quote, "Did those belts ever go to Africa? As far as I know, they came to America and New Zealand. I'm going to take a belt to Africa. I'm the African fighter in the UFC. Myself and Cameron, we breathe African air. We wake up in Africa every day. We train in Africa. We're African born. We're African raised. We still reside in Africa. We train out of Africa. That's an African champion, and that's who I'll be." End quote. You said this at the UFC 285 media day, and it seemed like the first one that was up was Kamaru Usman, and he took issue with your comments and spoke about your comments, responded to you. Did you see Kamaru's response to your initial statement about the African-born champions?
Yes, I absolutely did. I saw his comments, and I don't know if there's confusion. But, Kamaru obviously didn't see my interview. It's Kamaru's. You probably didn't see the whole thing. So immediately they went to, Dricus said he is more African than Kamaru Usman. And the champions, the African-born champions. I never said those words, not even close to. I simply stated the fact that I am the only, if I'm wrong, I would say sorry immediately. Do one of them reside in Africa? And that I did not even mention this towards them. I didn't talk about them. I talked about myself. I was not aiming anything at them. I was aiming something at myself, that I will be the first champion that resides in Africa, that will take his belt home to Africa. I never said they weren't African or I was more African. Of course they're African. And I respect them a whole lot. I mean, Usman is one of the greatest to ever do it. Adesanya is one of the greatest middleweights to ever walk this earth. Now, I never took anything away from them in that aspect. The only thing I said is that I'm still residing in Africa, and I will bring my belt back home to Africa, which is my home, where I reside. If we are sending out postcodes and addresses, mine's got to be in Africa. And that's the facts of the matter. I never said they were not African or I was more African or anything in that way. I only stated that I want to be and will be the first residing African champion.
Do you understand why this may have rubbed some people, including Kamaru and Israel, who we'll get to in a moment, the wrong way, given the history between whites and blacks in Africa?
Well, to bring color into it, for me, is the most ridiculous thing ever. That is the one thing that from this whole thing that really pisses me off, to be honest, is that color was brought into it. I've never even mentioned color because it makes absolutely no difference to me. And to every single person that I know, it makes absolutely no difference. Color is not, it's not the topic at discussion. And if anybody is bringing in color, if is bringing in the fact that I'm white or they are black or any form of race in any way, that is, to me, absolutely ridiculous. This is a sport. This is fighting. Once you get into a sport, once we get into fighting, sport as a whole is what brings people together. There's no place for race and mentioning of color at all. And that really pisses me off, that Kamaru Usman is somebody I respect extremely. And I've shared the training mats with him. And he went on to say, and he did not say this out of, I don't think he was at all being hateful or anything. He just didn't watch the interview. And he said, somebody said that I said I was more African. I never said those words. I only stated that I'm the one residing in Africa. And all of a sudden, it became this racial thing. And that is absolutely disgusting if I'm being honest. I don't see any need for that in the sport, or in any sport for that matter. In the world, this is about two guys fighting each other. The fact that I stay in Africa will be history. The fact that I reside in Africa, won't it be history? Yes, it will. So I don't see anything wrong with saying and stating the facts that I am residing in Africa, and they are not. Not saying they are not African, I'm just saying I'm residing in Africa. I wake up in Africa every day. They don't.
For those that may have missed it, this is what Israel had to say about your comments and about you after his win on Saturday. I just want to play this so that we have the proper context. And again, for anyone out there who may have missed it, take a look.
Look. Fuck, I don't want to give this nigga no clout. I want to whoop that. I want to whoop his ass so bad. I want to whoop his ass so bad. I want to do it in South Africa or Nigeria. And but he's got to do work. He's got to do something. Show me something so I can whoop that ass and I can show you history. I'll remind you, because you got to choose your words wisely when you speak on people that have come before you, people that paved the way for you. You got to pick your words wisely. You want to try and be a big boy. You want to bamba. You want to G with the big boys. You got to choose your words wisely, but I don't want to give him no clout. But if he does work, and I pray to God he keeps winning, I will gladly drag his carcass across South Africa. Wallahi.
What's your response to that answer from Izzy?
Well, I made my response as well. I said, you won't say my name, so you better not say my name. And that is a very smart move. But ever since, I also said, enjoy your spectacular victory, because it was one spectacular victory. That fight was amazing. His victory was amazing. But enjoy your fight and enjoy your belt and take it home to your home, New Zealand. If that is not his home, I do apologize. But I'm going to have a feeling I don't have to apologize, because that is his home. So I never said anything about him, Usman, any other African fighter not being African. I just said, I want to be the first African champion that brings the belt home to Africa, because this is my home. So, for him saying that, I mean, does he think I'm scared of him? I'm not scared of that man. And the fact that he put some threats out there, obviously he's forgotten, because I don't take kindly to threats. Over here, it doesn't work like that. If you want to make threats, come and show me. Come and show me how you drag my carcass around. I would love to see you try. And like I said in that message, UFC Africa is far away from being done. It's probably going to happen next year only. I don't want to wait that long. I will beat him in this year. And after that fight, if he still feels like he has all this power over me and he's like, trying to intimidate me. Shit, that's good. Then come to Africa next year, and then we'll fight for the belt in a rematch where I'm the champion. Because that fight's not happening this year. And he does not scare me, not even one little bit.
Your full statement on Instagram, just for context, you wrote on Monday, so you won't say my name. That's smart. You better not. I don't need your airtime at all. I have my whole continent of Africa, all caps, behind me. Go enjoy your very spectacular victory at home in New Zealand. UFC Africa is far from being done, at least another year. I'll meet you on neutral ground this year, and if you still feel so strongly after facing me and I take your belt home, I'll give you another chance to come and try to face me on, all caps, my home soil of Africa. We are Africa. We fear nothing and certainly nobody. My question is, why does this matter so much to you, Dricus? Like, there's someone who's from Canada and they live in the US, or someone who's from Germany and lives in Sweden. Like, why? And that goes back to, I think, some of the blowback that you may have received for these comments is because of the history, right? There is a deep history. You're a white man, he's a black man, and if it feels like a lot of my Africa, and you go to your home in New Zealand, and that's what I think is making some people uncomfortable. Why is this such an important theme to keep bringing up in the the early there's no fight here to talk about. There's no booking yet, but in this build up to a potential fight between the two of you.
Well, the thing for me is he has a belt that I 100% believe belongs to me. So that is for me the only thing. As for the Africa thing, I said what I said, and I did not speak out of turn. I did not say anything that wasn't factual. I am the fighter that was born in Africa, just like he was, just like Kumara was, just like all of them was. There's no denying that. But I am the only one residing in Africa. And he said he made it. I didn't say anything to him. I didn't even mention anything about it. He said, this guy that said this and that, I'll drag his carcass around South Africa. He was obviously speaking about me, and if he wasn't, but I know he was, and that's where it became a thing for me. I don't care about anything else. For me, it's about getting that belt and bringing it home. Whether he is African, of course he's African. Of course he's African. He was born in Nigeria. But does he reside in Africa? No, he doesn't. So I was simply stating the fact that I am the one residing. Did he ever train in Nigeria? Did he train in Africa? No, he didn't. Do I train in Africa? Yes, I do. So I'm not saying he is not African. I am more African. I'm simply saying that I want to make history for being the first African residing champion.
And I don't think it's necessarily fair for you to speak for other people, but your coach on Instagram also posted, and I'm going to paraphrase some of it, just take an excerpt out here because it was lengthy as well. We will take the belt from you in August this year, and if you are still game, you can come and try to take it back in South Africa. When the UFC comes to South Africa, as proven, Dricus, quote, the real African with an African passport, end quote, finishes careers like in his last 3 fights with the UFC with only 8% oxygen. All caps, just imagine what he's going to do to you, the New Zealander, with a full gas tank. There's a lot there, Dricus. It's like the real African and you New Zealander. We can't shy away that there's some undertones here, right? I mean, do you not agree with that? Like he is. I'm Canadian.
Well,
and
like
I live in America. I'm still Canadian. Do you feel comfortable with that comment? Like I'm Canadian. I live in America, but I'm still Canadian. And you know what I mean? Like people can have dual citizenship. He feels very African to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like what, like he's from there. He's got the passport. His family is from there. What's the problem here? Why is this an issue?
Like you said, I can't speak for any other people. At the end of the day, if you look at the comments as well, people are feeling strongly, but I think people are taking this the complete wrong way. I think people are making this an issue that is not there. This is purely 2 guys fighting. This is me, this is Israel Adesanya. For me, there is no, I'm more African, you're more African. I reside in Africa, he doesn't. That is a fact. That is not my opinion. That's not me stating anything. That is a fact. he's African, his heritage is African, of course. Of course. But that does not change the fact that I want to be and will be the first African residing champion. So I see what you're saying, like, oh, it seems like this and that, but go read the comments. And you'll see what people make of this. Now, it's something I don't condone at all. It's something I don't stand behind at all. That people are making it racial, which is absolutely ridiculous to me. So they are like, yeah, you are white, you can't be African. Well, can you show me my other passport, please? Can you show me that I'm not African? Because that's the only thing I know.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're getting some of that as well. So like, it's probably it's probably uncomfortable on both sides. That's why I just wanted to try to get to the root of why this all started. And I do appreciate you explaining it. And so let me ask you this. Obviously, you look at the rankings. If you go down, like you're the top guy who he has not fought. This fight makes a lot of sense. You're on a roll. Your resume is more impressive than Alex's was in the UFC when he got a title shot. Like it's certainly it's not a hard case to make for you to get this next shot. Do you think you will fight for the belt next? Do you think you are going to fight Izzy next for that middleweight title?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I believe so. And Izzy, like I said, as a fighter, I have all the respect in the world for him. He has done amazing things. I think he might be one of the, if not the greatest middleweight of all time. Obviously competing with the great Anderson Silva, that's a very hard case to make. But he's an incredible fighter. And for the fact I shared the mats of training with Israel Adesanya as well. But like you said, I'm the number one ranked guy that he has not fought. So, unless they are going to do a Whittaker 3, which I do not see happening, and they're definitely not going to do a trilogy match, if Adesanya decides to go up to light heavyweight again, I don't see them doing that. So I'm the next guy for the belt. That's the only thing that makes sense. And I will be more than happy to accept that fight. And I don't see any other option.
Why do you think they won't do the Pereira 3 fight?
Izzy lost to Pereira 3 times, I think, and he won, yes, and he won the 4th one. But it's only 1-1 in the UFC, and I don't think they're going to do that the trilogy fight with Pereira, because as far as the UFC goes, he hasn't really earned that shot to immediately get a rematch. He's done great things, and he did beat Izzy, but Izzy just shut down that whole avenue. So I don't think they'll do the trilogy match.
Izzy did say in his comment there he wants you to do some work to show him something, which I think implies like go out there and get another impressive win. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't remember the last time that he's the one that I answered to. I answered to the UFC.
What if the UFC does say to you, we'd like you to fight someone else? How would you feel about that?
At the end of the day, if I beat them now or I beat them when I win that belt, it doesn't matter to me. It's to me, it doesn't make any difference. If they give me a number one contender fight, that's up to them. But I honestly believe they're going to give me that title fight, and I want that title fight. But if they don't, there's nothing we can do about it. I'll just go out there, I'll fight, I'll win. I don't say no to fights. I'll go out there, I'll do what I have to, win another fight, and prove once again that I belong in that position.
At worst, it does feel like if you're not getting a next, you're one away, right? As long as he's champ, there's not a lot of options out there other than you.
Yeah, absolutely. I have the longest winning streak in the middleweight division, and if you go to my fights, 5 wins, 4 finishes, and also, if you look at the route we took to become champ to the belt, it's pretty similar. And like you said, if they're going to give me another fight, if they're going to give me a number one contender fight, so be it. At the end of the day, we all know that he's probably going to be the one that decides that. He's going to probably be the one that says, I'm not going to fight that guy, I'm going to fight that guy. So be it. That's out of my control. My control lies with winning whoever they put in front of me.
Do you think he would say that he wouldn't fight you?
I don't think so. I haven't really, like even Dana said it, like he's not the type of guy that says no to fight. So I don't see that. And maybe he thinks like, oh, this is an easy fight for me. And that's absolutely great for me.
Well, I think stylistically it would be a very fun fight considering both of your backgrounds. I'm not sure if there'd be a ton of takedowns in this fight, but it's a fresh matchup that we haven't seen before. And you are both in your prime, so it would be great to see it. And obviously there's going to be some bad blood going into fights. That's Stell's fight. I'm not naive. I just wanted to try to get to the root of some of the statements being made on both sides here. Obviously, I'm talking to you. Haven't talked to him about it just yet, but I appreciate you coming on and clarifying. Was there anything else that you wanted to say about any of this before we say goodbye?
Yeah, well, I mean, you just talked about bad blood. There's no bad blood. At the end of the day, the only thing that he has that I want is my belt, and that's it. For me, this whole thing, I think I got a little out of hand because of miscommunication. People giving information that were not true. I see a lot of people saying, how can you say you are more African? That is bullshit. I never said those words. I simply stated that I am the African residing in Africa, which is factual. And that's the only message I want to get out there. And no, there's no bad blood. He has what I want. I always say, when I get into that ring, you can be the nicest guy in the world or you can be the biggest asshole in the world. I'm going to go out there and beat you the same way I would either. For me, I'm going out there to do my job and win a fight. And that's it.
Appreciate it, Dricus. Thank you so much for coming on. All the best to you. Glad to hear that the surgery went well. And hopefully we'll see you back in there, perhaps in a title fight, if not a number one contender fight very soon. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it so much for having me. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
There he is, DDP Dricus Du Plessis, talking about the Israel Adesanya fight, potential fight, and clearing up some of that stuff. And yes, the comments from his coach weren't made by him. I do think that there were some questions that needed to be asked there, and I appreciate him clarifying. I've seen Francis go back over there with the belt. We've seen Kamaru as well, Izzy do the same. So a sensitive topic that has been brought up that I think we needed to talk about, and I appreciate him coming on and speaking about it. By the way, I referenced the Kamaru Usman comments in response to his. And just so we complete the loop here, because I read his coaches, I showed Izzy, wanted to play Usman's comments here, and then we'll move on to our next guest. So here's what Usman had to say prior to the Leon Edwards trilogy fight.
I guess the thing about me is just I try not to be quick to jump on someone and really kill them for those things. I'm not part of this cancel culture, but though I understand what he's trying to say, but the one thing that I think he's failing to realize is, just because I go to China and my parents are in China and I'm raised in China, that doesn't make me more Chinese than the people from China. That doesn't make me more Chinese. And so just because you went over to South Africa and you're raised there, that doesn't make you African. So, I would say to him, it's just, try to be a little bit more careful with what you say and how you say it.
All right, so that's what Kamaru Usman had to say in response to his comments. Honestly, I miss Dricus's initial comments, saw Usman's, and I was like, oh man, this is going into a somewhat dangerous territory. And then, of course, saw Izzy's comments. We were talking a bit about this on Monday. I think the coach's comments make it a little bit trickier, but while we're waiting for our next guest, if New York Rick is there, what did you make of DDP's comments? I understand what he's trying to say. I probably would have stayed away from it. I do think saying, I'm the only one training in Africa is fine. It does feel like like all right, what's the big deal? Like, given the history, again, if I'm a guy who's saying like I'm the only one who trains in Sweden, we're like, all right, cool, you train in Sweden, but given the history here and given their races, it does feel like it's just an easy thing for people to do. Whether he wants it to be that way or not, it's an easy right turn for people to make, which then makes this very uncomfortable. And clearly, Usman and Izzy took it that way.
Yeah, you've summarized that well, and I think the most important thing you asked was the question, why is that important, right? Why is that significant? You continue to point this specific thing out. Why is that significant is the question to be asked. And I don't know like if I came away thinking like that was a sufficient kind of explanation of why that is significant. But as you know, I think I made my opinion on this build pretty clear on Monday, right? Like I just don't think that MMA has the capacity for the nuance of the conversation that's happening here. I don't like a fight built around this personally. That again, this is my opinion. This is how I feel about it. I'm not saying like Dricus should not be allowed to fight for a title because of this. It just doesn't track. That does not make sense. Right. Dricus is going to fight for a title at some point if he continues to rack up these wins, and he should, and he's earned it, and it has nothing to do with that. But the basis of a fight being built around this does not feel right to me, is all I can say about that. And if there's another reason, right, if Dricus Du Plessis goes out and beats Robert Whittaker, there's something more to talk about, right? There's something to say. It's like this guy got it and earned it, and he's ready for the title shot, and there's a lot more to talk about. And Israel Adesanya said the same, like go do some work. If this is going to be the foundation of the promotion of this fight, I have to admit, I'm not comfortable with it. Maybe others feel differently. That's, their prerogative. But I think you asked the pertinent question. And I think, his perspective is his perspective, and Israel and Kamaru and everybody's going to have their own perspective on this. But all you can do is ask, like, what is the basis of this?
There's a history there, right? No different if a Palestinian... Right.
You cannot just say like I'm removing the context of apartheid in South Africa and all these conversations that exist, and then all of a sudden just be like, well, it's just about like your zip code and where you live. Like it's not possible. You cannot separate those things that way. But
he might want to, but it's impossible for those being talked about and for the public to. And again, no different. Obviously, it's not apples to apples, but no different than a Palestinian and Israeli fighter fighting and then bringing up this sort of thing. Or you want to talk about like a Jewish person who is from Germany and a German fighter saying like, "This is my home," and this can get very uncomfortable.
I think it's worth pointing out, by the way, like. This is not like an original thing. Like there's a tinge of this in Marty from Nebraska, right? Like there's a tinge of that kind of thought process. Like this is not the first time in MMA. It's not going to be the last time. But again, to me, if this is the sole basis for the fight, if that's it, that's not enough for me. That just doesn't pass the test for me. But this is not the first time, and this is not the like nationalism. Like all these types of things are always going to be part of this. It's a fight, right? It's a battle. Like this is what this sport is. But it has to be about more. It really does, in my opinion. So that's where I'm at. But I can only speak for myself.
All right, appreciate the insight. Now let's talk to the man who was there front and center on Saturday. Always look forward to these chats. Always great to pick his brain. One of the most fascinating, interesting people in the sport. The great head coach, City Kickboxing in New Zealand, the one and only Eugene Bareman joins us right now. Coach, thank you so much for the time. Good morning to you. I appreciate you doing this early in New Zealand. Congratulations on the win. You have had a lot of big wins in your career as a coach, as a fighter as well. Is it possible to rank this one, considering what went into it, what happened in November, the history, the two previous fights in kickboxing, everything that went into this one, the doubts surrounding, Izzy's future and would he be able to rebound, everything that went into it, is it possible to even rank this one for you?
Yeah. Hey, Ariel, how's it going? Thank you for that. Top three, maybe interchange the big fight in Melbourne when we fought Robert and this moment. And because I've tried to beat this guy 3 times and arguably, in my opinion, have been on my way to beating this guy 3 times. And we've been pipped at the post every time. To finally get it after winning most of the minutes in most fights is tremendously satisfying. for me and my team. And it's right up the area.
How were you feeling, Thursday, Friday? Were you feeling confident? Were you feeling good about where you guys were at?
Yeah, to be honest, we were very confident. Like you got to remember, like in our opinion, we felt we had done a very good job of most of those fights and most of the minutes of those fights, and we had been pipped at the post. And we just knew that we just need to focus. We needed absolute, unadulterated focus for every single second of the time that we're in the ring, and we would come through with victory. And we knew we could get that. We knew that was there, that was available to us. We could get Israel to focus for all 25 minutes, and we were just confident that this would be the one where that would happen. It was a big theme of our camp, if you like.
And could you speak on just how, I'm always fascinated about this, and I ask you these questions because you are always so honest, and that's why I love talking to you. Your conversation with Pete before the fight was a fascinating look, just days before, so we appreciate that honesty very, very much, and your insight. How would you describe the way Izzy was going into this camp? Because he didn't show us a lot, right? There wasn't a lot of training footage. There wasn't a lot of sound bites. There weren't a lot of interviews. You spoke to us before, the last fight in November, but this time, how would you describe the way he was handling kind of his back being against the wall this time and not being a champion for the first time since 2019?
Very, to be honest, I felt like he really kind of like, he became a real introvert. He really closed everything and a lot of things off from his life, and really doubled down and narrowed down on his focus or vision of what he needed to do in this fight. I think he did that more in this fight, and obviously because of the history, I think he did that more in this fight than any other. Just a very tunnel vision towards his goal of what he needed to do. And what I mean by what he needed to do is the hurdles that he had to get over in the fight, that he knew he would have to get over in the fight.
Did you like that?
Yeah, I loved it. I think, it's something that I'm always trying to get him to do, is just like narrow down his focus, narrow down your focus. The only thing for these 12 weeks that matters in your life is one thing, and nothing else matters. Sorry, but you got to put your family, your girlfriend, your kids, everything's got to be pushed aside. That's our life. That's what we do. Your life might be falling apart. Your father might be sick on their way out. Your dad might be sick on their way out. Whatever. To be honest, it don't matter. To be the best in the world, to fight these guys that can take you out like this, nothing else matters in this world. You need this one narrow focus. And it's something I'm always pushing, and I'm a little bit ruthless about it. But I think he found that best in this fight, and he needed to, because we were fighting someone special with a special gift, and he needed that to find that focus. Yeah.
I watched on his YouTube channel, he posted a video yesterday of him rewatching the fight, which is fascinating insight in his own right. And he was talking about the walkout, and I think he was referring to you because he was laughing about something, because he was giving everyone high fives and fist bumps and all of that, and he laughed about, I think, you telling him to calm down. Was that you who said that to him as he was getting checked out? And if so, were you worried that he was too hyped in those moments?
Yeah, I was. That's the honest truth. He did some things in that walkout that were a little bit uncharacteristic. I haven't seen him do. I could see in his face. I could see, the way his face was and some of his mannerisms. I could see the way that he was greeting the crowd, and he even went and saw some of our training partners before he went into the cage. He never does that. There were some things there that I was like, man. And one of my other coaches said, we looked at each other and we were like, oh shit. Are we okay here? So I went up to him, looked him in the eye, and I said, stay calm. And then he I think he might have even smiled because in his head, he still was calm. But he just wanted to do a little bit more. He just wanted to put there's a little bit extra. He felt he needed a little bit something different before he hopped in the cage. So once we locked eyes and we had that kind of mutual agreement that he was in the right place, he was in the same place, even though he was exhibiting different behaviors, then we were cool and we moved on. I think that is what he's laughing at.
We also caught on camera, which is a great moment. All this stuff is like gold to me, where you sort of whisper to him as they're doing the announcements. You said, quote, "You're a mastermind. Remember, you're a mastermind." I believe that's what you said. Correct me if you didn't say that to him, but I think that's what we caught on the audio. Can you tell us why you said that in that moment?
Yeah. Okay. So we knew that we had to take more risks in this fight, and all our job, we worked Israel diligently, relentlessly in a particular area of the fight where he was in danger, but we tried to mitigate as much danger. We knew that we were giving Israel more opportunities to take advantage of some of Pereira's flaws. But to do that, we had to put him at more risk than we were usually comfortable with. Okay? Now, in that process, Israel he gets himself excited. He's like, man, this is going to be a great fight because you guys are going to put me in the fire in this fight. And he was saying this, 8 weeks ago. He says, he turns to me, he says, "You're going to stress out in this fight because look at the game plan you guys are giving me. You're going to stress out in this fight." And I'm like, I'm not going to stress out. Why would I stress out? Everything you do is going to be safe. And he gets himself pumped up. And I like to remind him that that's not what we're going after. We're going after cool, calm, and collected. Just because we're putting you in the firing line a little bit more, that doesn't mean we're asking you to let all your animal instincts take over and become, some mindless, crazy fool. You still, even though you're in the heat, you still have to be clear-minded and focused. And that's all that was. It was just to remind them, hey, this is a game of intelligence. This is not a game of you're going to close your fist as hard as you can, bite your mouth guard down and just try and knock this guy out. And I just wanted to just remind him about that. And that's all that comment was about, Ariel.
How did you feel about the first round?
I was happy with the first round. I thought we won the first round, and evidently we did on the scorecards that I checked. He did exactly what we wanted him to do. I was happy. There were some signs. You got to remember, part of our game plan didn't go the way we wanted it to, but if it had gone to a third round, we had some adjustments ready for Israel, and I'm talking about mainly the leg kick. But other than that, I was quite happy with the first round. I thought the first round was a good omen for us, given that I just needed to get Israel comfortable with being in the middle range and give him more opportunities to lead and fight. And I felt that he saw those opportunities and he took advantage of some of them. And although some of his shots came very close to missing, I knew that as the fight progressed, those same shots would get closer and closer and closer, which is where it eventually went.
And just curious, what part of the game plan wasn't working the way you wanted it to work in that early portion?
Well, we stood in front of some particular type of weapons. We stood in front of some weapons. We tried to drew out some of Pereira's firepower, and Israel wasn't able to. And again, credit to Pereira, masterful. Israel wasn't able to take the signs, the preemptive movement signs. Pereira hid the signs of him throwing really, really well, and Israel was not able to read it. And although we baited Pereira to throw those shots, Israel wasn't able to get the timing because he wasn't able to read it, because Pereira did really well with his preemptive movement. So that was fine. We had some adjustments for him, like we always do, had it gone into a third, but at the end of the day, it didn't need to go there, so we didn't need to. Yeah.
So with about 1:14 left in the second round, we heard you say, quote, "He's falling for everything is." And then shortly thereafter, we see what happens up against the cage in the knockout. Could you explain what that means? Like, what do you mean when you say, or when you're seeing that he's falling for everything?
Yeah. So when you want a fighter to lead more, to fire off first, you need the opponent to constantly be thinking that they're ready to fire. Okay, so that it becomes very difficult for you to actually figure out when he's actually going to lead. All I was doing was instilling confidence in Israel that Pereira, there's no idea when you're going to go. That's what that means when I say that. I was like, that means when you're ready to lead, Pereira has no idea you're leading or fainting. He doesn't have a clue. And that was just instilling confidence that Israel can take the lead back, which was a big part of our plan. Pereira does not know the difference between when you're leading and fainting. And that was just me communicating that to Israel.
Incredible. What a scene. When you saw him knock him out seconds later, can you describe how you felt? Do you even remember how you felt?
Israel's talked about that happiness after the fight. And that I felt that was a special happiness that I've never felt before. Wow. Not a happiness that we hurt Pereira. I don't want people to get that confused. I don't wish any ill will on anybody. And in fact, I was a little bit concerned that Pereira might be hurt. Thankfully, he got up and he's okay. A happiness that we accomplished our goal, that me and the team and Israel had accomplished, something that we had set ourselves to do 3 previous times and hadn't been able to do. And that the joy and the happiness that it's like a blur. I turned around and I just hugged my coaching team, and we all hugged each other, and we were just yelling, and we were just enjoying the moment. We were like, hey, we've tried this 3 times, and finally we knew we could do this, and finally we've got him over the line. So just absolute happiness.
How did you feel about the post-fight celebrations?
Not my thing, but it's Israel's thing. And although it's something that I think I don't particularly advocate myself, I think when you win, you win. I think you've beat the guy. That's the ultimate. The ultimate you can do to the guy is beat the guy. I don't particularly think you need to rub it in even more by doing back his thing that he likes to do. But that's Israel, and that's the sport. That's the entertainment part of the sport that I sometimes don't necessarily agree with. That's the sport how it is. So it's not something that I would do or advocate, but that's the sport. That's how it is. It's something that I accept because that's just how it is.
We saw him in the cage. The post-fight interview, the speech, whatever you want to call it, was incredible. The press conference was fascinating in its own right. The celebration, very memorable. But I'm just wondering, and if you can't share, I obviously understand that as well. But like in the locker room, when no one's watching, knowing how much this meant to him, how much it meant to you and the team, what was that interaction like when you guys got to a somewhat quiet place and were able to kind of debrief what you had just accomplished?
Yeah, very. I would say at that point, and it's actually they immediately take you to the doctor area where you're isolated in the little tent. That's kind of the first moment that most fighters and trainers have together, where there's no one else around. And I would say the happiness that we felt when it happened and in the cage, but with the added, because you're by yourself, with the added feeling of relief. So you don't really get a chance to reflect on that in the cage because there's just too much going on. But when you get to an area where you're just by yourself, you have the happiness, but then you also have the weight off your shoulders. And that's a different feeling to the happiness. And you combine the two. So me and Israel, when we had that moment, we were together in the tent, just me, us two and the doctor. We hugged each other again, and you could just feel the happiness, but it was coincided with the relief, just like we just hugging each other. And it's just a feeling of like weightlessness, if you know what I mean. Like finally we traveled the world fighting this guy and tried to beat him, and finally we've done it. Just it's just like a weightlessness, like you're floating. Yeah,
I can't imagine. Who would you like to see him fight next?
Someone new, someone different. I don't want to fight these guys that we've already fought. There's nothing. We're in the sport to prove that we're the best, and when you beat someone 2-3 times, like you've proven that. So yeah, someone new. I don't know. It's a funny division when you've got such a dominant champion. Like that messes up the division a bit, right? If you agree, but look, what it does is it provides weird opportunities because, as you know, the sport must move on, the division must move on. We have to fight someone. So it will provide some weird opportunity for someone that people are least expecting to get a title shot. That's where these guys who haven't fought Israel, there's an opportunity there if they jump on it. And how you jump on it is you win the fights that you need to win, but there's also other means, like you create a bit of a storm in the social media and in the media, and there's an opportunity there for someone to grab. They just have to do it. We want to fight straight away. We'll fight in 8 weeks. There's an opportunity there. It's like, so someone needs to grab it.
So when you say straight away, I was hypothesizing, maybe he comes back in July, like Alex did last year, right? Alex fought in early April and he came back in July, Volkanovski, or, I feel like they might need to beef up the June pay-per-view. Like, are you talking about that quickly of a turnaround?
Yeah, we're good to go. Like, we want to fight straight away. Like, the leg kicks were good, but they weren't. Israel wasn't in a state where he's like limping. There's some bruising there, but it's not like he had a glory fight or against, it's not that. The damage is not that lasting where he won't be healed in like a week. Like, as far as his health, and I think mentally, I think he just wants to go again. I've had to talk to him about this. So we want to dance. There's no clear dancing partner. There's an opportunity here for someone who perhaps is not the most expected person to get a title shot, but that's only because who else is there? At the end of the day, we need a dance partner.
So the only two people that fall into that bucket are Sean Strickland and Dricus Du Plessis. Do you have a preference?
It would seem like. Do I have a preference? I did. Look, no. Strickland would be a great fight because he brings a good fight. Strickland, I feel, also brings a lot of attention to a fight, so the business side of the sport would be very good with Strickland. Du Plessis, I hope I got his name right. I don't know much about him. I actually did do a little bit of training at the same time he did many years ago while we were at Tiger. He seems like a nice guy. He seems like he's building a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a rivalry thing there he's building. So that could be good for the business side of the sport. In terms of like the style matchup, that doesn't really make it. That's the fascinating thing. I hope they have the fact that they're bringing a different style and something different to each other. That's the great part. That would be the challenge. That would be what we enjoy the most, me and Israel and the coaching team. So
do you have any concerns about this Africa talk from Dricus and his coach and Izzy's comments? and Kamaru's comments? Like, are you at all uncomfortable with any of this?
A little bit, yes. I think when we start pushing into the realm of politics, which I think sometimes you need to, but race politics, it's getting sketchy. It's getting real sketchy when you got when you've got a white South African telling Africans who were born, some of them were born in Africa, that they're not real Africans, then it's getting sketchy. But it's walking the line, and to promote a fight, the good promoters, the good fighters that promote fights, they walk the line, right? The Conor McGregor's, even though Conor steps over it sometimes, but these people, they walk the line, and I think that's what Du Plessis is trying to do. Whether he's going over the line is going to be left to the masses to decide.
Feels like we are getting dangerously close to that line. I just had him on, just full disclosure, right before you, and especially what his coach had to say. I it doesn't affect me whatsoever. I can't claim to be offended by it, but I can understand why Israel would be offended. I can understand why Kamaru would be offended, and it just feels like this is something that could get very uncomfortable leading up to a fight if it continues to ramp up.
You're correct. Like, I understand. I mean, it just depends where it goes, Ariel, right? It just depends on what direction it takes. I think perhaps now it's right on the line. It hasn't stepped over, but it's the very nature of it being right on the line. You could see that there's possibly something really ready to explode there. And whether that's good for the sport or good for Du Plessis or good for Israel, I'm not sure. I'm not going to get into it that much, but no, I think I'll definitely be staying out of it. It's just it's just too much. Yeah, too much for me.
I can understand. Just a couple, and I'll let you go. Just curious, what would you say to someone who says, "Hey, you're 1-1 with Alex. He has the 2 wins in kickboxing. Why aren't we doing a rubber match here in MMA?"
I would say that, I would stick to my argument that I had before the fight, and that is that Alex, in my opinion, didn't deserve to get the title shot in the first place. I'm going to stick with that, and I just think that smart people, I don't see how smart people that follow the sport can see that any other way. The fight was built on a previous rivalry in a completely different sport. In a completely different sport, the fight was built on this story, and at the end of the day, the business of the sport took precedent because they knew the fight had a story and they knew it would sell a lot of pay-per-views. So that kind of took precedent, and that's fine. That's how the sport works sometimes. Sometimes the business takes precedent over the integrity of the sport. But now he has to go back and do what the Anderson Silvas did to get to the title shot, the Israel Adesanya did to the title shot, the George St. Pierre did at welterweight to become a great champion, what Michael Bisping did his tenure in the UFC to get his title shot. You can't just fight 3 people that they put in front of you, let's be honest, to beat, so you could have relatively safe fights against, so that you could fast track you to Israel. I understand how that all happened. Do I think it was like ethically the right thing to do? No. But I also understand how the business works, so I'm fine with it. But don't do that again. Like, this is the most prestigious title in the sport. Don't let business be the overarching factor on everything. Don't let it take over the prestige of the title because there's money to be made or something else. Let's let Alex become a UFC fighter. Let's let him go through the gauntlet of guys that Israel had to go through to get his next title shot. And he's perfectly willing to do that. He's one of the best fighters in the world. But he got frustrated to the title, and I just think he should go and ingratiate himself to the sport and do the yards.
You always tell it like it is, Coach. Thank you for doing so once again. I appreciate it very much. Congratulations to you, to the team, to Israel on what you guys accomplished. Incredible stuff. And I can't say it enough. I really do appreciate just the insight that you bring, the authenticity, the honesty. It is really such a pleasure to have you on each and every time you come on. So thank you for the time, especially early in the morning over there. Enjoy the victory. And perhaps we'll see you guys again in action in June or July. That would be tremendous. I hope we get to, selfishly. So thank you so much, Coach.
Absolutely. Thank you, Eric. Thank you once again for your support.
You're the man. There he is, the one and only Coach Eugene Bareman of City Kickboxing. I said International Fight Week. He said 8 weeks. If my math is correct, that would be June. June certainly needs a little beefing up, right? Right now, all they have is Julianna Peña and Amanda Nunes as far as like a big time fight is concerned. Could you imagine if Izzy comes back? And if it's going to be June, I feel like it's going to be Strickland. Imagine old Shawnee Strickland jumps in there and gets a title shot. It feels like that's what he was alluding to, right? Am I the only one who thought that? Because I feel like he was kind of leaning towards like a guy who may not be necessarily deserving of it or in that mix, getting that shot, because Dricus said July or August. Feels like we might be moving towards a Sean Strickland versus, I mean, did you guys feel the same way?
I felt
did you
like
guys hear that? Am I crazy?
I felt like it could be either of them, to be honest. Like, I don't know if they offered. Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna speak. No cam for now. If
no problem.
If they offered Dricus the shot, like he'd probably take it, right? Like,
no, I mean, if his nose isn't gonna be ready, then you can't do it. You know.
Yeah, we gotta have full oxygen.
I just mean like if he's not medically clear to be punched.
I know.
I don't know. It felt what he was saying. If I'm reading the tea leaves, it felt like he was talking about Sean Strickland.
When he was saying it, that's what Rick said. He was like, it feels like he's setting up a Sean Strickland fight right now.
At the same time, though, I think the bigger takeaway than Sean Strickland is not Alex Pereira, right? Like, it is very clear that Israel
is not Alex Pereira.
Eugene, everybody is like, not Alex.
He said someone new.
No. Someone new. That's it. Not Alex. Whoever it is. But yeah, Strickland. You have to imagine Strickland and DDP are the front runners. If Strickland can go in June and Israel wants to go in June and DDP can't, there you go. You've got to fight.
How are we looking? How are we sounding? Everything okay?
Amazing.
Yeah, man. Everything's
perfect. Beautiful. Flawless.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. You know yourself. All right, let's talk to a man who was in action on Saturday, knows a thing or two about Mr. Sean Strickland as well, but we're not here to talk about Sean. We're here to talk about Chris Curtis. Following his somewhat controversial loss to Kelvin Gastelum, perhaps he would disagree with the somewhat part of that statement. Let's say hello to the action man who is joining us right now. Hello, Chris. How are you?
What's up, man? I'm pretty good. It's funny. Speaking of Sean, he just texted me, so I got some Sean stuff for you later. He wants me to ask you.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Is it nice stuff? Yeah, right. I mean, I don't even know where Sean and I don't know where Sean and I stand, to be honest.
It's not bad. He's got a weird proposition for you, and I'm just like, okay, man. He's trying to. I'll tell you in a minute. It's not bad. It's just stupid.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. How, sometimes we say, how are you doing? It's just a thing, but like, how are you doing, man? Because I have to say, and I feel like we talked about this after the Hermanson fight, like you let your emotions out there on social media. And I think like we're friendly. I can't call you a friend. I don't think you would call me a friend, but I kind of want to like text you and be like, just for your own sanity, just maybe walk away from all of this. How are you dealing with what happened on Saturday?
I'm good, man. Like people like, for me, I'm a guy, when I get heated, like I kind of have to like let the steam out, and then like today I woke up, I'm feeling better about it. It's fine. I'm just one of those guys. Like once I'm slow to boil, but once I boil, like it has the eruption has the finish, and kind of burn myself out. I've like screamed to the wind. I've said my piece, and I've gone through my the Twitter battle, and like today, but like today, last night for me, it wasn't too bad because I woke up, like I went to bed last night talking to people. I woke up talking to people. And like, first of all, I enjoy like just, I'm a very good, I like conversation. I like to argue about things. I like to debate. So I don't really mind it so much. But, I woke up today with a lot of people, who started yesterday telling me, you're a baby, blah, blah, blah. You can't accept the loss. And, there are some people who just want to talk. And you forget that, like, sometimes MMA fans, a lot of those people are the guys who could never do it themselves. So they're sitting around drinking, like, saying, oh, it's got too many rules for me. So you're never going to convince those guys. But, a lot of people have opinions. And I've had a lot of good conversations with people. And I've had a lot of guys like, hey, man, like, this is how I feel. And, we've had talks. I'm like, okay, well, do me the favor. Go watch round 2. Come back and tell me what you think, knowing what happened. And people have come back. We've had great talks about it. Like, okay, man, this is what I saw. Like, I see your point. I see why you're upset. So, like, waking up today, I feel better about it. I've had some good talks. People kind of are starting to see that, like, I'll admit, I was a dick about the Jack thing. I was mad. I was just furious. It's like a legitimate loss. Like, he won. I still think it's a shitty way to have a fight in London in front of fans. This is legit, whatever. I was just mad about it. But, like, I can point to a point where things change. It's on the film. It exists. It's not me being shitty about it. I'm just like, guys, like, this was a thing. Like, I got knocked out from a headbutt, woke up, kept fighting, and, like, that's where things went sideways. So, some people are going to be emotional about it and just not want to hear it. But then there's a lot of good people out there, a lot of cool fans I've had talk with and discussions with. Some agree with me, some don't. But, like, I feel better today.
So the crux of your issue right now is that in the second round, you believe that you were headbutted, and what do you think should have happened then?
Well, I talked to Mark Goddard, the ref, and what happened was the second round. Mark, so by definition, Mark calls it a clash of heads. He's like, I don't think it was intentional from what he saw. See, I don't think it was an intentional thing. He just came up. But after a sprawl, I had an overhook. I was coming up, and he threw his head up to not get trapped under me. His head caught me under the chin, put me out. Like any other foul that exists in the sport, like if I were to hit him in the nuts right there, even if it was an accident, what would happen? They would stop the action. There'd be a break. You get your recovery time. It's noted, right? Well, I didn't get that. It was not Mark Goddard's fault. He said he was circling. He's in a bad position. He didn't see it. People at home watching didn't see it. Even a lot of the broadcasters didn't see it until they got the replay back. It's just bad positioning. But, like, I was knocked out on, like, technically what would be a foul. Even if it's unintentional, it's a eye pokes and nut shots are often unintentional, but they still happen. And, like, normally it should be addressed. It should be a pause, a break in the action, whatever. He won the first round undoubtedly, right? I won the third round. You can't argue that. Second round was the closest round. He edged that round by 3 strikes on the official stats, by 3 strikes. I got headbutted, dropped, and swarmed with like 12 to 14 strikes on the ground. I managed to before that, I was leading the dance in that. You can go watch it. No one who's watched that round back can say I wasn't leading before up until that moment. And then I woke up and fought through and led afterwards. But in that moment, I got dropped, which looks bad to the judges. I face plant on the ground because I woke up on the ground, and then I'm getting swarmed, and so he gets control time and strikes on the ground. It looks bad. The biggest moment in that round by far was me getting dropped and swarmed, but it was from a headbutt. Like, that was the swaying moment, and I haven't seen anybody go back, watch that, knowing and say, okay, like, no, no, it's BS. Everybody's like, oh, I see how it's like everything swung, everything changed. Like, he knows he didn't hit me in that moment. Like, so does Kelvin think I just passed out for no reason? Like, I'm curious. And like, it's just strange. But like, that's the entire crux of it, is like the optics of that round swung completely off of a foul that was missed. And like, that was my round. Like, he won the first round hands down. He was hard for me to figure out. I figured him out towards the end of the first round. Second round, I came out lighting him up, ripping the body, ripping his head. I got dropped. I get back up. I keep doing it. But his single biggest moment in that round was that you take out that 30 seconds, I'm leading on points, I'm leading on damage, I'm leading on control, everything else. But that 130 seconds resulting from a headbutt cost me that fight.
And what about the third round? Who do you think won that?
I thought I won the third round. Even on most cards, I won the third round. Somebody gave a 30-27, and that is. I had people like, message me like, hey man, I gave you 30-27. And I was like, I appreciate it, but there's no way I won that first round. Like, I don't think I went to my corner, like, okay, I messed up the first round. Like, I came out more aggressive than you were normally, which is good. When he cut me earlier, and it was weird because I backed up and I see like the corner of my eye. I didn't know if I was cut. And I see like stuff falling, like black, like it's like dark stuff falling. And I'm like, what is that? And then I realized my eye is spurting blood. And I'm like, oh, he cut me. So I slowed down even more in the first round because I was like, I don't know how bad it is. So he definitely won the first round, but there's no way you can argue me he won the third round. I beat him from, like, I folded him in half like 8 times. I almost doubled his output. Like I almost beat him at the third round. So 1 and 3 were split. It comes down to that second round. And like the biggest moment in the second round, which people, I'm somebody, I just don't talk, guys. I do research. I watch videos. I went back. I read 50 different play-by-plays and scoring. And everybody said super close round, but they'll have to give him the nod for the damage and the ground and pound. And I'm like, oh, what do you know? Too bad it came from a headbutt. Like that's not they're not gonna yell and scream. I'm done like yelling at the wind about it. I'm just like, it seems pretty simple. And people who aren't just here to like say, oh, Kelvin deserves it. He's the best he's been, he's back. Like those guys are never gonna convince. But like people who are actually like willing to listen and have conversation and be objective about it, I haven't had any of those people come back and say like, hey man, you're wrong.
Are you planning to appeal this?
Yeah, we started. I talked to my managers today. They started the motion. It's a little bit tricky in Florida because just like having to get everything started. But we started filing everything today, so hopefully that'll get rolling. Commissions are hard, but everyone says Florida is pretty they're pretty good with working with things and hearing cases and whatnot. So hopefully, Florida, I'm on Florida's good graces and they'll hear it. But today, it should officially have started been filed today, either like a few hours ago or sometime maybe now, who knows?
Historically, as you know, because I know you've been watching the sport for a long time, you know this stuff doesn't usually, work out in the favor of the person who's filing the appeal. Are you preparing yourself for that disappointment?
It's a long shot. It's definitely a long shot. But only the idiots out there like, oh, just take on the chin. Like, guys, this is my career. This is my life. You guys bitch when you have to, anything at work goes wrong, working a 9 to 5 at like Joe's Crab Shack. So like, excuse me when I lose, half a check and like, you get to fight 4 times a year. So that's a big knock in my career advancement. So you guys will scream and moan when your hours get cut for a day at work. But like I lose, one of my 4 times a year to advance my career and my standing and like, oh, blah, blah, blah. So it's a long shot for sure. Screw those people who are like, oh, stop crying about it. But it's something you don't take when you don't take laying down. And people like, oh, accept your loss, be better at losing. Like, it's not my fault. You guys are okay with losing everything. Like, that's fine. Like, if that's how you want to live your life, be cool about it. But like, no, like if you see something wrong, you kick and you scream and you fight until you can't anymore. Like, that's just the way I was raised. Like, you don't accept wrong shit.
If the UFC came to you and said, we see what you're saying, let's just run it back, would that suffice? Ultimately, is that what you're hoping to do, is just run it back?
Yeah, run it back. Here's my thing. And like everyone's like, oh, well, you got the fight of the night bonus, like be happy. I'm like, guys, I love McMahon, I love the UFC. I'm so glad they did give me the bonus because you hate missing money. But at the end of the day, as much as fighting is about me being able to pay for myself and my family, like that's not the reason why I did this. Like, it's for me, it's about, I've always said it's about seeing how far I can go, seeing where I am. I have heard the story, this entire camp of, is Kelvin back, blah, blah, blah. On fight week, everyone's talking about like, oh, he's saying the right things, he's in a good place, blah, blah, blah. The bullshit continues. And after the fight, I got to hear, oh, that was prime Kelvin. That was Kelvin as good as he was when he fought Izzy. I'm like, cool, but I'm better than you that night. I 110% feel he came out, he did look great. He did feel great. He came out, he was more athletic than I thought he was going to be. He was faster, he was stronger, he felt great, but I was better. And I'm never going to get the recognition for that because of a headbutt. And I'm like, fine, like I'll accept that like people are gonna feel a certain way. Run it back and I'll beat you again. Let's go fight. I could have fought this weekend. Like, let's go fight International Fight Week. Let's do it again because I'll beat you again. Because as everyone's saying, oh, he's gonna be back in line with Izzy. That's cool, but I deserve that placement. I'm as good as you. I beat you that night, and I refuse to sit here and act like I didn't. Like, no, man. Everybody's in this to see, to get up there, get their name up there, and do whatever. That should be my ranking. That should be my spot. And if I gotta beat you again to do it, I'll do it. Like, I don't care. Like, I was in the gym on Monday. Like, he's probably off, eating burritos, doing whatever the fuck Kelvin Gastelum does, and that's fine. But I'm still gonna be a professional because I didn't fuck around for I don't know how many years and like not be able to diet, not be disciplined, not do everything else. Like, no, I've worked every day for 15 years, and like I'll show you that doing well for one camp isn't going to be enough to like, overwrite the work I've done. You got gifted that one, I'll do it again. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, either make it a no contest and say screw it, or be a man and do it again. Like, he knows, like, you don't, he knows. And like, be a man, do it again.
Did you watch his YouTube video yesterday recapping the fight?
No, I did not. Like, what I miss?
No, I mean, he just, he's obviously very, very happy and relieved, and has been through a lot, and has overcome, injuries and some bad luck. No, well, I mean, that is true.
This is my beef right now. So this is it. People.
Okay, you feel like that has factored into the story?
Yes, it's the storyline of Kelvin Gastelum, and like people are invested. And I get messages now like, oh, screw you, Kelvin's cooler than you, he deserved to win. Like, you like Kelvin, that's fine. No, it's cool though. It's like it's not. It's one of those things to where like it's a storyline, and like when I say storyline, I got it. It's not the UFC scripting fights, you weirdos. It's not where we're going with. I get that a lot. Like, oh, it's scripted. It's not scripted. He definitely hit me in the face a lot. No one told me that shit was in a script. So if it was scripted, I never got it. It's not scripted. But what it is it plays into the people's minds. You can't, unless judges are living under a rock, they're exposed to that. Like, you're definitely, like people are exposed to that. Like, judges are exposed to that. Fans are exposed to that. And like, even if that didn't play into the judges, that plays into the fans, the love of Kelvin and all the other BS. And I'm like, that's fine, man. Like, you know what? I get he's been through a lot. I get he's done all this. I get you guys love him. We're happy to see him back, but I beat him. And now I got to go through all this bullshit. Like, he has risen, I'm back. Like, no, I said it once, I'll say it again. Like, bro, I will bury you if I see you again.
And by the way, I'm not trying to play into that. I'm just giving you the recap of what he was saying.
I know. It still sets me off slightly. My lady's laughs at me because she's like, I said some things. She's like, you're a little spicy this weekend, so I'm going to leave you alone. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes. Well, I see it on the tweets. Are we going to stop with the tweet? I mean, we need to take the Twitter away from you here, just because I feel people are just they're needling you, man. Don't give them that ammo.
No, I enjoy going off on people. Like, I'm from a very adversarial family, so this is normal for me. So I'm like, it's my emotional release. Like, people are you're needling. Like, I clap back on people, and like, this is just how my family does things. So like, that's my emotional release. I woke up today, I felt better, but I'm fine. Like, you see your messages, I'm like, I don't have to, I haven't yelled at anybody today. I'm like, okay, it's fine, I'm over it. Like, it's fine. So emotionally, I'm fine. I got to get that off my chest. I had a lot of good conversation with people. It's funny because a lot of people who started out hating me, telling me how much I suck, are like now like pretty friendly and like respectful. So I feel pretty good about it. Like, I got the rage out of me now. So now I'm just like, okay, well, what comes next? Like, where do we go next? Like, what happens? So I think we're off of the rage stage.
Okay, that is good. So the next thing would be to see what happens with this appeal. I'm assuming your team has asked for the rematch from the UFC. Any word on if they're interested?
Not yet. I think so. It's really kind of like UFC when they have back-to-back events and like stuff goes down. You kind of got to wait till there's a lull for like them because like like they got the Kansas City this week. So like no matter what, this isn't going to be their main priority. So you don't want to be that guy and just keep bothering them like, hey man, hey, while you're doing stuff. So I've got time. I just fought. I'm pretty healed up, not that banged up, but like today I've been forced out of my gym. Ray Cepho and Jay Huron banned me from going to the gym the rest of the week. So just kind of hanging out. I've got time. I was back in the gym Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, I trained. I've been training 2 a day since Monday. I sparred yesterday, and like Ray Cepho and Jay Huron come in, and they're like, "Get out of the gym." So they low key big brother me out of the gym. And then Misha Tate's been like a hawk behind me, like, do your recovery, do this. Misha Tate worries about recovery a lot. Like, she gets honest about it. So I'm going to go do hyperbaric chamber here in a little bit. So this week, the next like week or two, I guess, is me kind of slowly recovering and doing stuff. So no rush. We got time. We'll let this get started, kind of put it out of my mind, and the chips will fall where they may.
What's Sean's proposal?
Okay, so hear me out here. As I get on, I'm in here the waiting room. I get a message from Sean. He said, "You're gonna ask Schmo. You're gonna ask him about fighting Schmo, right?" I'm like, "What's going on? Like, are you in front of Schmo fighting?" And apparently, like, he wants to do Schmo wants to do a celebrity MMA match with you. And I'm like, I know nothing about this. And it just came up, so I'm like, I don't know, man. I'll bring it up to him. I don't think Ariel wants to fight anybody. You don't seem like someone who wants to go get into a fist fight. But I told him he made me swear I'd bring it up. So there it was.
Wow. What is he working for the Schmo now? Is that what Sean has? Here I am before the interview trying to make the case for him fighting Izzy. And he's working for the fucking Schmo.
I think he just wants to see you or Schmo fight each other. I think he just wants
I don't know.
You don't understand.
I think it might be some twisted fantasy of his.
But more than likely, yes. Because like, if you have any two things in a small place, Sean's gonna try to make them fight for his own amusement. Like he's like, I think people are like Pokemon to Sean. He's just like, can I get them in a pen and have them fight? And he like wants to corner, just watch people fight each other. So nothing personal. He's just got a whole lot of.
It's all good. The Schmo thing is very 2020. I first met him in 2019, if you must know, and we were talking about careers and stuff. And I told him if you ever wanted any help, advice, this and that, to hit me up. I even asked MMA Fighting if they were interested in hiring him. According to him, he thinks I gave him a fake email address, which I would never do and have never done, and have given my email address to a ton of people. And he took that very personally. And so in the midst of the pandemic, he called me out for a fight, which he got very excited about. And he did an interview with Dana White about it. And they were both trying to make it happen and put money on the line and all this nonsense. And I was like, wow, this is weird. Like, the guy who was asking me for help is now wanting to fight me. And then I saw him in Cleveland before the Jake Paul fight against Tyron Woodley. And I walked right up to him and I was like, what's up, man? What's going on? And, like, is there beef here? What's happening? And he said, no, he was just trying to make a name for himself and, get the word out about, his career and poke the bear of the guy who was at the top of the mountain. I was like, I get it, but like, I'm not the guy to do that with. Like, I was trying to help you out. Now you're trying to fight me. Let's kind of move on from this, because this is silly kid stuff. And he said, no problem. We move on. And ever since then, okay, now it seems to be brought up again. So I don't know if he's like a little bit down on his career after Dana blasted him on the Pat McAfee show and he's trying to make something happen again in his career. But I'm not open for business. Main eventers don't fight jobbers. We don't do that sort of thing. Yeah, it's just not my type of thing. I didn't realize
there's a story behind that. That's hilarious. Like that's
and I'm sure this comment right here is going to open this up all over again, and Sean's going to have a good old laugh. I know they do their interviews every so often with Sean shirtless by the side of the cage. I know this is a great thing that they got going. It does a lot of views.
He's usually shirtless.
I'm not interested. I'm busy that day. Okay, that's my response. I'm busy that day. I don't know what the day is, but I'm just busy that whatever day it is, I'm busy. Okay, I'm not interested.
I deeply respect that. Man, it's cool. I didn't know there was a story behind that. That's hilarious. I thought it was just Sean trying to make fights happen. I'm like, why are you like this?
No. Sean lives on the internet. He knows exactly what he's doing. It's all good, though. I don't blame the messenger, though. I don't blame the messenger.
Oh, my bad. I had no idea. I'm sorry. I was just like, I thought this was stupid. I know this like Sean's like celebrity fight night he's trying to put together. But yeah. I thought it was like Sean's idea. And I was like, okay.
Most of the things that come out of his mouth are stupid. So I chalk this up to another one, that's in that category. I love you, Sean.
We call them Seanisms. Like he has interesting Seanisms, or like, yeah, like his advice for people. I'm like, he's like, I'll tell you what your problem is. I'm like, here comes a Seanism. And then he'll go into a story about like why you're an idiot or why you've done something or why you're a pussy. So like, yeah, Seanisms.
I hope he gets that title shot. That would be a fun build. I wish him nothing but the best. I wish everyone nothing but the best. And you as well, Chris. Good luck with the appeal.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on. And hopefully it all works out. And if not, hopefully you get that rematch. Appreciate it, my man.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
All right, there he is, Chris Curtis, the action man, coming on to talk about his situation. And hello, Sean, if you're watching, I miss you. And I hope you're doing well. And just before this interview, I was trying to, maybe make the case, drum up some interest, discuss the possibility of you fighting for the belt. I take it all back now. No, I'm kidding. I could not care less. But it is weird that he's bringing this up now. I mean, I feel like we squashed all of that in Cleveland. Why are we bringing this up all over again? It feels like old news, if you ask me. All right, one more guest to go, and that is Julianna Peña, who we have not seen in action since July of last year, UFC 277, but we did find out on Friday that she is returning to action at UFC 289. That is in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, the first UFC event since the pandemic in Canada against Amanda Nunes. It's the trilogy fight for the women's bantamweight title. That's on June 10th, to be exact. Here she is, the Venezuelan vixen herself, joining us. Hello, Julianna. How are you? Long time no speak.
Hilwani, what's going on? How are you, buddy?
Wow, that is the key to my heart right there, calling me Hilwani. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Very exciting stuff. It's great to see you. It's great to hear from you. It's great to hear this news. June 10th in Canada, the trilogy. Can I ask, was this always the fight, or were you surprised when they gave you the trilogy fight?
No, this has always been the fight. This has always been the fight that I have wanted. There's no surprise on my end. I said that I was going to fight her. I said it was going to be a trilogy fight. And that was the only fight that makes sense. It's the only fight that does make sense.
Okay, the reason I ask you this is because she said in an interview after it was announced that she thought it was going to be Irene Aldana next for her. And there were some reports like a few months ago that it was going to happen. So that's why I was wondering if you were hearing otherwise.
So I don't know if you remember this, but back then she was always telling me that I was unworthy of fighting her and that I had to go fight and win one more in order to fight her. And so she tried to do that same thing in this case. She said that I had to go fight Irene in order to fight for the belt against her again, fight and win against Irene. But I don't know how Irene comes up in this conversation at all. We're 1-1. This is the biggest women's mixed martial arts fight in history. It's a trilogy fight. It's a rocky story. I think the UFC knows that. They know how to do business. They know how to do big business and make big fights. It's the only fight that I called for. And I said, you know what? If you don't want to fight me, Amanda, which the brass told me directly she does not want to fight me. They said, you have to fight Irene. I said, I'm not fighting Irene. I'm fighting Amanda. When she decides that she's going to take that fight, you let me know and you give me a call because that's the only fight that I'm taking. And I said, you know what? If you want, go ahead, put Irene in front of me. Go ahead and make that Irene Amanda. And instead, skip the fight that it makes the most sense for everybody and go ahead and do Irene and Amanda. And they said that if she didn't fight against me, that she would be stripped. And so she had no choice but to fight me. She doesn't want to fight me. They told me she doesn't want to fight me, and she's being forced to fight me because this is the only fight that makes sense.
Whoa. Why do you think she doesn't want to fight you?
I mean, Ariel, let's take it back for a second, okay? You have one fighter that can be finished and one fighter that cannot be finished. We are 1-1, and she knows that it's going to be a long night. She knows that she's going to have to work hard for her money, and she doesn't want to put herself in that risk. So it makes sense, clear as day. And especially when they're telling me that she wants nothing to do with me. I mean, even people from her team are telling me she's already 1 foot out the door. She wants to have babies. She wants to, go visit her family in Brazil. She's not focused in it to win it, not like I am.
So you feel like she's ripe for the taking?
Absolutely. And it bothers me so much when people say that, oh, it was a fluke and she just had an off night and everything like that. Because if you go back to any of my interviews and check any of my interviews from even 5 years ago, I was saying exactly how I was going to beat her and exactly what my plan was to take her down. And then I did that exact same thing when I fought her. And so there was no fluke there. You can't call that a fluke when I've been saying exactly how I'm going to get it done the first time. Then you take it to the second time. Look, the thing of it is Amanda had to fire her entire team. She had to go build her own gym. She had to change and revamp her entire style, come out southpaw. She had to do massive changes in order to beat me. So I said, listen, I gave you the rematch within 6 months. Turn around and do me the same favor. Allow me that same opportunity to make those adjustments, especially since we're 1-1. You got finished. You tapped out. You wanted to go home. You saw me in that fight, and I don't know if you remember or recall, but I had her dead to rights in that armbar, and it must have been the blood in my eyes that made it so slippery that I couldn't finish that armbar. But that fight was a lot closer than I think that people are giving me credit for, and that bothers me because I feel like if you go back and watch that fight, let's just take out being dropped out of the equation. That fight was way closer than people want to give it credit for, and she was in trouble the entire time.
So I was just about to ask you, that second fight was in July. Why has it been so long since we've seen you guys in action? You wanted to come back sooner?
I've been trying to fight her since the day I got out of that octagon. She had to get carried out by her team. She had to limp leg and crutch with one leg and one swollen eye shut to the press conference. And she told everybody, what did she say? That she could have finished me sooner. And she was just trying to prove to everybody that she was leaps and bounds above me and shoulders above me in this fight. And that's why she decided to fight 25 minutes. That doesn't make any sense. I didn't know she was trying out for Pirates of the Caribbean here with one eye and a peg leg. Like, who does that? You know what I mean? Oh. The thing of it is that Amanda and I have shared, 25 minutes and then 35 minutes inside the octagon together. And she had to change her entire style in order to beat me. And I think that with me knowing that she doesn't want to fight me and with her saying to them that she doesn't want to fight right now, it just makes it all the more sweeter for why we have to fight, because we are 1-1. This is the first trilogy, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know of any other trilogy in the women's bantamweight division that has ever happened before, but this is the first. It's the biggest, in my opinion. It's the only fight that makes sense, and with that being said, allow me those same opportunities, and she is finally, and I thank her for that. I credit her for that, for allowing me to get my belt back and to solidify who the best in the world is.
So I don't think we talked. It's been a while, Julianna, since we last spoke, and I don't think we've talked since that fight in July of last year. Could I get your assessment? What went wrong? What was the difference between that fight and the first fight, which was 7 or so months prior?
I definitely think that, you got to give credit where credit is due. And I outsmarted her the first time. She outsmarted me the second time. But the reality is that there will be no more surprises, especially because we've shared 35 minutes inside the octagon together. I will be ready for Amanda, whether she comes out southpaw, whether she comes out orthodox, whether she comes out on her head, walking on her hands. I will be ready, and I will have an answer for her every way. The surprises are gone. There's no more surprises, and she's going to have to fight me. I turned the greatest striker of all time into a wrestler who wanted to lay and prey on me because she didn't want anything to do with me on the feet. She knows that if we're going toe to toe and standing in the pocket, that she's going to lose that every single time. And I got my money with me winning that fight every single time. But she was more strategic than me. I give her that credit, absolutely. And then we're going to go take it back June 10th to see who the real champion is, and it's going to be me.
How difficult was that? Because you have the moment, you slay the dragon, you're on top of the world, and then 7 months later, the belt was taken away from you, and now you've had to sit on it for almost a year, right? Because by the time this fight happens, it'll be 11 months or so, maybe a little 10 and a half months since the second fight. So how difficult, especially in the aftermath, champion and then no longer with the belt?
I feel like I needed to kind of pull a card out of her book and just sit on it and not fight and, kind of just hold on to the belt, because at the end of the day, I should have, especially because of how hard she was making it for me to fight her in the first place. I probably should have said, you know what? I'm not going to fight you and I'm going to go fight somebody else instead. But I chose to, I think my pride maybe got in the way a little bit, and I wanted to prove that I could beat her again. And the only thing that is unfortunate about the whole scenario is that I was only able to prove how big my heart is. The only thing I was able to display was how big my heart is that night. I ran out of time. Amanda knocked me down. I got up every single time. She was trying to lay on top of me because she didn't want anything to do with me on the feet. and it's just frustrating that I didn't have the right approach. I didn't have the right game plan. And I was being a little wild and hesitant and trying to, lay her out. I'm punching her in the face. I'm connecting with my punches. I'm seeing her eyes roll in the back of her head. And I'm thinking, I don't need to try to take you down and submit you. I can knock you out. I can knock you out with one more punch. I'm one punch away from knocking her out. And as soon as I'm trying to punch her in the face, I'm getting taken down. And so it was just, she just outsmarted me 110%, but it's not going to happen again. I promise you that.
You posted on Instagram, if I beat the GOAT twice, what does that make me? Do you think you should be considered the greatest of all time if you beat her twice?
I definitely think that what Amanda has done for the sport is absolutely worthy of them calling her the greatest of all time. Sure, whatever. You want to float her boat, that's fine. But I'm going to ask you, what does that make me if I beat the greatest of all time twice? That makes me pretty dang great too, right?
Yes, it does. I mean, I think you're great already. But yes, that makes you the person who beat the greatest of all time twice. By the way, I've never fully subscribed to that. I've never fully subscribed to her being the GOAT. Am I wrong for that?
No, you're not wrong for that, because she got beat by Kat Zingano. You know what I mean? She got beat by me. The greatest of all time doesn't, tap the mat and say, I want no more of this and I want to get out of here and get me out of here. That's not what the greatest of all time does. The greatest of all time goes 25 minutes getting their head split open and stands back up on their feet and says, is that all you got? That's what the greatest of all time does in my opinion.
By the way, I know you're buddies with Ric Flair. Has he been helping you with the promos? Because the promos are fantastic. Does he give you pointers?
Yeah, Ric Flair's great. He's awesome. He's going to be in attendance. Charlotte's going to be there. I got all of the stars. All the stars. I got Mike Tyson's coming out there. Ric Flair, Charlotte Flair. I got Ty Domi, a Canadian native. There's going to be all sorts of people out there in the fight in attendance, and they're all going to be supporting me. Last time Mike Tyson walked out with me, I don't know if you know that.
Did he walk out with you? When, in Dallas?
Yeah.
They didn't show that on the broadcast.
Yeah, no, if you look very carefully when I'm walking out into the octagon, Mike Tyson's walking out behind me.
Wow, that's wild. Did you talk to him before you walked out?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, no, we're friends. I mean, they sponsor me.
What do you like? Did he give you any pointers? Did he say anything to you? Any words of wisdom? This is Mike Tyson talking to you before you're going out into a cage fight.
Yeah, Mike Tyson's talking to you before you're going out for the biggest fight of your life. No pressure. I was literally like, you guys couldn't have told me that he was walking out with me. What are you guys doing? I love you, Mike. Literally, like, you need to stay in the stands this next time, because I don't want that. I don't want Mike Tyson walking out with me. It's a good story though. But
yeah, that is an incredible story. By the way, were you told initially that this was supposed to be in Calgary? Because that's what I was told.
It was supposed to be in Calgary, but I'm happy that it got moved to the Pacific Northwest, Vancouver. I used to vacation there in Vancouver. It's 45 minutes across the border from my grandma's house. So as kids, we would always go to Vancouver to visit, and it's great. It's my homecoming. I'm going home, and I'm gonna go bury I can't say that. I'm gonna go bury this girl in my backyard.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I heard it was supposed to be Calgary, and then it got moved because of the NHL stuff. So now they're going to Vancouver. The NHL stuff wasn't a factor there. The Canucks aren't good. Actually, I have a funny story for you, which I could say now. I was at WrestleMania a couple of weeks ago, and I walked out, and I saw Rick and your manager there in like the catering area. And Rick comes up to me, and I didn't even know if Rick really knew who I was. Like I've talked to him before, and I've interviewed him, but he's met a million people. And one of the first things I swear to God that he mentions to me is Julianna fighting in Calgary. And at the time, none of this was out. And I'm like, oh, really? Julianna fighting? Now your manager is like, no. That's not a confirmed. And I think he thought that I was going to like put it on blast or, report. I'm like, you could trust me. I'm a part of the crew here. This is all good. But Rick was so excited to share this news for me. I even pitched the idea as first reported by Ric Flair. They didn't go for that. But this I hope proves that I'm a vault, that I can keep a secret, because I never did anything with it.
Yeah, no, Chad Bronstein, he's an amazing man, and he's done some amazing things for my career. He manages Mike Tyson, he manages Ric Flair, and, they are big, gigantic WWE fans. And so, of course, Rick, we always have to tell him, like, Rick, you got to keep your mouth shut. You can't blab the news. You can't tip off the media. But Chad told me that he saw you there.
Yes, and I didn't even text you.
Better friends with you than I am, and I'm like, Ariel's my boy. Ariel's my boy.
That's right. We go way back. By the way, is that some new merch you got there? What is that you're wearing?
Yes, this is the Venezuelan Vixen shirt. Got the little side profile, the little Venezuelan kiss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Is that a new logo, or did you have that last time?
It was. It's supposed to be like a Venezuelan Vixen. This is actually the second fight merch. I haven't quite come up with the new design yet, but this was last camp's shirt.
Okay, I like it. By the way, you wrote on Twitter, or I think it was Instagram, excuse me, about your love of snakes and that you felt that you were metaphorically in a snake pit right now. What is going on here? First of all, why do you like snakes so much? And why are you in a snake pit right now? And all these pictures of you with giant snakes, I mean, it's very disturbing stuff.
So yeah, snakes are scary, and I won't say that like I have this love for them. I just think they feel really awesome, and I think that they're cool, and I love when I know that they're obviously not dangerous. So I think that they're heavy and they strangle you like an anaconda, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter like it does in jiu-jitsu. And so at the time I was actually training with Gordon Ryan and John Danaher in Austin, Texas, and when I said I was in the snake pit, I meant that every single person in that gym on those mats is like a boa constrictor. They're all anacondas, and they are devastating when it comes to the jiu-jitsu game. And so I was down there training with a bunch of snakes, and I was getting, worked over because they're just so great at jiu-jitsu. I was holding my own though, for sure. John Danaher gave me some compliments, and I was like crying.
Legend, John Danaher. But why do you feel like you are in this? Like, do you mean like as a metaphor for life?
I meant like the snake pit, like I was training with a bunch of snakes. Okay. You know what I mean? Like that are really good at it.
I didn't know if there was like things going on, like where you felt like you were suffocating, or you know what I mean?
There's always things going on the back end, though, and that's something that I think that not a lot of people can take into consideration. They kind of just see the fighters going out into the fight, but they don't realize what it is that fighters actually go through, and the mental hurdles that we have to overcome in our fight camps and in our daily lives, and definitely going through some stuff at that time too, but that's nor here nor there, and no one really cares about that kind of stuff. So.
Well, for the record, I do care. I just want to let you know. But I understand what you're saying. Okay, fine. No, I'm just saying. I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying. But there are people who care. Now you're going in as the hunter, not the hunted. And I'm just wondering, if you look back at those 7 months, a lot happens. Like, I'll never forget. I even talked to Chris Weidman about this too. Like, I remember seeing him the fight week of the second Anderson fight. So this is his first time as a champion. And all of a sudden he walked into the media room and he's got shades on. He's got like slicked hair. And I was like, man, Chris went Hollywood on us after beating Anderson. Things change when you become champion. Can you look back now on your time as champion? Or the things you wish you would have done differently, said no to, zigged when you zagged? Anything at all that you can look back on?
Absolutely. And one of the things that Mike told me when I was talking to him is, Mike, they want me to do this. They want me to do that. They're going to pay me for this, pay me for that. I said, I don't want to do any of that. Like, I just want to, I want to stay and train. And he was like, yeah, I used to be stupid too. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he was like, it's all about making the money, make your money. You know what I mean? And so I, especially because I have, Chad in my ear, just telling me, you got this opportunity, this opportunity, this opportunity, you got to go get your money. And at that point, it's like, yes, I need to make money, but I want to stay and train. If you go back on the one IG post that I have pinned on my Instagram, it is literally just like a plethora of all of these events where I had to go here. Every weekend I'm gone. Every week I'm flying somewhere. Every time I turn around, I have this appearance where they're going to pay you this, they're going to pay you that. And in one sense, you got to go make your money. And you got to, obviously be able to support yourself and have a roof over your head. But in the other sense, it's like, all I care about is winning, And so it just sucks, like, how much time it took away from the actual training aspect of the fight. And I wish that I would have spent more time at home and saying maybe no to some of these things, because at the end of the day, money is not the end all be all. Obviously, I know that it's important, and it's easy to say that when you're, sitting on 10 grand or 10 million. But I just think that and of course I haven't come anywhere close to that. But what I'm saying is that winning the fight to me is more important than any monetary amount that could be given to me. But if you ask somebody like Mike Tyson, he would say, that's wrong. Go make your money. And so I feel sometimes always pulled in this sense of like, do I want to make money or do I want to focus on the fight? Do I want to worry about Instagram or do I want to worry about the fight? And so it's a hard road, and I've never experienced it before, but when I do it again the second time, I'll definitely have more of my head on straight, and I'll know what to say yes to and what to say no to.
So this time around, less stuff leading up to the fight?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. And at this point, I'm just trying to go out there and be the best version of myself and compete against the best. And that in and of itself is more important to me than getting paid to, go teach a seminar in, Virginia or something like that.
Not apples to apples, but when you saw what Izzy did after coming off a loss, did you take any inspiration from that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He had lost to Alex 3 times and was able to get it done. He put the pressure on himself and he was able to get it done the 4th time. And I couldn't have been happier for him. And I thought that it was absolutely inspirational, and it just made me, go to sleep with a big smile on my face.
So what do you think happens? How does this play out on June 10th in Vancouver? Like, what are you envisioning right now?
Well, you're not going to see somebody who's going to be so eager to cross that threshold. And I'm going to be making that crossing the threshold a lot more methodical, a lot more, I'm approaching it in a different way. And so you're going to see me getting my hand raised. You're going to see me taking her back and choking her out. And you're going to see, me finishing her again, like I did the first time, like I did when it was for all the marbles.
Do you think that it's possible you beat her on June 10th? That's it for her?
I already told you, she's already, like, they're literally telling me, like, her friends are telling me, like, people that know her, that are close to her in her camp are saying she's already 1 foot out the door. She's ready to be a mother and give birth and have a baby. She's ready to, she doesn't want to fight you, and that's what they're telling me. And so I believe that. I know that that's true, because otherwise it wouldn't have taken a year to make the fight happen to begin with. Yeah, she's paid her money. She's absolutely been a legend in the sport. Go, you know what I mean? Go be a mom and go do that thing and leave it to us young bucks who are ready to, be active and fight more often.
So you think you beat her and she retires?
I mean, what else does she have to prove? Like, she's done it all, right? Like, she's literally done it all. The only way that she comes back is to fight me at 145 for that fake belt up a weight class. And I would suggest, I'm offering it on the table, if she would like, that this fight be for the 35 and for the 45 belt. That way I don't have to go beat her at 145 up a weight class after I beat her at 135. Just give me that fake 145 belt and retire all into the sunset for all the marbles, Ariel, all of them.
What would the weight have to be? Would it be like 140 or something like that to make it a proper? I don't even know what it would be.
We can make it a 145, 165, when she walks around at, so she can weight drain me at 135. Whatever weight they want to make it at, I don't care. But I mean, it's time. Retire. Go.
This is great. Well, Canada is very happy about this. Finally back. First time since the pandemic. I mean, it's been like 4 years since I believe the last one was December of 2019. So Canada hype. I am hype. Are you guys the main event?
I think so. I can't imagine anybody else would be ahead of us. I'm a star. You realize how bad my back hurts right now? My back is broken. Okay, from carrying this fight and for making her relevant again after I beat her the first time. Like, literally, my back hurts. We are, of course, going to be the main event. I'm carrying us all the way there, and like I always do. It's my homecoming back in the Pacific Northwest. The Pacific Northwest fans are jacked, and it couldn't be perfect. I demanded this fight to be in my hometown and in my home area. I got what I wanted, and it's all over but the crime.
She doesn't do a lot of media. That is true. So it's probably going to be on your shoulders to promote this and sell the tickets and all that.
It always is, dude. It always is. It always is. Please, can you tell me that it's not?
God. No, I know. Trust me, I know. Tremendous stuff, Julianna. Well done. Welcome back. Nice to have you back on. Thank you for doing this. Always a pleasure. Good luck in training and good luck on June 10th.
Thank you. I just want to shout out real quick to the Parlay Boys, New York Rick, GC, and Mysterious Frank. I heard you guys are in the red. I heard you guys are in the red. And if you're trying to get in the black, you better put all your money on me. June 10th, Peña Power. It's going to be a national holiday in Canada. Peña Power holiday. It's happening June 10th.
Wow. Well done, Julianna. Thank you. Wow. I wish I could get a shot of the boys right now. They probably have massive smiles on their faces. We're all going to put money on you, Julianna. Well, not me, because I'm unbiased. There they are. Look at them over there. They're so happy. That was tremendous. Thank you, Julianna. All the best to you.
And with the Peña Power.
Yeah. We need some of that merch too. Can you hook us up? I mean, GC loves the merch.
Yeah. Some of your sizes.
Okay, cool. I don't know if you have XL men's, but we'll discuss that offline. All right.
Awesome. Well, you guys take care, and I'll see you guys in Canada.
All right. Take care. There she is, Julianna Peña, the Venezuelan vixen, with the shout out to the Parlay Boys.
What?
I can't believe it. I'm stunned right now.
Even Frank got a shout out.
Yeah, literally my favorite day.
All right, so now we have no option but to bet Julianna Peña.
Who knew she was so attentive to the
also
the goings on?
Those were in the
Are we
red.
now the Parlay Boys? Are we now the Parlay Boys?
Yeah, that's okay.
Should I change the group chat name right now?
I think so. That's the move.
I feel like it. Jeez. And Andy's from Venezuela too, right? I mean, I feel like Julianna Peña has now become a fan favorite in there.
Love.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
Room's going to be on her.
Parlay Boys, it is.
Imagine if we didn't bet on her and then she won. Imagine how terrible we would look.
Oh my gosh, that would be nuts. That was great. Wow, fired up Julianna Peña. There you have it, Canada. Very exciting stuff. And a shout. Frank, is that the first time you got a shout out by a fighter?
Nah.
Who shouted you out?
Everyone.
All right. What should I do? Should I finish up the? What was that? I missed it.
People like to laugh.
It was what you said.
We're laughing that you just dismissed that.
Dude, you've been on the air for 3.5 hours and we haven't had any major cut ups yet.
Why do you have to say that?
There was that. Can I be honest? There was that one 20 minutes in. I had one of the guys from the fight telling me you need to you need to play the clip, and I'm like, I don't have the fucking clip, and we don't have the rights to the clip, and then the thing cut off, and I'm like, please God, I'm in my sister's spare bedroom here. I got a fucking crib next to me. What has become of my life? And I think we powered through, right? All the interviews were okay.
Yeah, dude,
everyone was okay, and
we've looked great.
No one
I
mentioned
think the
it.
room looks great too. I mean,
still
for
haven't
being in
shouted out
an
your
infant's
sister.
room, the all white. Yeah, we do have to talk about that. The sister that has claimed, that you neglect her.
Yes.
Now you don't even shout her out for taking you in on a moment's
My
notice,
sister,
giving
Amanda.
up her child's room.
Can you show us the rest
I
of the
should
room?
have done it.
It seems a little sterile.
I should have done it in front of this.
Very
I got a
sterile.
window here, and I should have done it in front of the window. I think there's better lighting. What do you guys think? Is there
That
better
window was
lighting?
there the entire time, and you've been nonstop complaining about the
Yes.
lighting. Unbelievable, man.
Yes, it
that
actually
bassinet?
kind of. Yeah, it is the best. 1 second, let me get something here. It
you
actually
on your
did
knees?
occur to me in the middle. Yes, I am on my knees.
What is going on? They do things weird in Canada.
Is this better, or am I
That
too
has to be the
blown
most
out here?
uncomfortable chair to sit
Well, we
in
need
for
the mic
3.5
back.
hours.
There we go.
How's this?
You
Is this
can't even
better?
lounge.
It feels like I'm a little. I feel like I'm a little blown out. No.
Yeah, you might be a little blown out. Might be a little too late. Also, it's 4:40.
Yeah.
I feel like we
Should I
Just
go
go ahead
back
and
to the
wave
other
that
spot?
microphone around.
Nah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Let's
just stay.
Yeah, let's just hold this one out. Push through.
Why just stay? I don't like how I look here. It's too.
Oh,
Good
man.
Lord.
I'm sorry.
Well, if you're gonna get up, you
viewers.
might as well give us a whole tour of the room.
Right.
Well, this
Not
is
one
okay. This is the
decoration.
room.
Yeah, no
Oh, it's a
decoration.
spare.
White crib
This
too.
is
Wow.
like an institutionalized bedroom.
Here we are.
It looks
Shout
nicer.
out to.
Wait, this is not
We are in the great-
this is not unfinished. This is how the room actually is.
It's actually an office, if I'm being honest.
Oh, okay.
And,
Oh,
um,
say,
all
that
right. I
changes
thought this was like a
everything.
child's
like a-
room.
Yeah,
It's the
maybe a little
child's
bit
office.
well,
maybe a little bit of art on the
You know,
wall. Some kids'
they have
toys.
they have 2 kids. Maybe they're expecting a third. And maybe
Well,
this is going to be the third.
How many bedrooms
know?
in the house?
I think it's 4. So,
You gotta fill them up.
it's a lovely house. Okay. Actually, I feel like this
right
spot is actually.
Everyone loves it.
Sorry. By the way, can I tell you how stressful? I'm so stressed right now. Oh, I'm so stressed.
Seems like it, yeah.
Okay, we got through.
What is stressing you
We got
now?
through all the interviews. No, I'm just like, first of all, I haven't. You know what's stressing me? I'm in this room. I'm in my parents' house. Everything's good. The power goes out. And so now I'm like, what am I supposed to do? So I have to run over here, not literally run, drive over here. Then the thing starts crapping out. Then we're talking about Jake Paul and Nate Diaz, and like I'm stressed out. This trailer playing, not trailer. Am I going to get to freaking Eugene? Am I going to get to Julianna? No one mentioned, by the way. No one mentioned that I was away. No one said like, hey, Ariel, where are you?
Quote unquote,
thus far, we've
away.
done 5. Yeah, I heard that. 5, 5, 4. That's 14 interviews remotely since last week. The only person to mention it was Chael.
Yeah. Could we get a recreation of your reaction when the power went out? I can imagine you weren't just like, oh, you probably head to the old sisters.
Oh, well, yeah, the power's out. And the reason why I'm here, for everyone asking, no one's really asking, but just to explain, the reason why I'm here is because my kids are on spring break, but we'll be back by Friday or Saturday. We're driving, which is a whole ordeal unto itself. So stay tuned for that. But the good news is I'm back on Monday in studio. So are you guys happy about that?
Can't wait to see you.
Thanks. Hey, let me finish up OTN here, and then
please,
and then we'll get to the picks. Let me give a shout out to our good friends over at Squarespace, though, who of course are sponsoring this segment. As per usual, shout out to them. We love Squarespace. They are great people, and they've got a great service. They are the all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business online. If you're a fighter, you want to have your own website, you want to have your own travel diary, your own blog, your own recipe blog, share some recipes, your own merch store, whatever it is with Squarespace. Take advantage of their powerful blogging tools, social media integration, and analytics to gain insights into what your audience wants. You can head to squarespace.com/MMA for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Again, that's squarespace.com/MMA for a free trial. And when you are ready, use the code MMA to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. It could be through the Frank lens and all that type of stuff. It could be, GC's picks. It could be Rick's picks. It could be nobetsbarred.com. It could be anything. Go to squarespace.com. Use the code MMA. Please support them because they support us. Hey, hello, Ariel. Let's talk about wrestling and the Bloodline. I believe we've seen some amazing storytelling, but how do you think the Bloodline compares to some of the great WWE factions, stables in recent history? Pretty good. I don't think they're there just yet. It's not NWO. It's not DX. They're good, but this notion that they're the greatest of all time, I don't agree with. P.S. Great interview recently with Roman Reigns. We're to challenge you to a fight. Roman needed interference from the Bloodline to beat Cody. You have a clean darts victory of Cody. Sport math suggests Helwani defeats the Tribal Chief. Much love, your boy Bay. It's a great call. Didn't think of it that way. Kobe. Hello again, Ariel, Mr. Nose, and crew. I'm dying for an update on the ongoing lunchroom situation involving Frank and Rick. It seemed as if Frank may have touched a nerve there, so I must ask, has anyone approached Rick during his meetings since, and has Frank been avoiding looking at Rick as requested and quote, unquote, he wrote, quote, unquote, keep his eyes on the floor?
I don't even go to lunch anymore.
Yeah, Frank's learned his lesson. Let's just put it that way.
And
Frank
he's been
learned
here
his lesson
twice this week, and I don't know how I F with Wednesday Rick.
The energy's a little different on Wednesday, Rick. From
yeah, he
Monday.
Came in like a ball of fire today. I heard him say something like legit.
Oh, you don't even know like 90%.
I made a
of the
joke
stuff
earlier, and Rick ignored it.
What?
And then
what
came up with the same
say?
joke 3 minutes later, and then like took credit for it. Not even joke. I'm like, I can't have him here right now.
Was it that intense?
I mean, look, I peak in the middle of the week. The energy's different, but no nerve was touched from a faux pas perspective, right? Like, my concern isn't like nobody should talk to you while you're eating lunch. I like a lunch. I like to talk. I'm all about that. It's the idea that, and I think Helwani's actually the biggest offender, not Frank. When I'm on a meeting with headphones in that you can clearly see and know that this is the time that I'm doing it, the expectation that I'm supposed to carry on a full conversation with you about some other topic is not.
I don't know. All I do is say hi. All I do is say hi.
No. There was this all sparked from a conversation about like, I came over, I gave you a thing, I wanted to talk about this, and I was like, yeah, now's probably not the best time.
Oh, what you mean the limited edition Action Bronsons?
Yeah, listen.
Quick
and
question.
I look
felt
up,
big
I
enough.
say thank you.
That felt big enough. That felt big enough for like, hey guys, 1 second.
So what's the limit of that? Like, let's say you were on the show. Should I walk in the room and just go, here, this is well, you're doing your job. When you're doing your job, I walk in. Next time, what I'll do is you're in the studio. I'm gonna open the door. and I'm gonna come in and deliver something to you live on air.
Listen, you have carte blanche. You have carte blanche.
All right,
you know that.
I know this.
But also, this man has a question. He has a question. Also, any news on Frank's website? As I'm typing this, I'm starting to realize how over he is getting GC. Needs to watch his spot as the top babyface on the show.
Is Frank a babyface?
Clearly.
He's like a tweener. He's like in the gray area. Like sometimes
I mean, I'm obviously a heel. GC's obviously a babyface.
Why are we having meetings in the communal lunch area? If you're unavailable, we even have phone booths.
You want to get into Frank?
It's a good point, Frank. I'm not going to.
Oh, okay. Everybody wants to get into it.
I want to go to Central Park and act like I'm having a private affair and can't be bothered.
I just want to know. I don't agree with the face comment because I want to know how many primes you've had since I've been away. Like, what's the final tally?
There was. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say who it was on the crew. Threw out the idea to Frank. Should we maybe chill on the primes? Like, you've had a lot. And Frank said, I think I'm going to have another right now.
And good call on.
How many primes are you averaging a show? How many primes are you averaging a show?
All right, I'm not going to lie. It was a fantastic line from Frank. The person on the crew was like, should we chill on the primes? And Frank was just like, yes, I do enjoy my prime chilled. But the way he delivered it was fantastic.
Notoriously, he loves them chilled. You put them in the fridge for everybody to enjoy.
Wow. How many are we averaging a show, Frank?
I mean, you should have taken inventory before you left. I lost count. That's when you know it's a problem.
Jeez, Frank.
You're going to be left with a couple meta moons, and that's it.
I'm going to circle back because I was attacked here. So Frank suggesting why have a conversation, a meeting out in public. It's a valid question. There's answers. There's reasons for that. One, not to go into a meeting room and then bring crumbs and food into that, because that's kind. You don't want to do that to the people who clean up. For two, every time I'm not within immediate eyesight of all of you, there's a conversation about where's Rick, what's happening with Rick.
No, we like
to the point that
you
it's
around.
got. Yeah, and so thus I'm answering the question of why I'm sitting in that room where you can see me, see I'm on a meeting. Do your little wave and then keep your eyes directly on the ground and don't talk.
You're trying to manipulate us.
Yeah, it is what it is. We all know. Let's establish the rules here. We know what's happening, and to his credit, Frank has kept his eyes right on the floor and not caused any aggravation in my world. I'm gonna have you hold in my pocket soon, Frank. It's not. We're not far. We're not far from that.
We move along. Leroy says, Ariel, it was great seeing DC sit down with Brock WrestleMania weekend. Can you lift the curtain on their moment in the cage at 226? Was DC expecting the push? Did you help with the speech? How does this fight compare with others that never materialized in terms of your level of interest, curiosity, now several years removed? I never felt like that was one that got away. I had nothing to do with that speech. They've never been rivals. They've always been buds. And so there wasn't like a ton of heat there. I loved Rosendo getting involved and pushing him, pushing Brock when all that happened. Just shows the level of loyalty that he has to DC, but there was never a lot of heat there. They've always had mutual respect and love and admiration. Would have been a cool fight, an interesting fight, never really materialized. And I don't think the public really wanted it. I think they wanted probably, what was it that they wanted? The Stipe rematch. I think they felt, they felt like Brock kind of disrespected Stipe. I think he called him like a piece of shit or something like that. It's something not very nice. And at the time, Stipe was the longest reigning, heavyweight champion, and people felt like he deserved that respect, getting the immediate rematch. And so if memory serves me correct, this was back in 2018, July. Felt like, wow, is that 5 years ago? Jeez Louise. Felt like people didn't love it. Shout out to Leroy Jenkins, by the way. Matt. Hello, Matt. This is my friend Matt from BT Sport. Hello there, Ariel. Matt here from the UFC side of your friends at BT Sport. Nice to hear from you. Since you're basically the biggest football reporter on the scene in the USA, I was wondering if you had a chance to get an eye across the Hollywood scenes of Wrexham AFC's massive win on Monday versus Notts County. They won 3-2 in a first versus second place battle. And their goalie, Ben Foster, saved a crucial last-minute penalty, sent them to the top of the league. Was wondering if you had much of an opinion on the successes of Ryan Reynolds and Rob what is it? I always mess up this name.
McElhaney,
footballing frontier. In fact, I did see those scenes in large part due to the BT Sport Instagram feed, the football one and the BT Sport one. Tremendous stuff with Rob and Ryan afterwards. That goalkeeper, Ben Foster, I believe is 40, something like that. That was an incredible game. It was happening during our show, the majority of it on Monday, but it was 1 versus 2. This is what you have to understand, guys. They're in the National League, and the winner of this matchup would secure their place atop the National League. And then they get into the second league, and then second your division, then it's the first, then it's the championship, which is definitely not where Nottingham Forest is going, and then it's the Premier League. I've said this before, and I believe I'm the one who introduced GC to This Is Wrexham, even though I never watched more than an episode. I loved what they did with it. It's incredible that these two, Hollywood stars were able to buy this team in the middle of Wales, that are that low down and get people interested. Like my brother-in-law is asking me about Wrexham, and he watched it, and it's like, we're talking about a National League team here. Now I'm not talking about National League baseball. I'm talking about like 5th division or whatever it is. And those scenes were incredible. I'm telling you, I'm not watching. Don't spoil it for me. But my boys and I said we're going to watch Real Madrid, Chelsea after this. We're all in. Couldn't get enough yesterday. Man City, Bayern. I mean, what a scene that was. Erling Haaland, incredible. So yes, I did see it all. I can't get enough of football right now. I love everything about it. My kids and I are watching everything, and I did see that. And I love what they are doing, those two guys. And I would also urge the NHL to get them to buy the Ottawa Senators, because look at the attention and the buzz and the hype that they've built around a 4th or 5th division team. And look what they could do for the Ottawa Senators in the NHL. Ryan Reynolds was on, I think, the Jimmy Fallon show, and said that he was interested in buying the Senators. He's from Vancouver, Van City Reynolds. That would be a gift from the gods for the NHL. And so love everything about it. And I love them being on the field. Did you guys see this? Did you see this afterwards? They were on the field. They were doing interviews. They were exhausted. It was tremendous stuff.
It was incredible. I mean, the moment was insane. You sold it. Top
you watched
2 teams. I watched the highlights.
Yeah.
It's behind a paywall, which is smart on their move. But I mean, huge. It looks like they're going to be moving up.
Where do you watch that, by the way?
3 points. They have some website.
Where do you watch that?
I looked into it. They have a website where you can buy a pass through the National League, but it's
smart.
It's like $80. I was like, nah,
not worth it. Yeah.
When they get to League 2, we'll really start watching.
And I don't know if BT's airing any of the other National League teams, which is quite brilliant on their part. So yeah,
I wish like an ESPN would air it here.
Oh, like an ESPN Plus, they should air it. I know they air FA Cup and Carabao Cup, but yeah, just pick up those games. And now they're doing an exhibition, right? A friendly in July, I think, in San Diego against Man United.
Huge.
It's crazy. And they bought these. They bought this team for $2 million. The money that they've generated just from like the Hulu series and all this other stuff. I mean, what a story, and what foresight to have this, right? Like that to have this idea to buy this team and turn it into this, and they got TikTok as their sponsor. I mean, just brilliant.
And the TV show is like brother-in-law. Real life 10 out of 10.
Oh, it's incredible.
It was amazing.
Yeah, there's something about Ryan Reynolds that's very likable and authentic. That he makes you like want to root for anything that he's involved, right?
I think that's why he's where he's at. His charm is through the roof.
Good marketer, too. Just elite level marketer.
Yeah, Mint Mobile. He's got his own gin. Like he's got his hands in all sorts of different things.
He's got his own marketing company that does the marketing for these products as well, which is
classic.
I mean, he's just smart.
Mogul.
Last one, Max. Shalom, Ariel. My question is regarding your speaking multiple languages and how you feel it has benefited your career and overall communication skills. I myself spoke Russian before English and feel I have a pretty decent sense of spotting BS through flimsy language and people playing fast and loose with terms. While some tease New York Rick for always asking, what do you mean by X, or it depends on Y and Z, I have tremendous respect for those who can clearly define terms in order to make more compelling arguments. Thanks for all that you and the crew do week in and out. Max, P.S. Shout out to GC for making me enough money last year on flyweight unders to attend the CFP national title game. Too bad I'm a TCU grad. Hashtag frogs on top.
Incredible. Wow. I mean, sorry about that one. I mean, I'm glad you got to be there to see what went down, but you're welcome. And I'm sorry at the same time.
What a question, though.
All three of them.
Love this.
And I mean, look at the love for
Rick. Felt like more
too.
of a comment than a question. Yeah, I guess he was saying, like, speaking multiple languages, does it help? I don't know if it helps, to be honest. I'll tell you where it does help. If I ever want to talk about my kids with my wife, we're able to speak in different languages and they don't know what we're saying, or other people.
Wait,
it's a great tool in that regard.
You don't teach them the language?
You need to be able to talk shit about
it. They're learning a little bit of. No, it's tough. I mean, I'm not fluent enough in French to be able to, like, they know bonjour and they know, now they know ne dis pas, because I'm always telling her ne dis pas, which means don't tell them. And now they know, we know you said don't tell them.
Yeah.
So they're starting to pick up on that stuff.
Since the jig is up anyway, you might as well teach them. Like, if they're picking up on most of the common ones. I feel like there is, I was going to say, I believe there are studies on this, that it does activate certain parts of the brain that, knowing multiple languages is a skill that translates to other parts of what you do. So yes, I would say anybody should learn another language if they can, and especially young. You pick it up a lot faster.
Do you know a second language?
I don't. I wish I did. I don't.
I thought I was about to get like a bomb drop that you could speak like 4 languages or something.
There was a time where I did a little bit of Hebrew. There was when I was in Hebrew school, like very, very young. There's a time where I learned a little bit of German from my grandmother, and now I'm picking up like the very, very limited baseline level of Cantonese from my wife. But I know as much as my kids know. Like, actually, my kids know more, to be completely honest. So I'm picking up a little bit. I wish I knew a language. I wish I learned it young, but my kids are. My kids are definitely learning different languages.
TC, you know another one?
I worked on French for a while before I went. Now I'm working on Spanish. It's difficult. It is.
Oh, you got a Spain trip coming up?
Nah, but I feel like Spanish is much more useful in the States than French is.
Yes, 100%.
It is. It is.
You can talk to Frank.
Yeah,
talk to Frank in Spanish, right?
No, I can talk to Andy in Spanish.
But he doesn't.
Doesn't Frank speak Spanish too?
Poquito español.
But who even wants to talk to Frank? Let's just move on.
Oh my gosh. All right. Thank you for all the questions. Thank you to Squarespace. One last thing left to do, and let's give a shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. GC's hyped. His Atlanta Hawks, this is a much better song. His Hawks are rolling. My Knicks are rolling. They're about to take down the Cavaliers. Got a big Raptors game tonight against the Chicago Bulls. How about the Oklahoma City Thunder? What a story they've been. Anyway, get in on all the NBA action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association. New customers can make a $5 pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. Download the app now. Sign up with the code TheMMAHour. That's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And to be honest, I mean, there's a ton of MMA this weekend, PFL, MMA. I don't know why our ads honestly are about basketball when this is an MMA show. I mean, I know I love basketball, but like there's a big UFC event. There's Arnold Allen versus Max Holloway. Look into that. There's a big boxing event in the UK this weekend. Look into that. Joe Joyce is fighting. That's a big time fight for him. He figures to be in the heavyweight picture if he wins this fight. There's a big PFL card. We told you about that as well. There's a lot to like in the world of combat sports. So go check it out over at DraftKings Sportsbook. And if you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER in Massachusetts. Call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Kansas, call at 1-800-522-4700 on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts in Kansas. 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in required. One bonus bet issued based on amount of initial losing NBA bet. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. Yeah. All right, Parlay Pals. We're down to 3, right? No New York Rick this week?
Yeah, no New York
Rick.
Parlay
Boys.
Parlay Boys.
Parlay Boys.
Let's see what we got here. I will randomize the order and see who will be going first. Oh, I guess the randomizer's broken.
The randomizer is trying to figure out if we skipped an ad.
Is it broken?
No, it's working.
No, it's working. Frank said.
By the way, wait a second. What ad did we skip? If you're talking about the PFL ad, I read it earlier in the day. You didn't play any music. You were asleep at the wheel. Were you at the bathroom or something? Because I said that.
Look at this.
Don't be a dick. I was wondering why you didn't play.
I was trying to figure out if we skipped that.
No, I read the PFL ad after Shane Burgos because that was the smart thing to do. Burgos PFL.
Wow. What a host! Look at that. Look at how he does that.
No, I'm tired of the fucking attitude from Frank. I mean, 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots.
I'm gonna go get Prime. Does anyone want it?
Wednesday. Listen, the tensions are high on Wednesday.
I mean, seriously.
Let me ask you, why are you so wound up more often? Why are you so wound up?
I'm so
the show
fucking
went
wound
off
up
without a
because
hitch. Everything's great. You didn't have to worry about the connection. Everything's fantastic. We had every guest. We talked to them. This is it. We're good. We're smooth sailing. We even played the trailer. We even played the trailer.
We did.
I mean, come on.
I know we keep coming back to the trailer like we didn't immediately get it ready and then play it.
Yeah.
No, I know, but it was a lot of text. Also, I'm very hangry, if I'm being honest.
Why?
I didn't eat anything today.
Oh, hangry.
No, I haven't because of the the power failure bullshit.
God, I wish we had a live camera rolling when the power went out.
I gotta be honest.
Anyway,
my guess is he probably didn't have enough time to react emotionally and had to immediately just go spring to action. I'm going over there.
1,000% right.
There also had to have been a second where you were like, "There's no way that this just happened."
Yeah.
No,
I think it was like
it was
instantaneous recognition.
I was like, no time to waste.
Out. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Drive.
So like there,
but then
is there bad weather or something going on?
There was a huge ice storm last Wednesday in Montreal, and so everyone has lost power. But I don't know why they lost it a week later. There's been a lot of trees down and stuff like that. Some people were without power for like 3-4 days. So we got lucky on that front. Listen, I'm not complaining, but it was just doing the show remotely is stressful enough. Having to go to a new location, but I think the internet here is actually better than at my parents'. Am I wrong? Or no?
I think the other one was better.
Wow.
Parents might have been better.
Wow. I was just trying to make myself feel better here, and you fuckers make me feel worse. Anyway, put me down for Arnold Allen, all right? Put me down for Arnold Allen.
He's just skipping out.
He's not taking Arnold Allen. He doesn't have the balls. Put me down for Arnold Allen, all right?
Wow, there it is. First pick of it. The underdog, Arnold Allen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Right now, plus 155.
Yeah, H-Down.
Yeah, trying to go for it after the Leon Edwards. You support your English underdogs.
Renegade, bro. Much love.
All right, so Ariel commandeered the first spot.
Were you going to take Arnold?
We almost just had a catastrophe back here. Frank almost just lost his laptop. Frank's laptop, he just saved from falling to the ground. He has it on some sort of podium.
Chaos?
It's very slippery, and I'm talking this close to falling to the ground and exploding everywhere.
Well, maybe you shouldn't be so mean to people.
Anyway, Frank, your pick.
So, now that I saved the laptop, I'm going to take Jocelyn Edwards and Lucy Pudilova over 2.5.
Yes.
All that concern about the name, and you said Jocelyn incorrectly.
I asked you earlier, and what did you say? Jesus Christ. And I said, how did you get that from what clearly looks like Jocelyn or Jocelyn?
I'm pretty sure you asked me in the storm of pulling clips during the Dricus Du Plessis interview.
So you guys are saying that Frank has an issue with reading the room and timing of when to approach somebody to ask them something? I'm just curious here. I'm just trying to ask something here.
But shout out to you on getting those clips, because I did spring that on you in the middle of the interview. I feel like it was worth it.
I think it was too,
for the context.
And he wasn't stressed out.
Yeah, I think I'm like frantically trying to get them as fast as possible, and Frank's like, "Is it Jocelyn or Jocelyn?" I'm just like,
in that
Jesus
moment?
Christ. Yes, I'm almost positive that's when he came to me.
And I'm like, how do you get Jesus Christ from?
Yeah. And then he comes back as I'm downloading. He's just like, "Oh, it's Jesus Christ, not Jocelyn Edwards."
I think we have a trend for him.
Either way, Arnold Allen plus 155, Jocelyn Edwards, Lucy Pudilova over 2.5, minus 315. That gets us to plus 235. Wow, I really liked the over 1.5 in that Arnold Allen fight. Now I'm in a bit of a pinch. First time, I'm kind of, I feel like I'm the one stalling here. I'll head to my favorite page, alt totals. I will go with over 1.5 in Pedro Munoz, Chris Gutierrez. Over 1.5, minus 450. That gets us to plus 310.
Wow.
Nice. Good luck to you.
Is that our highest ever?
No.
Is that our highest ever?
The 286 one was like plus 650.
Because of Leon.
Oh, with Leon Edwards, right? Yeah.
Big boost.
Well, here we are again. Arnold Allen in the spot. All right, what are the other picks for the
throwing
rest
a dog, right?
Yes?
Allen's a dog, right?
Allen is a dog.
Yeah, Ariel throwing another dog in. Wow.
I mean, it's a beautiful call.
H-Dell. H-Dell.
Beautiful call by
Thank you.
All right. The rest of the picks for UFC Kansas City. Something wrong, Frank?
Everything is great.
Okay.
All right, we'll keep it rolling. He's taking phone calls and he's looking at me, throwing up his hands. All right, we'll keep it rolling.
What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, a huge distraction here, but
guys, so you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
I just wanna stop here for a second, so you understand. Okay.
All right, let's do the picks. UFC Kansas City. Let's start out the only way we know how. First off, shout out to the graphics department. I mean, they just bring it every single week. We've got some, it looks like some baby back ribs up top. Shout out to Kansas City Barbecue. It looks like we got some Chiefs themes color. Shout out to them. Also, going for 2 straight winning weeks in the UFC. Weather's getting warmer here in New York City. We might be getting warmer in the betting department. Don't let us get hot as we head towards summer. Lastly, for some reason this week, a lot of these lines have moved. I apologize for that. Nothing I can really do. Took these throughout the week. We start flyweight under Mateus Nicolau. Wow, I put Mateus / Nicolau. This is Nicolau / this is. I mean, we're just off to a horrible start here. This should be Nicolau / Royval under 2.5. I mean, if we're ever going to have a friend of the flyweight unders, it's going to be Brandon Royval. 6 UFC fights for the guy. 5 of them have not seen the third round. Dude fights aggressive. He goes for finishes. And then on the flip side, Mateus Nicolau. I mean, he's not the biggest finisher. He goes to a lot of decisions, but he's got 5 knockouts, 5 submissions. I believe in his last 8 fights, he's got 8 knockdowns. Like he does hold power. I think he's a good counterpuncher. I think that sets up well against Royval's style. And I honestly think he's going to be able to find a knockout here, or maybe a club and sub. I'm also on Nicolau money line, but I do think this one goes under the 2.5. Next up, Bill Algeo. I think he's got the well-rounded game to deal with TJ Brown. I think on the ground, Brown might have some success early, but I think as the rounds wear on, Algeo will wear on him and get the better of him and outpoint him to a decision victory. Next up, if you listen to No Bets Barred, you know what this one is about. Last time, the great Jed Meshew guaranteed a Scott Holtzman victory over Clay Guida. He was obviously wrong. This is the revenge bet. Rafa Garcia avenges the great Scott Holtzman for us. I think he's the younger guy here. Oh, I know he's the younger guy here. I think he can get the better in the grappling exchanges. I think there's going to be a lot of crazy scrambles. I think he's going to get the better of that. And I think he might, maybe, a lot of people saying decision. I think he might be able to finish Clay Guida as he ages in his career. Next up, Ion Cutelaba, Tanner Boser. Trusting either of these guys with your money is somewhat risky, especially with the man I'm backing here, Ion Cutelaba. Tanner Boser, he's moving down to light heavyweight. The game plan is simple for me, for Cutelaba here. It's take Tanner Boser down. Last time out against Nascimento, he gets taken down every single round. He got controlled for 8 minutes. I don't even think that should have been a split decision loss. I think it should have been unanimous. Cutelaba, early and often go for takedowns. I think he's live for a finish if it goes to the ground. He's very aggressive. But if not, I think he can grind on him for 15 minutes and pick up a win, much needed win, because if he loses, there's a very real chance he gets cut. In the co-main event, banger of a fight, very exciting fight. I am taking Billy Quarantillo, Billy Q. Volume king, man. I mean, that's pretty much all there is to say about him. 7.88 significant strikes per minute landed, most in featherweight history. He's going to come out here and he is going to weaponize his volume. He's going to get hit back, which could be, the end of him here against Edson Barboza and a big power hitter. But I think he's going to be able to survive. We've seen him survive huge shots before, and I just think he's going to be able to wear on Barboza. Last time out, we saw Bryce Mitchell have some success on the feet against Barboza. I don't see why Billy Q is not. I mean, he seems to have success on the feet against everyone. So I think he just weaponizes the volume against Barboza and wins a decision. But I mean, if you're going to back Billy Q, don't be too shocked if Barboza pulls it out, because I just have to give a shout out. Since April of 2014, over the last 9 years, Edson Barboza's opponents are as follows: Cowboy Cerrone, Evan Dunham, Bobby Green, Michael Johnson, Paul Felder, Tony Ferguson, Anthony Pettis, Gilbert Melendez, Beneil Dariush, Habib Nurmagomedov, Kevin Lee, Dan Hooker, Justin Gaethje, Paul Felder again, Dan Ige, Makwan Amirkhani, Shane Burgos, Giga Chikadze, Bryce Mitchell. 9 years of just a murderer's row. So this could be a step down in competition for him. But absolute legend. Shout out to him, because he is willing to take any fight. And he's an absolute dog. But I am backing Billy Q here. Last but not least, I'm riding with your pick from the Parlay Pals, from the Parlay Boys, Arnold Allen, as a dog. I think he's just got to mix it up. Like, he's going to have to wrestle. He's going to have to get in the clinch. He's going to have to make this super physical with Max Holloway. If he stands and boxes with him for 25 minutes, it's not going to end well for him. It doesn't matter where you think Max Holloway is in his prime. If it's a strictly boxing match, you usually don't want any part of that. And I believe that Arnold Allen is equipped to do that. I think he can mix in the wrestling. I think he can, force the clinch. And I think at 29 years old, 10-0 in the UFC, 19-1 overall, I think he's still leveling up his game. And I think we see another level added to Arnold Allen's arsenal here. Unbelievable fight. Arnold Allen, second longest win streak in the UFC right now, only behind Islam Makhachev. Max Holloway, you know everything that comes with him. Former featherweight champ. I think this might be one of the most excited I am for a main event on a non-pay-per-view card in a while. So going with Arnold Allen, backing the almighty as the dog against the blessed, but should be a fantastic fight. And that's it. That's all I got. UFC pick. Kansas City.
I love it. And by the way, I love those ribs right there.
I mean, does it look great? Shout out to the graphics department, man. They're always working on it.
Who's behind? Who's behind the
Casey Barbecue's great, but who is behind it?
The graphics department?
Yeah, who's behind it?
Oh, it's me. Yeah, but
Okay, yeah.
That's how we brag while staying humble, But you kind of just really broke the fourth wall.
No, of course.
Shout out to the graphics department. It's actually, I'm shouting myself out, but kind of ruined the whole bit there.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Listen, you deserve the props.
You do deserve.
You deserve the props.
That's great.
Wow, thank you, everyone.
And do they have PFL or no?
They do have PFL. I'm taking a hiatus from PFL and Bellator. have not found much success there lately. I'm going to be totally honest with you. Listen to No Bets Barred. Jed has some PFL picks. We do get into a couple other picks that I didn't have here. But yeah, hands up, staying away from PFL. I didn't even want to get tempted by looking at the odds. But after getting reverse swept last week, I think it's best to stay away. Just go with UFC.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I'll be back when playoff starts,
Oh, geez. All right. So we're taking an extended break.
We got to get right, man. We got to get right. We're still struggling here in 2023.
No, I get it. Much love. All right. Well, here we go.
Thanks, Frank.
It's a big week. It's a big weekend. There's a lot to like, and we'll see how we do on Monday. By the way, my mom was listening, Eric, when you said her internet was better, and she appreciated the shout out very much.
Shout out. I mean, Mama knows. Mama knows. The GOAT.
I can't believe she's still listening. Jeez.
Habib posted on Twitter his top 15 greatest of all time, which was actually like 20 people. Mama knows is number 1 for me. That's my
wow.
That's my GOAT rankings.
Top 15. He went.
Yeah, he
top
posted
15?
his top 15. Yeah, not including himself. And there was also some like ties, making it roughly 20 people. But yeah,
who's number 1?
All right, let's go look at it real quick. We've got Fedor and Jones tied. People. See, this is why I'm saying it's more than 15.
Sitting on the fence.
GSP 2, Anderson Silva 3, Demetrius Johnson 4. By the way, I'm loving this list so far. 5 DC, 6 Henry Cejudo, spelled incorrectly. 7 Jose Aldo, 8 Kamaru Usman, 9 Israel Adesanya, 10 BJ Penn. I mean, this man Habib, he's speaking to me right now. 11 Royce Gracie, 12 Randy Couture, tied with Cain Velasquez. A lot of friends of Habib in this orbit. 13 Hendo and Shogun, 14 Crow Cop and Stipe, and 15 Dominic Cruz and Frankie Edgar.
Okay, interesting.
It's not about this. I see the thought here. There's a lot of respect for multiple weight class, challenging yourselves in different ways. I like it. I dig it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Don't hate it.
Don't hate it.
I do think though, if you're gonna make the list, you can't have like multiple guys in one slot. You know?
just do the 15. But
just do the 15.
Either way, I say all that to
is
say, Mama knows number 1 on my list.
Yeah,
that's where we're at.
That's right. All right, guys. It's time to go. Thank you very much to all of you. I can't wait. Let me tell you something. I can't wait to see you guys on Monday. Can't wait to see all of you.
Except Frank or including Frank?
That's the nicest thing
Still not sure about that.
Okay.
I'm still not sure about the Frank part of it.
We'll be fine, safe
but I do appreciate everyone, in particular behind the scenes, who I just show up here and talk. They somehow make this all work. So want to give a shout out to Andy. Want to give a shout out to Joe. Want to give a shout out to Alex. Begrudgingly want to give a shout out to Frank. Obviously GC, New York, Rick. Everyone on the other side, the remote side, Casey, Brian, Miles, the whole crew. Who am I forgetting? Am I forgetting someone?
Don't forget Matt.
Jose Youngs.
I was going to say shout out to Matt.
Of course, Jose. Matt is the man, yes. Appreciate everyone very, very much. And I'll be back in studio on Monday, and we'll do the whole damn thing from a secure location then. For now, though, I do want to thank everyone who stopped by today. Thank you very much to Shane Burgos, and good luck to him on Friday. I'm looking forward to that debut very, very much. Thank you very much. What's going on out there? There's things happening over there, guys. Thank you very much to Dricus Du Plessis. Appreciate his time very much. Thank you very much to Eugene Bareman. Great insight from him as always. Thank you very much to Chris Curtis. Good luck with the appeal. And of course, thank you very much to the one and only Julianna Peña. Great stuff from her, and I'm looking forward to that fight even more so now on June 10th in Vancouver. Thanks to everyone who sent in questions. Thank you to moderator Lewis. Thanks once again to the team in the back, and especially a big thank you to everyone listening, watching, downloading, subscribing, all that. Back on Monday, same time.